Chapter 101 Changes in the past half year. You should relax your reins and trust your mount as much as you trust your weapon. Lind pointed out to Nymeria loudly as he watched Nymeria riding the Norn and galloping past like a gust of wind. Ways to control the wild horse, King Moon Girl. Nymeria chose the larger of the two wild horses and named it Moon Girl, corresponding to the Moon Girl constellation in the sky. However, the Mustang King was tamed by Lind after all, and she had to tame it herself if she wanted to ride it. In the following months, she was able to ride the Moon Girl, but it still took some time to fully control it. While Lind was watching Nymeria adjust her horse control techniques according to the method he taught, he suddenly heard a crow and couldn't help but look up. Then he saw a crow flying overhead, heading towards the north. Fly away. It has been more than half a year since I returned to Tengshi Town from High Court. Everything in Tengshi Town has been changing in an orderly manner. Some changes were within Linda's expectation, and some changes were beyond his expectation. The only thing what is certain is that Tengshi Town is now more appropriately called Tengshi City. The castle in Tengshi Town had been completely repaired more than a month ago. Originally, Lind thought it would take a year or two, but with Moroya taking over, the somewhat chaotic construction site was replanned and the division of responsibilities and powers was it is also simpler and more direct, eliminating a lot of unnecessary processes, thus doubling the repair progress of the old Tengshi Town castle. Because the castle in Tengshi Town has been repaired, and the ruins under the castle have also begun to be repaired and reintegrated into the town of Tengshi Town, Linda's military camp was moved to the other side of the Mandar River. Although the current military camp is still a bit crude, Moroya built it according to the specifications of the fortress before building the military camp. Once the construction is completed, it can be used as the second town of Tengshi Town. Because of this, Moroya also chose a suitable location and began to build a stronger stone bridge. With so many projects being carried out at the same time, in addition to money, a large number of workers are also needed. Fortunately, in the past 6 months, Tengshi Town itself has attracted a large number of refugees, and Linda's reputation has also attracted many free people who believe in the 7 gods, making the population of Tengshi Town suddenly reached more than 30,000 people from a few thousand people. This does not include the civilians who have no intention of settling here and are just looking for work here, so there is no shortage of available workers here. The reason why several major projects in Tengshi Town are being carried out at the same time is not only because of the emergence of a knowledgeable person like Moloya, but more importantly, there is no shortage of money in Tengshi Town. On the 3rd day after Lind returned to Tengshi Town, the appointment letter from Highgarden had been sent to Tengshi Town, but this appointment letter was only for Nymeria. As Velas said, Highgarden appointing Nymeria as the guardian of the Mandar River, although this is just an empty title without any real power, but it has extremely high authority in name, and almost the entire Mandar River is within her authority. In fact, the position of guardian of the Mandar River has existed a long time ago, but this position is thankless. Accepting this position will arouse the hostility of the lords along the Mandar River, so the lords of the Reach disdain this position. The duties are usually held by the court nobles of Highgarden. For example, the last guardian of the Mandar River was also the steward of Highgarden during the period of Duke Leo Tyrell. Along with the title of guardian came an interest-free loan of up to 100,000 gold dragons, and the right to mint money from Rose Bank. It was this 100,000 gold dragons that accelerated the construction progress of Tengshi Town, turning it into a city in just half a year. It has become a large-scale city, and it is also because of the silver deer minting rights obtained that Tengshi Town has no pressure on the subsequent construction funds. Because Moloya re-explored the silver mine, she found that the silver mine was not only a very large mine, but also a smaller gold mine. With these 2 precious metal mines, Tengshi Town would grow in the next few hundred years. There is basically no shortage of funds in the middle of the year. After discovering the gold mine, Nymeria considered mining the gold mine as soon as possible so that she could repay the Tyrell family's loan of 100,000 gold dragons. However, Lind suggested that she should not mine the gold mine or repay the loan, but instead ask for help. The Tyrell family's Rose Bank borrowed 100,000 gold dragons. Nymeria didn't understand why Lind did this, but she thought that Lind would not harm her, so she followed Linda's instructions without asking any more questions. As a result, she still borrowed 100,000 gold dragons without any harm. The impact of the previous 100,000 gold dragon loan. On the contrary, after Moroya heard Linda's suggestion, he immediately understood that Lind wanted to use this method to make the relationship between Nymeria's Tangshi town and Highgarden closer. What in this world? Relationships are likely to fade over time. Only debt relationships will deepen over time. Once debt reaches a certain height, debt can become the best protection. Compared with the smooth implementation of Nymeria's appointment, the appointment of the commander of Linda's bandit suppression in the Reach has not been implemented for a long time. Without the implementation of the position, Lind cannot legitimately and significantly expand the army. He can only temporarily. The official cavalry team was expanded to the limit of 1,000 people, and other soldiers were placed under Nymeria's name. After returning to Tangshi town, Lind began to expand the cavalry. He first expanded his guards to 500 people, of which 100 were composed of mercenary knights and the rest were free riders. Although these are the lowest mercenary knights in the knight class, this does not mean that their abilities are poor. The fact that they can survive after accepting employment from different noble lords and going to the battlefield has proven that their abilities are very high. Same thing. But Lind was unable to recruit them all. For a lord like Nymeria, after Tangshi town is fully built, it would be good to be able to maintain 400 to 500 mercenary knights with various tax revenues, mainly because there is a gold and silver mine supporting it. Behind, most lords only retain a dozen mercenary knights at most, and will temporarily recruit mercenary knights when needed. Only big nobles such as the Tyrell family can maintain 2,000 to 3,000 mercenary knights, and can recruit them temporarily when necessary. Hire knights to double or triple the number. Lind was able to recruit so many mercenary knights mainly because he made a lot of money in Dornay. In addition, his knight's armor and sword did not cost money, and the Tyrell family paid out the full amount in time every month, military expenditure, thus giving him very sufficient funds to expand his manpower. In addition to the expansion of the guards, Lind also expanded 5 cavalry teams. Each cavalry team is composed of a standard 10 knights and 90 riders. The first and second ones are still composed of Bryn Rivers and Scar Eyes. Midi served as captain, while the 3rd to 5th cavalry were captained by 3 sworn knights whom he recruited after returning to Tumblestone. After Linda's amazing record and the name of the gods chosen spread, a large number of mercenary knights came to Tangshi town hoping to join Linda's command, even though Lind is now just an ordinary follower of the Tyrell family. Knights, they still believe that following Lind can have a future, and there are also some powerful players among these mercenary knights. Lind selected the 3 most suitable knights from these good hands and became the captains of the 3 cavalry teams. Among these 3 people, the captain of the 3rd cavalry was an acquaintance of Linda's. This man was the knight Balin from across the narrow sea who won the lance duel championship in the King's Landing tournament a year ago. After participating in the martial arts tournament, he disappeared after receiving his 50,000 gold dragon bonus. Everyone thought that he had been killed and the 50,000 gold dragons had been robbed. However, the actual situation was that he met himself after the martial arts tournament. The enemy on the Essos continent later robbed him of the bonus, and he was thrown to an uninhabited island and left to fend for himself. Not long ago, he was lucky enough to encounter a ship that was returning to King's Landing from the Essos continent, but it deviated from its course due to a storm. Later, when he returned to King's Landing, he was penniless, and happened to meet Tang. Stone Town sent people to King's Landing to recruit refugees, so they came to Tangshi town to see if they could find a job. After arriving in Tangshi town, he happened to meet Linda's expansion of the cavalry team. So he signed up. Later, he showed his equestrian and horse fighting skills in the competition, passed Linda's interview, and was finally recruited by Lind. After arriving under his command, he became the captain of the 3rd Cavalry. As for the identities of the other 2 captains of the cavalry, they are also ordinary. One is Daisy Mormont and the other is Rosso Brun. Lind was also very surprised when he heard the name of Daisy Mormont. When he was reading books in his previous life, he was extremely impressed by this female warrior from the north who did not appear much but had a distinctive personality. In the fire world, there are only a handful of women with her tall stature and superb combat skills. If she had not died in the Red Wedding, she might have been as famous as the Beauty Brienne in the 7 Kingdoms. It was also an accident that Daisy Mormont came to Tengshi town. For some reasons, according to the custom of Bear Island, she traveled to the 7 Kingdoms as an adult to gain more knowledge. On the way, she would also accept some money for travel expenses. This time she received the task of escorting the caravan to Tengshi town. After arriving in Tengshi town, she immediately met with Nymeria, because she had heard about the reputation of Nymeria Fudley, Earl of Tengshi town in King's Landing, and knew that she was an extremely powerful female warrior, so she wanted to come to see Nymeria and compete with her as a warrior. After Nymeria met Daisy Mormont, she fell in love with the northern female warrior at first sight. After competing with her, she quickly became a good friend. Originally, Daisy Mormont was planning to join Tumblestone Town and serve Nymeria, but Nymeria rejected Daisy's request to serve. She did not feel that Daisy's strength was insufficient, but that Daisy was not as powerful as her. She would have wasted all her skills. Because Nymeria is now the Earl of Tengshi Town, if the current situation continues, Tengshi Town will soon settle down, there will not be too many disputes, let alone wars. And Daisy's skills should be used in terms of fighting. She said that she would wait for Lind to come back and recommend Daisy to Lind, because she knew very well that even if the bandits around Tengshi Town had been wiped out, Lind would go to new places and start new adventures, fighting. So when Lind came back, Nymeria immediately introduced Daisy to Lind. After Lind was sure that the female warrior in front of him, who was only slightly shorter than herself, was the female warrior from Bear Island, he directly recruited him under his command, and later appointed him as the captain of the 5th Cavalry when the 5th Cavalry was formed. Daisy gained Lind's attention because of Nymeria's introduction and Lind's own memory, and then became the captain of the cavalry. Rosso Brun relied entirely on his own strength to grab this 4th place, the position of captain of the cavalry. The position of captain of the 4th Cavalry was not directly appointed by Lind, but was selected through a competition. All of Lind's sworn knights participated. In the end, Russell Brun fought through the encirclement and won the championship. The opponent in the final duel was against Daisy. Daisy's chain hammer was obviously not suitable for this kind of single duel. Russell caught a flaw and defeated him, and eventually became the captain of the 4th Cavalry. At first, Lind just thought that the name Russell Brun sounded familiar, but he didn't think much about it. Later, when he was talking to Russell, he learned that he came from the royal territory and was related to the Brun family of Brown Cave Mountain on the Crab Claw Peninsula, or distantly related. However, he went to the Bren family hoping to return to the family, but the Bren family seemed to reject him as a distant relative and kicked him out. After that, he wandered to King's Landing as a free knight. He heard various legendary experiences about Lind in the King's Landing Tavern, and then regarded Lind as an object of worship and decided to follow him. Only then did Lind remember who Rosso Brun was in front of him. Without his appearance, Lotho Brun would later become the right-hand man of Littlefinger Petter Baelish, and he would shine in the Battle of the Blackwater River, riding alone to break through the formation and kill the Red Apple family's eye. Esser Dulwich Fossaway and Knight Brian later captured Esser John Fossaway of the Green Apples alive, earning them the nickname, the Apple Eater. There is no doubt that Rosso Brun is a fierce general. Rushing into battle to kill enemies is his strength. Therefore, he and Daisy's 4th and 5th Cavalry are supplemented by mounted archery, and their main attack methods are it is a heavy cavalry charge into battle. And they usually train with Lind. During wartime, Lind will lead the 2 cavalry teams to charge into battle and kill the enemy. On the contrary, the guards were all changed into light cavalry with short bows, and they continued to practice mounted shooting tactics with 3 other cavalry teams. In addition to these teams, Lind also asked Rossos to form a 500-man shield and lance cavalry with the Green Blood River Orphans as the corps, which was temporarily placed under the command of Tengshi Town, while White Deer Wendizu the cavalry also continued to recruit various bandits and became a secret team with as many as 500 people. Now this secret team was sent by Lind to the northern edge of Tengshi Town's territory, the area on the south bank of the Blackwater River, to understand the situation therein. Prepare for the construction of a fortress there in the future. However, all of this needs to wait for news from Highgarden, and now everything in Highgarden seems to have come to a standstill. There is neither news of the marriage between Willis and Princess Ariane, nor rejection of the marriage. At the suggestion, the Red Viper and Princess Ariane wandered around various territories in the River Bend for half a year as if they were playing, and Willis always accompanied them as a guide. Any noble of the Riverlands can see that Willis and Princess Ariane have a very good relationship. The two have made no secret of their enthusiasm for each other, and in the past 6 months, Princess Ariane has also gained the favor of the river. Most of the noble lords in the bay are no longer as disgusted as they were with a Dornish princess becoming the Duchess of Highgarden. Everyone believes that there is no problem with the marriage between Highgarden and Sunspear, including the Iron Throne and the other 7 kingdoms. Chapter 102 Deja Vu. What did you say? Lord Willis was injured. Lind was in the fortress on the west bank of the Mander River when he heard the latest news reported to him by John, who hurried from Tengshi Town. He couldn't help but be stunned. Then he asked hurriedly, "Mr. Velas participated in the martial arts tournament?" "No, I didn't participate in the tourney." John shook his head and said, "The letter sent by Raven didn't explain the reason in detail. Where are Prince Oberyn and Princess Ariane? Have they returned to Dorne?" Lind asked again. John didn't understand why Lind asked this question at all. He looked at Lind with confusion and said, "Of course not. Forget about Prince Oberon. How could Princess Ariane return to Dorne at this time? She is still here. Take care of the unconscious Lord Velas." Lind, who was a little impatient by this question and answer, stretched out his hand towards John and said, "Give me the letter and let me read it myself." John quickly handed over the letter he was holding. Lind took the letter and read it quickly. The solemn look on his face not only did not decrease, but actually increased. The content on the letterhead was very simple. When Willis was traveling with Princess Ariane, the horse was suddenly frightened and galloped out of control. Willis was injured and fell into a coma. Although the simple content is clear at a glance, it is also because the content is too simple and does not describe the injury process and the extent of the injury in detail, making Lind unable to make any judgment. "Show me." Moroya, who has become an important advisor to Lind, came over and said. After saying that, she took the letter from Lind, looked at it, and asked John with a puzzled look on her face, "Which raven was used to send this letter?" John replied that it was the raven used to deliver public messages. Moroya asked, "Shouldn't this kind of news be concealed? Why would the Tyrell family make this matter public?" Linda was stunned when he heard this, and also showed doubts. Indeed, as Moroya said, according to common sense, let alone the heir of High Court, even if the heir of an ordinary nobleman is seriously injured, he should conceal the matter temporarily until the matter becomes clear, or after making some arrangements to stabilize the situation, the news will be announced. But now the Tyrell family directly announced the news that Willis was injured and unconscious, as if they couldn't wait to let everyone know that something happened to the heir of Highgarden, and the situation in the Reach would be chaotic as a result, which was completely unreasonable. Could this be a bait? Bert, who was calculating the accounts, suddenly said, "Bait?" John asked in confusion, "Seducing whom?" Lind hesitated for a moment, then immediately ordered John to bring over the recent information about the Western region, King's Territory, Stormlands and other areas. What confused him was that he didn't see anything unusual in the intelligence. As in the past few months, the Iron Throne has still issued useless instructions, requiring the Lord of the Iron Islands, Balin Greyjoy, to go to King's Landing for questioning. The Iron Islands have turned a blind eye to these instructions. The various northern lords still verbally condemned the Iron Islands, especially in the north. Because with the prohibition orders from King's Landing and various lords taking effect, no food and daily necessities could be traded in the Iron Islands, so the Ironmen of the Iron Islands continued to do their old business. However, what surprised everyone was that the Iron Islands were not robbing the wealthy Western Territory, nor the Reach, which was very close to them, but the villages along the northern coast. This move of the Iron Islands was completely beyond everyone's expectations, so it was not until they robbed all the villages and kidnapped the people in the villages that more than a month passed before Winterfell knew what had happened. But it was too late by then, and Winterfell could not even organize manpower to provide assistance to the robbed villages, because an extremely cold natural disaster suddenly swept across the entire Westeros continent, and even the Citadel did not anticipate it in advance. This extreme cold natural disaster came very suddenly. The day before, the sun was shining brightly, and the weather was so hot that people wanted to peel off their skin. The next day, the wind was biting and snowflakes began to fall from the sky. This extreme cold natural disaster came from the north. All the way south, it swept across the entire continent of Westeros. Even the old town, which had never snowed before, saw snowflakes falling. Although the Red Mountains in Dorne blocked the cold wave, most of the cities were not greatly affected. However, the temperature in the cities located on the front line of the Dorne Sea, such as Thor City, Euronwood City, etc., still dropped to an unprecedented extent. Residents there had to wear thick robes required by northerners to ward off the cold. This extreme cold natural disaster lasted for about 3 months before gradually ending. However, these 3 months had already caused great damage to various territories of other kingdoms. Only a few territories had sufficient supplies due to the accumulation of various materials. Did not encounter much trouble, such as Tengshi town. Because of this, in the few months after the end of the extreme cold natural disasters, almost all the intelligence from the 7 kingdoms were various disaster reports, and some remnants of the Long family also began to resurrect, creating some extreme cold natural disasters was a response to Robert, the usurper, rumors of punishment. Although such rumors would not affect the thoughts of various lords and nobles, they were enough to affect ordinary people. Coupled with the appearance of a large number of disaster victims, many lords' rule over their territories was shaken. Therefore, the main focus of the Iron Throne and various lords in recent times has been on dealing with rumors and eliminating disaster victims. As for the issues of the Iron Islands and the marriage of the Reach and Dorne, they have been put aside. The reason why the Tyrell family disclosed the injury and coma of the heir so quickly was not found in the intelligence, and Lind did not continue the investigation. He could only wait and see what happened. Although it seems that this incident has no impact on him, in fact, this incident may directly lead to the possibility that the things Velas told him half a year ago will become obsolete. However, just like the news of Willis's injury, another news from Highgarden a few days later surprised Lind again. Willis regained consciousness, but cancelled the marriage with Dorne. Prince Oberon and Princess Arianne left Highgarden that day, and the relationship between Dorne and the Reach deteriorated again. This news is not official news from Highgarden, but a private message from Fotimo. The official news should take some time to be sent. In addition, Fotimo also mentioned Velas' injury. He is not lame, but paralyzed. The bachelor's examination revealed that Velas had a small injury on his waist. He had not paid attention to it during the previous examination. By the time Velas regained consciousness, the injury had worsened, directly causing Velas to lose consciousness in his lower body. When Lind felt the news, he immediately thought of Bran Stark. Willis's situation now is almost exactly the same as Bran Stark's situation more than 10 years later. Does the Three-Eyed Crow want to make Velas his successor? At this time, a bold idea popped into Lind's mind. This idea seems a bit absurd at first glance. After all, the Tyrells believe in the 7 gods. Even though Highgarden still retains some traditions of the old gods, they still believe in the 7 gods, unlike the Starks who believe in the old gods, has no objections to the old god systems such as the Three-Eyed Crow and the Green Prophet, so it feels a bit unreliable for the Three-Eyed Crow to make Velas his successor. But thinking about it carefully, Lind felt that this guess might be true, because Velas is not an ordinary person. He can be said to be the incarnation of Garth the Green Hand, and he has the ability to control animals and plants like the Green Seer ability. Before Bran Stark was born, he was undoubtedly the best candidate for heir. The reason why Willas was discovered by the Three-Eyed Crow was probably an accident. The appearance of Lind led to the marriage between the Reach and Dorne, a major event that could change the future direction, which naturally caused the Three-Eyed Crow to. After paying attention, he also discovered the specialness of Velas and came up with some ideas. Now that Willas has been disabled by him, the marriage with Dorne has naturally fallen through, and the future direction has been corrected again. He also has an alternative heir. This is simply a matter of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Lind decided to go to Highgarden. He wanted to confirm whether Velas had really been affected by the Three-Eyed Crow. This was related to some of his arrangements and plans in the future. He also wanted to inquire about the relevant matters. After all, there has been no news at all about his appointment for more than half a year. No matter how good his mentality is, he is a little impatient. Even if things change, he still needs to know the reason for the change. So, that day, he packed lightly and took only his glory, and took a boat south to Highgarden. Again, a few nights later, the boat Lind was on docked at a fisherman's pier near the Rose Bridge, on the outskirts of Gaoting. He did not choose to disembark at the pier in the outer city, because he did not want to cause too much noise. However, when he came to the main entrance of the outer wall of the High Court and was about to wait at the door before going in during the day, the door opened from the inside. And then he saw Fortimo walking out of it. After seeing Lind, he was slightly stunned. He was stunned for a moment, then he went up to him and said to Lind, who had not yet realized what was going on, "Lord Velas, I am waiting for you in the Godswood. Let's go." Lind was stunned, and immediately followed Fortimo into the city, and then directly entered the inner city. From the road under the inner city wall, he detoured to the outside of the sacred forest in front of the high church. On the way, although Lind asked Fortimo what happened to Velas, Fortimo did not tell him, and just asked Lind to follow. Fortimo stopped and said to Lind, "Go in alone. Lord Velas is waiting for you inside." Lind didn't think much, and entered the Godswood forest with glory. However, the moment he entered the Godswood forest, Linda's footsteps stopped for a moment, and then quickly returned to normal, but the look on his face became a little solemn. "Stand up." Although Lind did not come to this sacred forest in person the last time he came to Highgarden, he controlled glory to come here, and through glory, he experienced the extraordinary power contained here as if he had experienced it personally. At that time, glory was still here. He wanted to devour the incarnation of Green Hand Gals here, but was stopped by Lind. However, now he discovered that the supernatural power contained in this sacred forest has become very weak, so weak that it is not even as good as the supernatural power he felt in the restricted area of Dorne's Grace Mountains. In just half a year, the supernatural power in the Godswood has become so weak, which is obviously not normal. Soon, Lind, who was full of doubts, came to the 3 heart trees planted by Green Hand Gals himself. At this moment, the 3 heart trees changed from the lush scene of red leaves full of branches half a year ago. All the leaves have fallen off, leaving only the bare branches, which looks inexplicably desolate. Even if the heart tree is like this, there is naturally something wrong with the incarnation of Green Hand Gals. Through Glory's eyes, Lind can clearly see that the incarnation of Green Hand Gals has become so weak that only a thin layer of light is left. It felt like a gust of wind would blow it away. At this moment, Velas is sitting under the heart tree, wearing casual clothes and a blanket on his legs. It can be seen from the moonlight that he is in good condition, although his face is pale due to his recovery from a serious illness. He was still a little pale, but the expression between his brows was still calm, and he didn't seem to take the fact that he was paralyzed to mind. Through Glory's visual sharing, Lin saw more secrets about Velas. He saw that the blue light spots produced by the breath of the incarnation of green-hand gals, which was formed by the fusion of 3 heart trees, no longer spread to the sky, floating in the air. 2. The area around Highgarden, it instead poured into Velas' body, and with Velas' breathing, it was spit out again, and merged into the incarnation of green-hand gals of the heart tree, completing a cycle. After seeing Lind, Velas smiled and said to Lind, "Actually, I saw you before your ship docked. I originally wanted Lord Fotimo to pick you up at the dock, but Lord Fotimo didn't. He is a little too attractive at this time, so I asked him to wait at the gate of the outer city. When you arrive, I will bring you over directly to avoid you waiting too much time outside the gate." Quote, "Lord Velas, can you see me?" Lind asked. "No, it can see you." Velas shook his head and pointed to an eagle that had just landed on the branch of the heart tree. Shapechanger. Lind couldn't help but say as an identity containing magical power emerged in his mind. No, not a shapechanger. Willis was not surprised that Lind thought he was a green seer, and explained, "It's just a little trick of borrowing animal eyes." Lind did not ask about anything related to these extraordinary powers, but spoke directly and said, "I saw the letter sent by High Court. The content on it was very vague, that is, you were injured and then paralyzed. Then the marriage was cancelled. I didn't understand what happened to you for a while, so I came to inquire about the situation." Quote, Velas smiled slightly and said, "You don't have to worry, I'm fine. You don't have to worry about any accidents that I mentioned to you before. In fact, that matter should be resolved in the next 2 days. With the result, maybe the appointment letter has been sent to Tangxi town before you go back." Lind asked, "Will you continue that matter? But the problem is that you are no longer married to Highgarden. Is it necessary to add more manpower to build a fortress on the south bank of the Blackwater River?" Velas turned his head and looked to the north, with a hint of worry in his tone, and said, "No, the fortress is not only for the Northern Kingdom, but also for the Northern enemies." Chapter 103 Velas, Wonderful Journey. Although Willis did not say it clearly, Lind could feel that the enemy further north he mentioned was referring to the White Walkers. Lind was certain that half a year ago, Willis had absolutely no idea of the existence of the White Walkers, but now he knew about the White Walkers and was trying to continue his original plan to build fortresses on the Blackwater River in the north and south to block the enemies in the north. This was undoubtedly I was frightened by the dangerous existence of the White Walkers. Thinking of this, Lind quickly came up with an idea that had been used on Varys before with very good results. So, Lind quickly sorted out his thoughts and asked in a deep voice, "Are the enemies further north? You mentioned north of the Great Wall of Despair." After hearing what Lind said, Velas looked at him in shock, and his eyes were full of questions. "You should know that I avenged my father. After I went hunting for bears in the forest, I was seriously injured and fell into a near-death state. Then I saw some magical things," Lind said with a very serious look. "At that time, I found myself flying in the air, then flew north, flew over the magnificent Great Wall, saw the land of eternal winter, and saw the savages living there. Then I continued to fly north, flying to a place where no human habitation could be seen at all, and finally I saw a White Walker with skin as pale as the moon, eyes like blue stars, and a White Walker as cold as ice." Willis took over Lind's words and said a sentence used to describe White Walkers that almost every child is familiar with. "This is a bedtime story that every old lady must tell. It seems that you really saw it." Lind looked at Velas with a solemn expression and said, "Can you tell me what the situation is?" Perhaps it was because the secrets hidden in his heart really needed to be confided, and the surrounding environment was very suitable, and the listener was very likely to be the same as himself, so Velas hesitated for a moment and finally told what he had been saying for the past 6 months. Experience. In fact, since Lind left Highgarden more than half a year ago, Willis has often had dreams at night, in which he seems to be possessed by different animals and travel through Highgarden Castle. Initially, he was unable to control these animals, but as the number of times he possessed them increased, he gradually became able to control them to act according to his wishes. Through these methods, he overheard many secrets. For example, he knew Sunspear's attitude towards marriage through the conversation between Prince Oberon and Princess Ariane, and he also knew that Dorne had never given up revenge on the Iron Throne in the West. For another example, his grandmother Olenna Redwine, Queen of Thorns, is also very aware of Dorne's attitude, so she has been delaying various matters regarding the official marriage. Secretly spying on various secrets brought him an unprecedented experience that made him want to stop. Every day he looked forward to continuing this experience, until one time he leaned over a cat and came to the godswood of the castle. That time, he was directly separated from the cat by some kind of force, and then possessed 3 heart trees. Following him, he saw a very astonishing scene, a man who looked very much like the ancestor of the Tyrell family, Garth the Green Hand. The giant was fighting a huge raven with 3 blood-red eyes. He did not see the result of the final battle, because the aftermath of the battle between the giant and the raven fell on him, making him feel the pain of his body being torn apart, and then he woke up in pain. After that, every day as long as he went to sleep, he would return to the godswood, transform into the heart tree again, and see the giants and ravens fighting. Even if the extremely cold natural disaster that swept the entire Westeros continent came to Highgarden, there was no stopping the fight. So during this period, he was in extreme pain, and he even had a fear of sleeping. Fortunately, Ariane was by his side, otherwise he really didn't know how he could survive this painful experience. Fortunately, this painful experience lasted for about 3 months and ended before the extreme cold disaster disappeared. Since then, he has no longer possessed small animals, and he has not reincarnated into the mind and body tree. Until not long ago, when he and Ariane were out on a trip, they suddenly saw a huge raven attacking him. He fell into a coma at the time. Ariane did not see the raven at all, but only saw herself jumping from the horse. He fell down and got his foot caught in the stirrup, and was dragged by the horse for a long time. During the time when he was unconscious, he transformed into a 3-eyed crow and flew towards the north. He flew over Tengshi town and saw Lind cooperating with Nymeria in training to control the Mustang King. He flew over Harrenhal and saw the agonized wails of the ghosts there killed by dragonfire. He flew over the Neck and saw the remains of the Green Seer's sacrifice. He flew over Winterfell and saw a figure with countless faces staring at a room in Winterfell, where a pregnant woman was knitting clothes for a child. He flew over the Great Wall of Despair and saw the Night Watchman standing on the top of the wall several hundred meters away, looking at the land of eternal winter in the north. He flew through the land of eternal winter and reached the north that was difficult for any living thing to reach. He saw an army of countless dead people and the White Walkers who led this army of dead people. At this time, among the White Walkers, a beautiful woman with pale skin and blue eyes like a White Walker, but with the same appearance as a normal human, held a spear condensed with ice in her hand and threw it at him. The spear flew so fast that it was impossible to dodge. The 3-eyed crow he transformed into was directly pierced through the abdomen, and he woke up after that. There was an additional wound on the back where the ice spear penetrated. That wound directly caused his lower body to be paralyzed and unable to walk. Although the maesters of Highgarden all thought that the wound was the one he suffered when he fell from his horse, but they did not notice that the wound worsened and eventually made him paralyzed. He knew very well that the injury on his back was caused by the coldness of the White Walker woman, caused by an ice spear piercing it. When he woke up, all the leaves on the 3 heart trees in the godswood also fell at the same time, so there were rumors in Highgarden that the 3 heart trees protected him and allowed him to wake up. He did not refute this rumor, and he also believed it to be true, because when he was penetrated by the ice spear, he could see the blurry figure of Green Hand Gals holding him away from the north. Therefore, After waking up, he would often come to the 3 heart trees in the sacred forest to stay, because only here could he forget the scenes he saw in the frozen land and calm down. Lind listened quietly to Velas's experience, and he was shocked in his heart. Although he had not found any substantive evidence, he was almost certain that the cause of the extreme cold disaster not long ago was probably due to the 3-eyed crow and green hand gals versus Velas. The most powerful power of the White Walkers is not to control the corpses, but the extremely cold weather that accompanies them. This is not only the source of their power, but also the environment in which they can survive. So in all ancient legends, the arrival of the White Walkers is always accompanied by extremely cold weather. One of the functions of the 3-eyed crow sitting in the land of eternal winter is probably to prevent the extreme cold weather from moving south, because once the extreme cold weather covers the continent of Westeros, an environment suitable for the survival of White Walkers will also be formed. When the time comes, the White Walkers will inevitably move south. The confrontation between the 3-eyed raven and Garth the Green Hand in the river bend must have affected his climate control over the land of eternal winter, which ultimately led to a 3-month-long extreme cold disaster that directly swept across the entire continent of Westeros. Fortunately, he later regained control of the extremely cold weather in the land of eternal winter, so that things did not get out of control. Otherwise, the invasion of the White Walkers more than 10 years later might have happened earlier. However, Lind also thought that the 3-eyed crow should be injured at this moment. And before his injury recovers in the past 2 years, there may be another extreme cold weather like before, and he needs to prepare more food and other supplies. In addition, after listening to Willis's story, Lind also had some doubts, because in his memory, the leader of the White Walkers should be a White Walker called the Night King. He is the source of the White Walkers. After his death, all the White Walkers are dead, but now what Willis sees is a female White Walker, and the female White Walker looks like a normal person, not like a mummy. Although he was a little confused, Lind did not ask further questions. Instead, he followed his plan and said, "Now that you have seen the truth of this world, what are you going to do?" There was a trace of confusion on Velas's face. He did not answer Lind's question. Instead, after a moment of silence, he said, "What about you? What are you going to do?" Lind replied calmly, "Train the army, improve your status, influence more lords and nobles, and at the same time make yourself stronger and accumulate enough strength until the final moment arrives. Aren't you scared?" Velas looked at Lind and asked. Lind smiled and said, "Why are you afraid? The worst situation is death. It's not like you have never died." Velas looked at Lind with a hint of reverence in his eyes, and his confused eyes gradually became clearer. He nodded and said, "Indeed, the worst that can happen is death, but it's not like he has never died." As he said that, he looked at Lind and said, "Lord Lind, I am very glad that you can come here specifically." Lind bowed his head slightly and saluted. "It is also an honor for me to be able to help you." Afterwards, the two talked about how to prevent the White Walkers from going south in the land of eternal winter to the greatest extent possible. For the time being, Lind had no choice but to propose increasing the number of night watchmen on the Great Wall of Despair, and sending as many prisoners as possible to the Great Wall who were to be executed to serve as night watchmen on the Great Wall of Despair. Velas also thinks this is a good idea. He can't do anything else now, but he can still select prisoners and send them to the Great Wall of Despair. During the conversation, Lind very wisely did not ask about Princess Arianne, because he could see that Willis did not really care about the marriage with Princess Arianne at this time, and he might not even care at all. Princess Arianne, this is completely opposite to his behavior before coma. It seems that he discovered something while he was in coma, which caused his attitude to change. As for what it is, it's not difficult to judge. The emotions between men and women are nothing more than those things. In Lind's memory, Princess Arianne's character is extremely unrestrained. Like most women in Dorne, Willis was initially attracted by Princess Arianne. He was attracted by this passionate personality and fell in love with her. But he would eventually find that it was impossible for a woman with such a personality to become the Duchess of Highgarden, and he would not accept that his wife would have many lovers. Therefore, Lind seemed to have completely forgotten about the Dornish marriage and never asked a question from beginning to end. After talking with Velas for a while, Lind stood up and was about to leave, but Velas stopped him and suddenly said, "Lord Lind, the reason why I can see the truth of the world is because of my ancestor Greenhand Gar. See, what about you? Who can you see the truth of the world?" Quote, "Lord Velas, this answer has actually been made public, but no one will ever believe it," Lind replied with a smile. After saying that, he walked out of the Godswood. There was a look of confusion on Velas's face at first, but it was soon replaced by a sudden realization. Then he turned his head and saw the 7-pointed star holy symbol on the top of the high church not far away. He raised his hand and naturally made a 7-pointed star symbol present. After learning about Velas' situation, Lind did not stop at High Court anymore, but returned directly to the Rose Bridge pier where the ship was parked, and took a boat back to Tengshi town overnight. A few days later, when he returned to Tengshi town, the appointment letter from High Court had been sent to Tengshi town by Raven 2 days before him. The content of the appointment letter was just as Velas said before. The commander of the bandit suppression in the entire territory, and the recruitment authority of up to 10,000 soldiers. The only difference is that the military expenditure is no longer a part, but half. In other words, as long as Linda's recruitment manpower is within this 10,000 soldiers, the court will help Lind pay half of his military expenses. There is no doubt that Willis definitely helped him win this, and the most valuable thing is that as long as the title of commander of the bandit suppression in the River Bend is not cancelled, then the promise of half of the military expenditure will be valid forever. Although it is not difficult for Lind to recruit 10,000 people now, and the Golden Dragons on hand are enough to pay for the other half of the military expenses, it will definitely not be able to maintain such a large number of troops for a long time. He can only wait until Lind has a territory, and the territory only after it has developed to a certain level can it be considered to have a standing army of 10,000 people. Therefore, now he just increased the total number of troops in his hands to 2,000. And stopped recruiting. Moreover, of the 2,000, 1,000 were infantry. After all, war horses were too expensive. Not only was it expensive to buy them, but it was also expensive to raise war horses. It requires a lot of money. After the letter of appointment was issued, Lind led his cavalry and began to completely clear out the bandits, savage tribes and mountain villages within Tengshi town. Since he had already confirmed from Velas that he would eventually get a piece of territory, there was no need for it. Then use the method of raising bandits to respect themselves, solve the trouble here as soon as possible, and focus all their energy on helping Nymeria build Tengshi town, build the Blackwater River fortress, and train troops. Faced with Linda's sudden attack, the savage tribes and mountain people villages that had already figured out the situation were all captured by Lind without much resistance. These people were all absorbed into Tengshi town. The citizens of the territory were then dispersed and mixed with refugees from other places, and were arranged into the large and sparsely populated territory on the west bank of the Mander River, quickly filling the population vacancy in the open space. Chapter 104 Combination. After clearing out the last mountain village around Tengshi town, Lind returned to Tengshi town to rest and wait a few days before heading to the area east of Rose Avenue to the Lamboon River, trying to spend a few months, clear out all the bandits and mountain tribes wandering in this area. Now that the savage tribes, mountain villagers and bandits in the territory of Tengshi town have been completely cleaned up, as long as the area east of Rose Avenue is cleaned up, the task of clearing out the bandits in the area north of Kuchao will be considered over. Who is she? In the stable of the fortress, Lind took off the saddle from his horse Aben Blade, picked up the brush and was about to brush Aben Blade's hair when he saw Nymeria coming out of the door with a child. Walked in outside. Her name is Brienne, and she is the daughter of Lord Selwyn Tarth of Tarth Island. Nymeria reached out and patted the timid little girl on the back, asking her to stand beside her. Upon hearing Nymeria's introduction, Lind couldn't help but be stunned and looked down at the little girl in front of him. In his previous life, when Lind was reading books and TV series, he loved many characters in the world of ice and fire, such as the little devil Tyrion, young wolf Lord Robb, Fire Kiss, Ygritte, etc., but he was very fond of them. It is rare to completely like a character, because each character has more or less characteristics that he does not agree with. There are only 2 characters that he completely likes without any objection. One is the melancholy Eddie of the Night Watch. The other one is Brienne the Beauty. He likes melancholy Eddie because Eddie is the only joy in the cruel and frozen land of the North. His jokes make the North no longer so cold. As for the beauty Brienne, in an era when etiquette was broken and everyone was pursuing the lower limit, she was the only one who still persisted and performed the spirit of chivalry. The light she exuded was enough to illuminate people's hearts. Now that this character that he liked very much appeared in front of him, Lind couldn't help but feel emotional. Lind walked up to Brienne, knelt down, and took a serious look at the little girl who was timid but trying to stay calm. The current Brienne is not as miserable as written in the book. Although her facial features look a bit masculine, they do not look ugly. They can only be said to have the appearance of an ordinary woman. This may be because the bridge of her nose has not been modified yet. It was because her teeth were still straight after being interrupted, and her blue eyes were as pure and straightforward as the book said, without any impurities visible. I am Lind Terra, nice to meet you, Brienne of Tarth. Lind stretched out his hand to Brienne and said. Perhaps sensing Lind's kindness, Brienne shook Lind's hand and said, hello. Lord Lind, I am Brienne Tarth from Tarth Island. Lind had a smile on his face, then stood up and asked Nymeria, why is she here? Nymeria explained, the Earl of Tarth has a very good relationship with my mother, and he has helped me before. This time he sent Brienne here because he wanted Brienne to become my squire and accept me, teach. This is a good thing. Lind nodded. Nymeria shook her head and said, however, I can't let Brienne become my squire, so I brought her to you and asked you to accept her and become your squire. Linda was stunned when he heard this and asked, why don't you personally? You forgot, I am not a knight. Nymeria shook her head, looked at Brienne beside her, and said, she wants to become a knight, which I can't give her. Lind showed a slightly embarrassed look on his face and said, she is a girl. It is not suitable for her to be my attendant. You can be responsible for teaching her. When you think it is suitable, I will canonize her as a knight. That's it. Before Nymeria could speak, Brienne stood up, plucked up the courage, and said loudly, Master Goodwin said that you can only become a true knight by following a true knight. Lord Lind, you are the stars. The chosen warrior recognized by the temple, the model of knight in this world. I want to follow you and learn to become a true knight. Seeing Brienne like this, Nymeria couldn't help but show an appreciative smile, and then said to Lind, Lord Chosen One, what do you think? Lind was silent for a moment, then handed the brush in his hand to Brienne and said, as long as you can brush the black blade clean today, I will accept you as a squire. Brienne's eyes lit up when she heard Lind's words, and she quickly took the brush in her hand. Nymeria frowned, held down Brienne who wanted to get closer to the black blade, and said worriedly, it's too dangerous to let her get close to Aben Blade. Aben Blade's violent personality may hurt Brienne. Although Haifeng is smaller than Moonlight, his character is much more violent than Moonlight. Now Moonlight has allowed the groom to wash his fur, but Haifeng does not allow anyone other than Lind to touch him. Once outsiders get too close, they will kick and bite, and several grooms have been injured as a result. Don't worry, I'll be watching over you, Lind comforted Brienne, then pointed to the beams of the stable and said, besides, there is glory here to watch without me, so you don't have to worry. I saw that the huge glory was lying on the beam and wagging its tail leisurely at the moment. Its body perfectly blended into the shadow of the beam. Even if you look up, you need to observe very carefully to see any clues. As glory gains control over its body, some of its abilities have become more powerful. Especially its ability to blend into the shadows. As long as it blends into the shadows, no one will be able to walk past it. When you notice it, it's as if its presence disappears at that moment. After being reminded by Lind, Nymeria carefully identified it for a long time, but could not find where Glory was on the beam. But since Lind said that Glory was there, she tentatively believed it, so she removed her hand from the cloth. Renee relaxed. Brienne couldn't wait to get closer to Abe in front, but found that Abe in front was too tall. Even though she was much taller than the average teenage child, she was still too short in front of Abe in front's tall body, so after searching inside the stable, he found a few horse stools and moved them to He Feng's side. After stacking them up to reach a sufficient height, he stood on the horse stools and wanted to brush He Feng's fur. When He Feng saw a little one trying to touch him, he immediately became angry. He took a step forward and bumped into the little one with his body, knocking her directly to the ground. Seeing Brienne's embarrassed look, Nymeria couldn't help but smile. Brienne was not discouraged, but continued to get up, picked up the horse stool, stacked it together again, and prepared to brush Aben Blade again, and Aben Blade knocked Brienne down again. In this way, one person and one horse performed the drama of falling and standing up again and again, without any intention of stopping. Seeing that Brienne was not in danger, Nymeria signaled to Lind, and the two walked out of the stable together. I plan to place the mountain people you brought back this time over to Redleaf Village. What do you think? Nymeria asked Lind as the two walked. Didn't Hongye village house some savage tribes before? Lind asked. Nymeria said, those savage tribes are a little dishonest. Put these mountain people there. And let them start a small friction, so I can have an excuse to intervene. After hearing this, Lind looked at Nymeria and smiled. You have begun to learn to think like a lord. This is necessary. I can't always rely on you to make decisions. Nymeria looked at Lind, and said with a hint of complaint, you can't stay here forever. Lind smiled bitterly and did not respond. Nymeria sighed and asked, how long can you stay here? Lind replied, it may be 1 or 2 years, or it may be shorter. It depends on what High Court thinks. In fact, Lind knew very well that his time in Tengshi town was definitely not as long as 1 or 2 years, and he might leave this year. The time should be almost after the Blackwater River Fortress was built, because Velas hoped that Lind could speed up his plan. Although Willis did not become the Three-Eyed Raven, he was still affected by the Three-Eyed Raven during that time, which made him regard resisting the White Walkers as his most important task. Not to mention other things, in the past few months, under his suggestion, all prisoners in the Reach territories were sent to the Great Wall to serve as night watchmen, as long as they were not guilty of minor crimes. The total number of prisoners exceeded 1,000. This move also shocking the other lords. Although it is common practice to send prisoners to the Great Wall to serve as night watchmen, there are not many lords who actually do this. Most prisoners will still stay in their own territories for processing, and only a very small number of death row prisoners will be sent to the Great Wall. Therefore, many times the night watchmen of the Great Wall send recruiters south to recruit prisoners, but the number recruited each time is very limited. 20 or 30 people are considered good. This is why there are more than 1,000 people in various territories in the Reach. The reason why prisoners caused such a sensation when they were sent to the Great Wall. However, doing so also caused quite a bit of controversy in the Reach. People felt that Willis's actions were a bit excessive. There were even rumors that Willis's paralysis had affected his mind and emotions. The implication was that Willis is no longer fit to be the heir to Highgarden. However, these discordant sounds soon disappeared, because as a large number of prisoners were sent to the Great Wall to serve as night watchmen, the security of various territories in the Reach has obviously improved a lot, and even some drunken fights are happened, which also led to misunderstanding among the people, mistakenly believing that Willis sent prisoners to serve as night watchmen for the purpose of maintaining security in various territories in the Reach. Although the matter was finally resolved satisfactorily, and Villas's reputation was not damaged but strengthened a lot. However, the Queen of Thorns and the Duke of Metz were Both worried about Vilas's status, so they restricted some of Vilas's authority. Let him recuperate in Highgarden with peace of mind. Feeling that he is helpless and can't do anything now, he can only put his hope on Lyn to increase his resistance to the White Walkers. Therefore, recently, Vilas has written 2 letters and sent someone to Lyn. In his hand, he urged Lyn to complete the task of suppressing bandits as soon as possible. Vilas's tone in the letter seemed calm, but Lyn could feel Vilas' anxiety. He felt that even if he did nothing and just stayed in Tengshi town, Vilas would probably he will also take the initiative to announce that he has completed the task of suppressing bandits at the right time, and then hand over the enclave in the Sea of Dornay into his hands. Think about it, if the other knights knew that someone was so proactive in giving away their territory, they would definitely go crazy with jealousy towards Lyn. Lyn looked at Tengshi town on the other side of the Monde River, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After all, when he came here, Tengshi town was just a small village, and now it has developed into a small village in just 1 year. City, if the location hadn't been in line with his wishes, it wouldn't have been impossible for him to stay here. Lyn sighed and said, "When I leave, I will leave White Deer Wenda here." With the 300 rangers under her and the garrison on hand, it should be enough to deal with most dangers. Yes. Nymeria did not refuse and nodded. Then her face suddenly turned red and she said, very abruptly, "I am already 20 years old, and my mother was pregnant with me at this time." Lyn was startled for a moment, turned to look at Nymeria, was silent for a moment, and said, "My bed is not very comfortable, how about your bed over there?" Nymeria did not understand Lyn's words at first, with a look of disappointment on her face, but she soon came to her senses, realized Lyn's hint, and said quickly, "My bed is made by King's Landing craftsmen. The well-made quilt with a thick layer of goose down is very comfortable to sleep on." Quote. Lyn grabbed Nymeria's hand and smiled. "That's good, I'll sleep with you during this time." For the knight officers of Tengshi town and the knight officers of Lyn's cavalry, the union of Lyn and Nymeria is something they are happy to see happen. In fact, they have been constantly creating opportunities for the two this year, but both of them seem to be tepid. If it were placed on other people, children might have been born by now. For this reason, Skari even started to come up with bad ideas, suggesting that Moroya, who was proficient in various poisons, prepare some aphrodisiacs for Lyn or Nymeria to take, and Moroya's reply made Skari have diarrhea for a whole day. Therefore, when they learned from the maid that Lyn had appeared in Nymeria's castle room at night, each of them felt as if their wish had been fulfilled, as if their long-cherished wish had finally come true. Only Moroya's face looked a little ugly, and all smart people knew not to get close to her in the recent period. However, some of Nymeria's subordinates are worried because Lyn and Nymeria are not married at the moment. If they have offspring, they will be illegitimate. Illegitimate children are not a good thing in Westeros' reputation. But for Nymeria's old subordinates, this is not a big problem, because Nymeria herself is considered an illegitimate child, but when she was born, Nymeria's mother gave her the surname Fudeli. Nymeria was not affected by her illegitimate status, at least on the surface. Chapter 105 Recruitment. The next morning, Lyn woke up out of habit, looked at Nymeria beside him, and gently moved his hand away from her. "Who is it?" Although Lyn's movement was slight, it still woke up Nymeria. At first, Nymeria, who was used to sleeping alone, thought something had happened, and instinctively waved her hand towards Lyn, but after her hand was caught by Lyn, and she saw clearly who was next to her, she felt after noticing all the strange things on her body. She immediately realized what was going on. The man's cheeks turned red and he buried his head under the pillow. Lyn kissed Nymeria and said, "You sleep a little longer, and I'll go to the stable to see the little guy." "No, I'll go with you." Nymeria shook her head and sat up. Lyn did not refuse. The two of them got up from the bed. Nymeria shook the bedside bell. The maid came in to help them put on their clothes. Lyn and Nymeria also put on the weapons placed beside the bed, superior. Although neither of them would wear armor many times in Tengshi town, they would Wear weapons at all times. After all, in such an environment, who could know when a fatal attack would occur? When the two left the castle, they met many knights and officials under their command. When they saw Lind and Nymeria, they all showed ambiguous smiles on their faces, until they saw the faces of Lind and Nymeria. When everyone showed an unhappy expression, he restrained himself a little. When the two arrived at the stable, Rossos was standing at the entrance of the stable with several of his men, discussing something in a low voice. "What's wrong?" Lind came over and asked. After Rossos saw Lind, he immediately praised him sincerely. "Sir, is that little guy in the stable your new groom? That's incredible." After hearing Rossos' words, Lind and Nymeria looked into the stable at the same time. I saw Brienne, who had a lot of bruises on her face, standing on the horse stool, washing Black Blade's fur, while Black Blade stood there honestly and did not attack her. It looked like what happened last night. Many things happened. "It's ready." Lind walked into the stable and said to Brienne. After hearing this, Brienne looked at Lind, but she did not stop washing the horse's back with her hands. She still stubbornly brushed every piece of fur on Black Fang's body. While Brienne was brushing her hair, Ebony seemed very impatient. He turned around and snorted at Brienne from time to time, but he did not attack Brienne again. He just tried to lie down on her when Brienne tried to lie down on her. Take a few steps away. Although he didn't know how Brienne did it, Lind could tell that Aben Blade didn't resent Brienne's approach. After completely brushing Aben Blade's fur, Brienne jumped off the horse stool, walked up to Lind with a tired look, and said, "I have brushed your horse, my lord." Linda said seriously, "From today on, Black Fang will be taken care of by you. You still need to clean my armor. In addition, you will have to learn knowledge from Bachelor Ives every day. In the evening, I will train you in swordsmanship. The training is very strict. If you don't meet my requirements, I will keep training you, do you understand?" "Yes, my lord," Brienne replied loudly. "Very good, now you can go and have a rest. Everything will start tomorrow." Lind turned to Rothos and said, "Rothos, take Brienne to the fortress now and arrange it next to my room. Also prepare some suitable sets of clothes, leather armor and weapons for her." "Okay, sir." Rossos nodded, waved to Brienne, and said, "Come here, little guy. My name is Brienne, sir." Brienne walked up to Rothos and said, "Okay, Brienne." Rossos smiled and led Brienne out of the stable and towards the fortress. For the next 4 days, Lind stayed in Nymeria's room. After that, he led the team to the east side of the Rose Avenue to clean up the bandits, wildling tribes and mountain people villages there. Brienne was also killed by Lind. "Brought it with me." This time, the request for advice went extremely smoothly. They encountered no resistance at all along the way. The targets they encountered either surrendered directly, or moved to the Crimson Mountains or deep in the Royal Forest in advance to avoid Linda's arrival. Open Linda's front. Lind was also a little surprised by this situation. He did not know that the clearing operation in the area west of Rose Avenue would be far more influential than he expected. With only more than 1,000 people, he swept across a large area of land west of Rose Avenue. Each mountain village that surrendered had thousands of people. More than a dozen bandit groups were easily eliminated, and the unruly savage tribes were beaten even more. They surrendered without even fighting, and a total of tens of thousands of people were recruited by Tengshi Town. The shocking effect of such an astonishing record was that, not to mention some bandits and mountain people, even the regular garrison troops of various lords would be afraid. So in just 1 month, Lind had completed the bandit suppression mission that he had planned to take several months to complete. 7 mountain villages and 2 savage tribes were incorporated, and 11 bandit groups were wiped out. In a way, the bandit suppression mission assigned by the Duke of Metz has been completed. The next step is to see when Lind will receive his reward. If it were in the past, there might still be people who would play tricks to snatch away Linda's credit. After all, Lind was just a helpless knight. But now, even the most greedy people would not have the guts to do this, because Linda behind it is not only Willa's Tyrell, the heir to Highgarden, but also the Church of the Seven Gods is his backer. in the eyes of the Church of the Seven Gods, especially the Archbishop of the Starry Temple. The more brilliant Linda's performance is, the more he can confirm his identity as the chosen warrior, and it is also very beneficial to the faith of the Church of the Seven Gods. After Lind returned to Tengshi town, he did not change any habits, nor did he send anyone to High Court to inform him about the situation of suppressing bandits. Instead, he continued to train in Tengshi town. When he was free, he would go to the Blackwater River to build a military base. Blackwater River Fortress checks the progress of the project, or trains Brienne and Daisy's practical abilities. Originally, Lind only trained Brienne alone, but after Daisy saw her, she also expressed the hope of being trained by Lind. Lind did not refuse. For him, one more person would not cause any trouble. Brienne has obviously gone through very rigorous swordsmanship training, and Lind couldn't find anything that needed to be changed in her swordsmanship. The only thing that could be trained was the way she moved when using her swordsmanship. So Lind slightly improved the Peacemaker's movement pace and some attack skills, handed it over to Brienne, and then let Balin, Rosso and Rosso serve as sparring partners to take turns fighting against Brienne to increase their actual combat capabilities. As for Daisy herself, she does not need Lind to teach her other combat skills such as swordsmanship. The Mormont family on Bear Island has already excellent combat skills, and is at the forefront of the entire Westeros continent. A group of them, think about which one of the old Bear Jeor Mormont, the great Bear Jorah Mormont and now Daisy Mormont is not a highly skilled warrior. After Linda's analysis, Daisy only had two weaknesses. One was her combat experience against powerful enemies, and the other was her combat experience when being besieged by many people. As a result, Whitedeer Wenda and Nymeria naturally became Daisy's sparring partners. While Lind observed from the sidelines, pointed out the problems that occurred during the fight, and improved her fighting skills little by little. In this way, more than half a month passed. Early one morning, Lind asked Brienne to prepare the armor and put the saddle on Aben Blade. He was going to patrol the area around Tengshi town with Nymeria, circle, and resolve a few minor conflicts in the relocation villages. This time we will only take the 3rd and 4th Cavalry. The others will stay in the town. Lind put on his armor and ordered the men who gathered around him. Yes, sir. Balin and Rosso responded immediately. At this time, Nymeria also ordered a knight in the garrison. Sir Quinn, you also take 100 people to follow me. Yes, Lord Earl. The knight nodded. What about me? Brienne handed the broad-ended half-sword to Lind and asked. You go too. Lind said, looking at Brienne who was eager to try. Yes, my lord. Brienne took a deep breath to suppress the excitement in her heart and replied. Unfortunately, Brienne was a little happy too early. When they were ready to go, Bachelor Ives hurried over and handed the 2 letters to Nymeria and Lind respectively. Nymeria and Lind looked at each other, then in unison untied the wax seal on the letter. And then read the contents of the letter. Balin Greyjoy is king, and the Iron Islands have rebelled. Nymeria couldn't help but exclaimed after seeing it, and others around her also showed surprise. On the contrary, Lind still looked calm. After all, this incident had been expected by him, and he had been mentally prepared for it. What really surprised him was the battle report of the Iron Islands Rebellion. In Lind's memory, after the Iron Islands Rebellion, they only attacked Lannisport in the west, burned all the Lannister ships docked at the port dock, and destroyed Lanni's. The Lannister family's fleet had not yet been rebuilt until more than 10 years later. However, this time the Iron Islands Rebellion caused greater damage. Not only was Lannisport and the Lannister fleet destroyed, but also the Fairy City was completely occupied. The Farman family, the lord of the Fairy City, except for one Janey Farman. Except for those who survived Castle Rock, all the other members of House Farman were killed by the Ironborn. In addition, Cliff City and Fortress were also attacked and looted by the Ironborn. The lord families of these 2 places escaped from the castle's secret passage in time without suffering much harm, but they also lost their resistance, and now they are all take refuge in Branded City. Not only was the Westerland attacked by the Iron Islands, but even the seaside city in the Riverlands was besieged by a large number of Ironborn. Originally, the strength of Haejong City was enough to deal with these Iron people. Even if it could not repel the Iron people, it could still prevent Haejong City from being breached. However, the problem was that the city lord of Haejong City fell ill from the cold during the extreme cold disaster some time ago. Moreover, after such a long time, the disease has not completely recovered, and it keeps coming back again and again. When the Ironborn besieged Seaside City, he fell ill. Already too ill, he was unable to command the Seaside City garrison to resist the Ironborn attack, while his son Patrick Malister could only reluctantly to hold the wall. He had to ask the Iron Throne for help. It can be seen that at this moment, the Iron Islands are already the dominant force on the west coast of Westeros, and they can attack wherever they want. In addition to introducing the current situation, these two letters also mentioned that King Robert had issued a conscription order to all the lords of the Seven Kingdoms, ordering the lords from various places to immediately organize armies and assemble in King's Landing. These two letters were also orders from the Tyrell family to Lind and Nymeria, ordering them to organize an army and go directly to King's Landing. How many people should we take? Nymeria handed the letter in her hand to her subordinates, and then asked Lind. Lind thought for a while and said, I definitely want to take them all away. If you want to take them, you can only take 1,000 people. After making the decision, everyone went to arrange their manpower. Although Lind said that he would take everyone away, in fact he did not take away the two teams of Rossos and Belu Wenda, but stayed in Tengshi town. When they were preparing their troops to head to King's Landing, Willis Raven also sent a letter. This letter mainly told Highgarden about some of the support plans. Lind and Nymeria were the first to go to King's Landing as the vanguard, and it would take 10 days for the others to reach King's Landing. However, this time, the Tyrell family did not plan to lead the team themselves. Instead, they asked Randall Tarley to lead the team. The other supporting lords included the Rowan family, the Crane family, the Fossaway family of the Cider Hall, and the Tower family and the Redwyn family, among which the Hightower family and the Redwyn family will support the West in the form of fleets at sea. People from other families will gather in Highgarden and then be sent to King's Landing. Among the support teams sent this time, there were also acquaintances of Lind. For example, the Klein family sent Joel Fohua, and Mattis Rowan, whom he had met several times in Golden Tree City. In addition, Willis specifically mentioned in the letter that Dorne would not respond to the call of the Iron Throne and would not send a single soldier to save the West. Obviously, for Dorne, suffering in the West is what they most want to see. At the end of the letter, Willis also reminded Lind not to waste manpower on this matter and just pretend to be pretentious. He also clearly told Lind that after the rebellion subsided, the High Court would publicly recognize the task of suppressing the bandits has been completed and his reward has been awarded. When the time comes, he will take people to the High Court to receive the canonization. When he saw this, Lind felt something was wrong, because Willis clearly used the word canonization. If he was just rewarded with an enclave and made him a wealthy knight, there would be no need for the word canonization, only the word canonization. The word canonization is used only when commoners become nobles. Is it not just giving me territory, but also conferring a title on me? Lind suddenly made a bold guess, and the more he thought about it, the more likely it was. It was precisely because of this conjecture that Lind was extremely excited until the team set off, making Nymeria very confused. Chapter 106 Imperial Meeting. When he came to King's Landing again, Lind felt like he was back participating in a tournament. There were camps outside King's Landing. The flags of the lords and nobles from various places were flying on the camps. Soldiers with different equipment were walking around the camps. The Ismond family of Greenstone Castle, the Selmy family of Harvest Hall, the Wilder family of Rainhouse City. Daisy looked at the flags flying on the camp and identified which families had responded to King Robert's call. They are all lords of the Stormlands. No one from the closer royal family has sent anyone here. What did they want to do? I think it's not that we didn't send people, it's that we couldn't send people. John on the Side also looked at the surrounding camps and whispered, there were a lot of rumors spread during the extreme cold natural disaster, and His Majesty Robert failed to catch him. The rumor makers can only target the royal nobles, the most loyal supporters of the Long family in the past. Now that the royal lords have been weakened to the point where they are inferior to ordinary nobles, how can they still send troops to respond to the call? Quote, hearing the conversation between the two, Lin turned back to look at them and said in a deep voice, shut up, everyone, and don't talk about these irrelevant things. We are here to fight, not to chat. Daisy and John couldn't help but shrink their necks and said no more. The silent march can be said to be the characteristic of Linda's army. Compared with other armies, where people chatter non-stop whether walking or camping, Linda's army seems to have had their tongues cut out. They talked less and were all immersed in their work. This made the entire team form an invisible force, making everyone who saw them feel inexplicable fear. Before approaching King's Landing, this army of thousands of cavalrymen attracted a lot of attention, but most people looked at a loss when they saw the swallow-tailed flag in the hands of this group of troops, because they didn't recognize which family the sword emblem on the flag came from, until they saw the two unusually tall horses in the team, all covered in leather armor, and the giant beast that looked like a shadow lynx next to the horses, and they immediately understood the identity of the person coming. Since that tourney, Linda's reputation has not weakened because he left King's Landing. On the contrary, it has continued to strengthen. The revival of Tengshi Town, the opening of the Mandar River route, the miraculous victory of 1 against 1,000 in Old Town, the identity of the warrior gods chosen, and everything else have become the most talked about things in the streets of King's Landing. The song of the bear hunter in the tavern has even been changed to the Song of the Chosen One, with more than 30 versions of the lyrics. For any bard, it would not be a big deal if he could not sing other songs. But if he couldn't sing the Song of the Chosen One, he would definitely be considered a bad singer and kicked out of the tavern. It is precisely because Lind has such a great reputation in King's Landing that as soon as his team arrived outside the Lion's Gate in King's Landing, they were already blocked on the road by people who came to watch and soldiers under other lords. At this time, only a group of golden robes were seen rushing out from behind the crowd. They used leather whips to drive away the people blocking the road, opened a path, and came to Linda's team. Seeing the person coming, Lind got off his horse and walked to the front of the team. He saluted the leader in the golden robe and said, Lord James, long time no see. The person leading this team of golden robes was none other than Jaime Lannister. He looked at Lind with a complicated expression, then looked at Lind's men around him, and couldn't help but sigh. Yes, it has indeed been a long time. Back then, when I saw you, you were not even a knight, but now you are. As he spoke, he paused and did not continue. He looked around and said, this is not the place to talk. Your Majesty has already done this. For you. You and Lord Nymeria have prepared the camp location, which is at the Dragon Gate. Come with me. After saying that, James turned around and ordered the golden robes to disperse the crowd of onlookers, and then led Lind's team from the path outside the city wall to a large open space between the Dragon Gate and the old city gate. After Lind ordered his subordinates to set up camp, James said to him and Nymeria, you and Lord Nymeria will come with me to see His Majesty the King now. When he heard about your arrival, he couldn't wait to see you. It's your turn. Lind and Nymeria heard this, looked at each other, packed their bags, and followed James into the city. Although there was a rebellion in the Iron Islands and caused great damage to the western coastline, this did not affect the stability of King's Landing. For the people of King's Landing, the Iron Islands were too far away and too weak. They believe that as long as the army summoned by the king is assembled, they will be able to solve the problem of the Iron Islands with overwhelming force, so they are more concerned about what they eat today than the news about the Iron Islands. Just like when he entered the outer city of Highgarden that day, when Lind entered King's Landing with glory, glory also caused quite a stir. However, most of the people in King's Landing already knew that there was a giant beast beside Lind, the chosen one, so it did not cause panic like the time in Highgarden. However, they still stayed far away, and no one dared to approach. This was true. It saves you the trouble of Golden Robe clearing the way. Soon the group arrived outside the Red Keep. After verifying their identities, James did not lead Lind to the hall. Instead, he bypassed the main building from a corridor and came to the courtyard on the seaside of the Red Keep. Lind asked Glory to stay outside the courtyard, and then followed James into the courtyard. Haha, look who's here, our God's chosen one. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he heard King Robert's hearty laughter, and then saw King Robert getting out of a pavilion full of people, walked towards Lind with open arms, and hugged Lind hard before Lind could react. Although I don't know why, it can be seen that King Robert really admires Lind, and the intimacy he expresses is far beyond that of ordinary foreign ministers. Instead, he treats him more like a friend. After King Robert let go of his hand, Lind took a step back, took off his helmet, and saluted. Robert, Your Majesty the King. Nymeria also stepped forward and stood beside Lind, saluting Robert together. Robert looked at Nymeria and couldn't help but exclaimed, Count Fudley, you are so damn tall, even taller than that guy from the Magic Mountain. Your Majesty, please be careful with your words. At this time, the white-haired hand of the King John Arryn walked behind Robert and said in a deep voice. I know, a king should have the etiquette of a king, I know all this. Robert waved his hand impatiently, and then said to Lind excitedly, a lot has happened to you in the past year or so. The information I have seen is not complete, so it would be more straightforward to hear it from you, the client. Seeing Robert like this, Lind could vaguely guess why Robert had such a good attitude towards him. Obviously he regarded himself as an avatar, one who was not sitting on the Iron Throne, but was out drinking, eating, fighting and traveling, incarnation. The king's hand on the side frowned and reminded again, Your Majesty, it is more important for us to discuss the rebellion in the Iron Islands now, rather than listening to some casual rumors that can be heard in the tavern. Although John Arryn's words seemed to be addressed to Robert, Lind could feel that the old man was vaguely hostile to him. This made Lind feel extremely confused and he quickly recalled it in his mind, trying to find out where he had offended this powerful old man. I know. Although Robert was very dissatisfied with Duke Arryn's control of him, he also knew that what Duke Arryn said was right, so he turned around and returned to the pavilion, but after sitting down, he looked towards Lind and Nymeria waved and said, You guys should listen together. I can also give you some opinions by the way. I've heard the same suggestions these 2 days, which is so boring. Your Majesty, this is a royal meeting, it shouldn't be. Duke Arryn reminded Robert again. Robert immediately interrupted Duke Arryn and said angrily, I am the king, can't I even let anyone attend the royal meeting? Seeing this situation, Duke Island stopped trying to persuade him, and the atmosphere in the pavilion became a little tense. As the intelligence chief, Wallace said at this time, Actually, His Majesty is right. The results of our discussions in the past 2 days are the same, but we all feel that it is inappropriate. I just don't know what is wrong. It is better to let others join in. Come in and you may be able to find some problems that we haven't found yet. Hearing Varys's words, everyone else in the pavilion nodded in agreement. At this time, Duke Island looked at Varys with a hint of meaning, and then looked at Lind without comment. Although Duke Arryn looked at Varys and Lind very secretly and looked casual, Lind was able to clearly detect his small movements, and this small movement also made Lind aware of Duke Arryn's hostility towards him. Perhaps it was because he discovered that he and Varys were secretly connected, since that time when he personally came to King's Landing to pick up the armor and sword. Lind and Varys have been communicating with each other almost every month. The contents of the letters are almost all about the making of Valyrian steel armor and some information about various places. In addition, Wallace also asked Lind to help deal with several caravans passing through Rose Avenue on several occasions. These caravans all came from the continent of Essos, and they were transporting weapons. Although the recipient was not sure, the location was in the royal territory. Although his contact with Varys was somewhat frequent, it was extremely secretive. Usually Varys's little bird would drop letters on the men he sent to King's Landing, but he had never written a letter to Varys. Logically speaking, no one should notice it. However, if you think about it seriously, everything has accidents. Now that Jon Arryn has discovered it, something must have gone wrong in some link. There is no need to think about the reasons. Remedies should be considered now. Although a lot of thoughts kept flashing in his mind, Lind did not show any abnormality. After seeing Robert waving, he and Nymeria walked to the pavilion, and then stood there, waiting for the fearless Barristan. Next to the Kingsguard, he acted as an observer. Among the important ministers of the Royal Council, in addition to Varys, there are also Grand Maester Pycelle, Chancellor of the Exchequer Daemon Ismond, Minister of Justice Howard Tully, and Lord of the Sea Stannis Baratheon. Several people with the highest authority in the Seven Kingdoms continued the discussion. Just now, the main issue was whether Stannis's Dragonstone fleet should be sent out as maritime support. As the commander of the Baratheon fleet, Stannis is sitting here simply because his fleet is not needed at all. If he wants to use his fleet from Dragonstone to the Iron Islands to counter the rebellion, I am afraid it will have to cross half a mile. From the southern coastline of Westeros, it takes several months to reach the Iron Islands. That's why fleets were sent from Chinking Island and Old Town to provide maritime support for the Iron Throne. However, some people worry that the fleets from these two places alone are not enough to completely eliminate the Iron Islands fleet, and believe that the fleet from Dragonstone should be sent out. At the same time, it can also show the power of the royal fleet to the lords everywhere. As a result, the ministers were arguing with their own opinions, but there was no result for a long time, which made Lind and Nymeria feel drowsy as observers. At this time, he didn't know whether he felt that Lind was too relaxed standing aside, or for other reasons. Robert suddenly asked Lind, "Bear Hunter, do you think the royal fleet should be sent out to quell the rebellion?" Quote. Linda's somewhat groggy mind quickly came to his senses, and he looked at the focused gazes of everyone. He quickly recalled what he knew about the situation in his mind. He did not act coy, but said straightforwardly, "I don't think so at all. It is necessary to discuss this issue, and discussing this issue is simply nonsense." Hearing Linda's unkind words, everyone showed different expressions on their faces. Most people were surprised, but there were also people like Wallace who were waiting to watch the show. "Why?" Robert perked up, sat up straight, and asked with interest on his face. Lind expressed his thoughts directly, saying, "The Duke of Tyrell has assigned the fleets from Chinking Island and Old Town to support. The fleets in these two places are enough to cope with the fleet from the Iron Islands. Even if they can't, it is enough to contain them. There is no need to spend any more time, and send the royal fleet from Dragonstone Island to the west coast. If you really want the lords everywhere to see the power of the royal fleet, you can let the royal fleet be in Blackwater when the lords are gathering. Just show up." After everyone heard this, they didn't show any support or disapproval, and all of them had enigmatic expressions. "So what do you think is the most important thing now?" Jon Arryn asked. "Is it to support the West?" "I don't think the most important thing now is to support the Western Territory." Lind shook his head and said, "After the attack, the Western Territory has been fully mobilized. With the ability of Lord Tywin, it is impossible for the Iron Islands to continue to roam unscrupulously. The coastline of the Western Territory is plundered, so I think the Western Territory is not the key to support now." As he said, he gave his answer directly without waiting for others to ask. "I think support is most needed and necessary now. The place to provide support as soon as possible is Haejong City." Chapter 107 Imitating the Young Wolf. Lord's Root. After hearing Linda's words, everyone present was stunned, then looked at each other and laughed inexplicably. Seeing everyone's appearance, Lind felt a little confused. At this time, Barristan, who was standing beside him, reminded him in a low voice, "This matter of Seaside City has been discussed before." Hearing this, Lind showed a little embarrassment and said, "I just lied." Sir Lind, I want to hear your opinion on the current situation in Seaside City. Duke Island interrupted Lind's words and said in a deep voice. Everyone stopped smiling at this time and looked at Lind seriously. Although he had made an own mistake earlier, Lind did not have stage fright. After a moment of silence, he seemed to be sorting out his words, and then said calmly, Haejong City is a key position for the Iron Islands. If we can win Haejong City, it can completely affect the entire riverlands through the Blue Fork River, Green Fork River and other rivers. So that the lords of the riverlands dare not easily send troops to gather in King's Landing. In addition, they can also block the King's Road to prevent the Northern Army from going south. If they want to be more thorough, they can also send a team of troops to attack Carlin Bay. As long as they use a small number of troops to guard these two places, the forces in the north and the riverlands will be basically suppressed. Quote, when everyone heard Linda's words, there were expressions of surprise on their faces. They looked at each other and saw Robert signaling to Varys. Then Varys took out a piece of information from his pocket and stood up, handing it over. He gave it to Lind and said, this is the information I just received. Lind took it and looked at it, and found that it mentioned that Balon's brother Victarion Greyjoy had captured the Gulf of Kalen, and the defenders of the Gulf of Kalen were completely wiped out. Seeing the contents of the intelligence, Lind's face became a little solemn, because he found that the Ironborn rebellion was very different from the rebellion he knew. The first was the fall of Fairy City, Fortress and Cliff City in the western region. In Lind's memory, although these three cities were looted by the Ironborn, they did not fall. There were still defenders resisting until the Ironborn retreated. Next is Seaside City. If the normal future development of Seaside City is followed, Earl Jason of Seaside City will kill the invading Roderick Greyjoy under the city, and the remaining Ironborn will retreat to the sea. But now Earl Jason has fallen ill due to the extreme cold and natural disaster and has not recovered yet. Let alone killing the enemy in front of the battle, he cannot even command the army. He can only leave it to his son Patrick Mallister, came to take command, which is why Haejong City is still under siege. Finally, there is Carlin Bay. Although Lind saw the importance of Carlin Bay, it was only from the god's perspective of the known plot that he could see that as long as a small number of people were sent to guard Carlin Bay, the north could be conquered. The troops on the border were completely restricted to the north and could not go south. However, now Balon Greyjoy actually sent people to attack Moat Cailin, and the person sent out was his top general Victarion Greyjoy. And the intelligence mentioned that many of the defenders of Carlin Bay froze to death due to the extreme cold natural disaster. They had no ability to resist the sudden attack and were easily captured. Now, just as he had guessed, the troops coming from the north to support him were blocked in the tomb of the ancestors and could not move. Although they also tried to risk crossing the Bay of Cailin and walking through the nearby swamp, many people fell into the swamp. The remaining people were later attacked by the Ironborn who were well prepared. In the end, they lost more than 1,000 people. Had to go back. After reading the information, Lind handed it to Nymeria as usual, and then, under everyone's surprised gazes, asked, where is Twin City? The only lord who can rescue Seaside City and Carlin Bay now is twins. The Frey family in the city are here, and they haven't done anything. After asking this question, Lind saw that everyone's expressions became gloomier. Twin River City sent someone to deliver a letter, claiming that many people in the territory froze to death in the extreme cold disaster. Their current manpower can only protect themselves and cannot provide support at all. Wallace took the initiative to explain the situation to Lind and said, not only the twins, but even the Riverlands were severely damaged in this extreme cold disaster. It will probably take some time for each territory to gather enough manpower to assemble in King's Landing, and there won't be many people to support them. Quote, there is no doubt that the extreme cold natural disaster that should not have occurred changed a lot of things, and the Iron Islands rebellion that should have been easily extinguished has also become somewhat difficult. Since your majesty and your lords have discussed this matter just now, can you tell me what the result of the discussion is? Lind thought for a while and asked. Stannis, who always had a cold face, said solemnly, "This is a high-level secret. You, knight, are not the ones who should inquire." Robert interrupted his second brother and said in a deep voice, "No, tell him. I want to see what he has to say." Stannis frowned. Although he felt that Robert's decision was inappropriate, he did not refute it. This time it was Duke Aron who introduced the situation and said, "Our decision is to let the Riverlands gather people directly to rescue Seaside City. We will not care about the Carlin Bay for the time being. We only need to capture the Iron Islands here. Carlin there will naturally be no problem on the other side of the bay." After hearing this, Lynn thought for a while and asked, "What if the men of the Riverlands are defeated by the Ironmen besieging Seaside City? How is this possible?" Everyone shook their heads, thinking that Lynn was fanciful. Although the Riverlands themselves are not particularly powerful and have also suffered from extreme cold disasters, no matter how weak the Riverlands are, they are still much more powerful than the Iron Islands. After the various lords gathered their troops, they could compete with the Iron Islands alone, let alone only a team of Iron Islands. While everyone felt that Linda's idea was completely random, only Robert looked solemn and looked thoughtful. Afterwards, Robert raised his hand to stop everyone from mocking Lind, and then said to Lind, "Keep talking." Lind said calmly, "If the Ironmen besieging Seaside City defeat the coalition forces in the Riverlands, then they can change the target of their attack and directly go south to attack King's Landing. At that time, the Ironmen stationed in the Bay of Carlin can directly abandon Carlin Bay, and then formed an army with the Ironborn on the Seaside City, marched south through the Riverlands, which was completely defenseless, and headed straight for King's Landing. At that time, all the people in King's Landing went to rescue the West. Facing the sudden attack of the Ironborn, it is difficult to defend against an attack. Even if it is defended, the Ironborn can loot around King's Landing and fight back from the Riverlands to avoid subsequent pursuit." Quote, after hearing Linda's speculation on the battle situation, everyone immediately fell silent and fell into deep thought. With Moat Cailin no longer blocking the way, the army from the north can move south. If the Ironmen turn back and head north, they should encounter the army from the north. Howard Tully, a branch of the Tully family in Riverrun, thinks he has found it. A loophole, said. Lind explained, "This is very simple. It only requires the retreating Ironmen of Cailin Bay to create various traps to hinder the small army while retreating, or leave a small group of troops hiding in the swamp to constantly harass the North County Army. Slow down there. March as much as possible, and then it will be enough for the Ironborn to walk back and forth in the Riverlands." With that said, he simply walked to the table, pointed to the map on the table, and said, "And the Ironmen's retreat to the Riverlands is not the only route. They can enter the King's territory and seize ships in the King's territory. Leave by sea. You can also go south through the Kingswood and enter the Stormlands. After plundering the Stormlands, you can rob the ships and leave, or even more daringly, follow the supporting troops from the Golden Road. Before they know that King's Landing is under attack, enter the Western Territory and cooperate with the Ironborn to attack and support the army on the west coast. As long as the Ironborn enter the King's Landing area, they have too many choices." Quote, after Linda's words fell, everyone fell silent at the moment. Although most of them believed that this kind of thing might not happen, they were not 100% sure. What if things really went as Lind expected? If it develops like that, even if they finally capture the Iron Islands, the reputation of the Baratheon dynasty will be greatly reduced. This will definitely be a disaster for the newly established Baratheon dynasty. Sir Lind, since you have thought of this, do you have any good solution? Archmaester Pycelle asked Lind at this time. "You can leave it to me." Lind recommended. "Leave it to you." Everyone was stunned. Lind walked back to Nymeria and said, "Count Nymeria and I brought a total of more than 2,000 people this time, all of whom are the most elite warriors under our command. Your Majesty can recapture Cailin Bay and rescue Leave Hajong City to me. Is 2,000 men enough? I remember that there were more than 10,000 Ironmen besieging Seaside City, and there were thousands of Ironmen stationed in Moat Cailin. You only have 2,000. Stannis said unceremoniously. Questioned. Your Majesty Duke, fighting is not about comparing numbers of people. If it is about comparing numbers of people, then before the war starts, each of you should count how many people you have. If you have more people, you can just declare victory. Why fight with real swords and guns? Lindhi also interrupted Stannis directly and said with great confidence, if my 2,000 men are used properly, they can achieve the effect of 10,000 or even tens of thousands. How are you going to fight? Robert seemed to believe Linda's confidence and asked. I will first rescue Carlin Bay, then gather some of the troops from the north, pass directly through Twin River City, and then bring some people from Twin River City. In this way, the number of people can reach nearly 10,000, enough to deal with the Iron troops outside Haejong City. At that time, we only need the cooperation of Haejong City, and we can completely kill all the Iron people under Haejong City. Linda introduced the chosen attack route very clearly, and said, after solving the siege of Haejong City, the troops in the north will be able to kill them. I can continue to go south and join the armies from the Riverlands, either come to King's Landing to assemble, or go directly to the western region to assemble. And I can go from Seaside City along the coast to Fortress, Cliff City and Ferry City to see if there is a chance to assemble them. Save yourself from the Ironborn in advance. In fact, the offensive route that Lind mentioned was not his own idea, but something he borrowed from Robb Stark, the young wolf mastered 10 years later, because Robb's route south to attack the west was the same as his current route. This route is somewhat similar. After hearing what Lind said, Robert did not laugh at his overestimation. Instead, after pondering for a moment, he asked, how sure are you? Lind did not answer directly and said, without the war, no one knows what the outcome will be. It is meaningless to say how certain it is in advance. I can only say that I will not betray His Majesty's trust. Robert was silent for a moment and said, I remember that the Duke of Metz gave you the title of Commander-in-Chief of Bandit Suppression in the Reach. It's just that the Reach is a little too small. I'll help you expand the scope of this title. I will appoint you as the Commander-in-Chief of Suppressing Bandits throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Your Majesty. Jon Arryn heard this and immediately wanted to stop Robert's appointment. Needless to say, Your Majesty the Duke, let's arrange this matter like this. It's just a title. It doesn't give him any real power. It just allows him to get some help in name when he acts. Robert raised his hand. Halt the next words of the hand of the king. Next, he resolutely picked up a blank document next to him, quickly wrote down the appointment of Lind on it, stamped it with his king's seal, and handed it to Jon Arryn to signal him to stamp it with the Prime Minister's seal. Seeing this, Jon Arryn couldn't say anything more, so he picked up the Prime Minister's seal, stamped it, and handed it to Lind. After Lind took the document, he still felt a little incredible. He didn't expect that he would get such a big title after just 2 sentences. Although this title was unlikely to bring him anything substantial, as Robert said, power, but if used well, it can also help him get some extra boost. When do you decide to leave? What do you need us to prepare for you? Robert asked. Again, Lind thought for a while and said, I will take a rest overnight and leave for the north tomorrow. Because I need to get to Carlin Bay as soon as possible, I can't bring any luggage with me. I just need to prepare some dry food. I will take the rest on the way. Supplied. In this case, you should retreat and rest. I will send someone to prepare the dry food you want. Robert indicated that Lind could retreat, and when Lind and Nymeria were about to leave, he suddenly added after a sentence, he said, if you can really do everything you said, after the war is over, I will personally knight you. After hearing Robert's words, Lind turned around and saluted him, and left the courtyard with Nymeria without saying anything. Your Majesty, it is disrespectful for you to do this. After all, Lind Tara is a knight of the Tyrell family. She should be. Duke Arryn reminded him with a serious expression. I know. When the time comes for the canonization, I'll just ask the Duke of Metz to do it for me. Robert interrupted Duke Arryn's words disapprovingly, and then urged, hurry up and move on to the next topic, we should waste time here. Discussing something that is not necessary. By the way, the royal fleet on Dragonstone Island does not need to participate in this counter-rebellion. It can just be displayed in Blackwater Bay after the armies of various lords gather in King's Landing. Quote, Stannis's face was a little gloomy, as if he was dissatisfied with this decision, but he did not refute, just nodded in response. Chapter 108 Prepare in advance. After Lind returned to the camp, he told everyone their subsequent actions. After hearing this, everyone did not feel timid at all. Instead, they were all very excited. From the moment they set out, they were looking forward to making a name for themselves in this counterinsurgency battle, but they did not expect the opportunity to come so quickly. Daisy volunteered, I have spent some time in Carlin Bay, and I am quite familiar with the terrain in that area. I can be a guide. Many of my men have also spent time in Kalin Bay. They are more suitable as guides. Scar. I also came forward and asked Ying. With locals as guides, are you more familiar with the terrain than the locals? John retorted. To the two of them. Lind stopped the argument and said, we will decide what to do after we get to the local area. What you have to do now is to pack your things and travel lightly. According to the previous rules, tents and excess dry food can be temporarily replenished. Leave all the baggage behind and bring more food and fodder for the horses. We must keep going and don't let the horses starve. Yes, sir. Everyone responded, then left the temporary tent and went down to prepare. According to Linda's instructions, Nymeria was also about to leave, but was stopped by Lind. He said apologetically, sorry, I originally wanted to take you around King's Landing, but I didn't expect. It doesn't matter. I think fighting is more interesting. Nymeria stepped forward and lowered her head to kiss Lind. Then she looked in the direction of King's Landing, frowned, and said, besides, there is nothing to see in King's Landing. It stinks so much, it's so different from what I imagined. Lind nodded in agreement, but did not explain that the reason why it was so smelly was because the road James took them was next to Flea Bottom, the gathering place for the poor. In King's Landing, although other areas of King's Landing are pretty good now, judging from the municipal conditions he saw along the way, in a few years, other urban areas will probably be similar to Flea Bottom. After nightfall, King's Landing sent the prepared dry food over, and the person who sent the dry food was Varys. Our affairs may have been known to Jon Arryn. Lind met Varys alone and directly stated his suspicions in the first sentence. The reason? Wallace asked simply. So Lind told some details of what he observed in the courtyard of the Red Castle. You just took a second look at you and me because of Jon Arryn, and that's it. Varys originally wanted to say that Lind was overthinking it, but he suddenly stopped, with a look of doubt on his face. His expression seemed to remember something, and he said suddenly, I see, you are right, Duke Island does know that you are connected with me. Lind did not ask in detail what happened to Varys, but directly asked, what should we do now? After saying that, he paused and said somewhat abruptly, do you want to get rid of Jon Arryn? Upon hearing this, Varys immediately shook his head and said, no. If Duke Arryn dies, our King Robert will lose control, and he will mess up the entire Seven Kingdoms as he pleases. As he said that, he suddenly became alert. He looked at Lind and said, were you testing me just now? It's not a test, I just want to know what your purpose is. Lind smiled and said, then what was the result of your test? Wallace asked with a smile. Lind looked at Wallace and said, you hope that society will be stable and peaceful, and you don't like war and disputes, so you will choose a king who can stabilize society. Although the Mad King is crazy, it is only for the noble lords, and for the people at the bottom. The Mad King can be regarded as a wise king, so you have always assisted him until he planned to bring the entire people of King's Landing to death together. If my guess is correct, Jaime Lannister should have listened to you. That's why you decided to kill the king, right? I really doubt you are a wizard. The smile on Wallace's face gradually faded. Lind said again, King Robert is not what you want. Varys was silent for a moment and said, he is not suitable to be a king. It would be better for Duke Island to be the king. I understand. Lind nodded and did not continue the topic. Instead, he turned back and asked, What should we do now? Don't do anything. Varys said calmly. Jon Arryn is a person who respects the rules very much. He will not make any judgment on anything he doubts before getting conclusive evidence. And he also attaches great importance to political stability. As long as we don't do anything to harm the Baratheon dynasty, even if he has conclusive evidence of our friendship, he will not take any action against us. Lynd looked at Varys and said, "It seems that you admire Duke Arryn very much." Varys nodded without concealment and said, "He is one of the most suitable people I have ever seen to be a king. His ability to become King Robert's Hand is the luckiest thing for the people of the Seven Kingdoms." After saying that, he seemed unwilling to continue this topic. He handed over the prepared intelligence information about Carlin Bay, Seaside City, Fortress, Cliff City, Fairy City and other places to Lynd, and then prepared to leave. But Lynd stopped him again and asked, "Is there any way for you to take out the keel bones from under the Red Fort and transport them to Tengshi Town?" Wallace was stunned and looked at Lynd with some doubts, but did not ask for the specific reason. He just thought about it for a moment and said, "No problem, but I have to disguise myself in advance to avoid being discovered. Time may it needs to be longer." After hearing this, Lynd thought for a while and said, "In that case, then after I obtain the territory, just send the keel directly to my territory." "Territory?" Wallace said with a surprised look on his face. "You have been able to obtain the territory?" "Yes." Lynd nodded and said, "The territory is probably located on the Dorne border, at the junction of Weir City, Blackport and Stonehelm City. That enclave of the Tyrell family." Varys knew the location of each lord's territory very clearly. He soon knew the location of the territory Lynd mentioned, and he also frowned and said, "Then this land is not peaceful. If you go there, you may have to deal with 4 lords. 4 families?" Lynd asked doubtfully. "Aren't there just the Weir family, the Dondarrion family and the Swyn family?" Varys explained, "There is also the Morrigan family of Crow's Nest. They occupy part of the land in the Redguard Valley. That land nominally belongs to the Tyrell family." Lynd said confidently, "Crow's Nest Castle. It doesn't matter. There won't be much trouble. If there is one more Crow's Nest Castle." In the past, Wallace might have questioned where his confidence came from, but now, after seeing a large number of various battle reports about Lynd cleaning up the forces around Tengshi Town, he can be sure that in a frontal battlefield, those 4 even if everyone joins forces, they may not be Lynd's opponent, and he is also glad that he can become an ally with Lynd. After saying that he would collect all the intelligence information on the 4 lord families as soon as possible, Varys left the camp. Lynd did not stay in the camp, but walked around the camp to check the army's preparations. Then he walked out of the camp alone and came to a small hill to look at King's Landing. At this time, Glory silently walked out from the shadow of the trees and came to Lynd's side. He lay down and rested his head on Lynd's arm. When Lynd rubbed its head, it let out a sigh of comfort, purred. Although it seems that Lynd is looking at King's Landing at this moment, in fact Lynd is checking his golden finger at this moment. Since receiving the inheritance of the Lost Knight, Goldfinger's growth has become very slow. It was so slow that it took more than a year for it to reach less than 1/10 of the progress. Calculated at such a slow progress, even if it takes more than 10 years, I'm afraid that the progress bar of the golden finger may not be filled up. Therefore, Lynd was wondering if he had used the wrong method. He should not just wait for the progress bar to fill up. There should be other ways to increase the speed. Lynd thought about the magic of this world, but quickly rejected it because he had been exposed to many magic points before, from the Godswood in Highgarden to the towering towers in Aldtown, to the Divine Grace Mountains in Dorne. Those are magic points with abnormal magic power compared to the normal world, but the results are useless. After that, he thought about Glory again, wondering whether Glory could also improve the progress of Golden Finger after swallowing the energy of the resentful soul. But after thinking carefully, he also rejected this speculation. Because Glory swallowed the resentful soul energy twice, it did not have any impact on Goldfinger's progress bar, and the power it transferred to his body was more to help him Complete the absorption and fusion of the Dragon Feast ritual. In the end, Lind placed his hope of speeding up the progress bar above the Dragon Feast ceremony. He felt that since the legacy of the Lost Knight came from Goldfinger, the Dragon Feast ceremony from the Lost Knight might have an impact on the progress bar. The reason why Lind paid attention to Goldfinger again was entirely because the appearance of monsters such as the three-eyed crow and green-handed Garth gave him a sense of crisis. Although Linda's current strength can be said to be invincible, no matter how powerful a warrior is, he cannot compete with him. However, this kind of invincibility is only for humans. In the world of ice and fire, there are too many monsters, ghosts, and snakes. The power of these mysterious beings is elusive. Once he becomes an enemy, Lind has no chance of surviving in the hands of these monsters and monsters. Not to mention those monsters and monsters, just dragons are enough for Lind to eat a pot. Although there are ways to slay dragons in the Inheritance of the Lost Knight, such as using dragon runes to create hurricanes and ice, binding the dragon to the ground, and then use the Thunder Dragon rune to pierce the dragon's scales to give the dragon a fatal attack. But Lind knew very well that if he cast the same dragon rune in this world, it would be difficult to produce the kind of power he had in his inherited memory. After all, the difference in magic concentration between the two worlds was too big. Therefore, Lind could only place his hope on Goldfinger again, hoping that Goldfinger would gain more power after reaching its full schedule. Now Lind could feel that the effects of the Dragon Feast ritual were almost completely absorbed by him, so he found Varys, prepared the dragon bones first, and then performed the Dragon Feast ritual when the time was right. Just as Lind's team arrived suddenly, his team left very suddenly, disappearing from the camp outside the city before dawn, leaving only a team of logistics personnel to cooperate with the golden robes sent by King's Landing to guard the baggage. The lords and nobles who were originally prepared to make friends with Lind because of his reputation did not have time to say hello to him. Everyone was curious about where Lind led his troops. Some well-informed people thought that he might have arrived at King's Landing with Lind. Later, he went to the Red Keep to meet King Robert. More than 10 days later, the Reach support troops brought by Randall Tarley also arrived outside King's Landing, and planned to meet Lind, a legend in the Reach. However, what surprised him was that after Lind had just arrived at King's Landing, he immediately led his troops to leave King's Landing, and his whereabouts are still unknown. At first, Randall Tarley was a little unhappy, thinking that Lind's leaving without permission was an act of pampering, but when he learned that Lind's departure was related to King Robert, his unhappy mood subsided slightly, but his first impression of Lind was still not very good, because in his opinion, even if Lind was assigned by King Robert to do something, he should have informed him, the commander of the Allied forces in the Reach. Instead of like now he, the commander of the coalition forces in the Reach, needs to know the movements of his subordinate armies through other people. However, Randall Tarley was not a person who abandoned his official duties for personal reasons. He soon put the matter of Lind behind and began to participate in the rescue of the West and the conquest of the Iron Throne Rebellion. As a famous general in the Seven Kingdoms, the man who defeated King Robert on the frontal battlefield, King Robert had no resentment or dissatisfaction with Randall Tarley, but only respect, and even added a seat in the royal council for him, allowing him to fully participate in the meeting. In fact, Randall Tarley had nothing to decide when he participated in the meeting, because all matters had been discussed and arranged during the royal meeting. The only thing Randall Tarley needed to do was learn about the entire counterinsurgency plan and how his Reach forces will fight. Generally speaking, the army in the Reach only needs to be responsible for two things. One is to cooperate with the army in the West to eliminate the Ironborn bandits roaming the West, and the second is to serve as a support team for the team attacking the Iron Islands. Head-on support. As for the troops attacking the Iron Islands, the troops from the Stormlands, Vale, Riverlands and the North will be responsible. Randall Tully felt a little displeased when he learned that his troops were doing odd jobs. But he didn't say anything, because in his eyes, obeying orders was the basic quality of a soldier. However, when leaving the conference hall, he couldn't help his curiosity and asked about Linda's whereabouts. The answer given by King Robert was that Lind had gone on a secret mission. Don't ask more about this answer. As for other important ministers in the royal council, they also remained silent. This also made Randall Tully even more curious about what mission Lind was performing, which was so mysterious. Chapter 109 The Reed Family. Just when Randall Tully led the coalition forces from the Reach to King's Landing, and all the troops that King's Landing could muster were in place and ready to head to the west. Lind's men had also arrived at the northern border of the Bay of Kalen. They stopped near the neck of the border territory. After more than 10 days of high-intensity traveling, although there were breaks in between, everyone still inevitably felt tired. If they continued to move forward, they might not have much energy to deal with the battle even if they reached Carlin Bay. In addition, disease is also a problem. Not long after entering the swamp, more than a dozen people fell ill. Fortunately, Lind followed the principle of being prepared and asked Moloa to prepare a lot of medicine before setting off from Tengshi town. Among them were medicines specifically designed to treat various diseases in the swamp. After giving them to more than a dozen people, they all recovered quickly, but their spirits were a little poor. Because of this, Lind could only stop and plan to find a dry place to let the team rest for 2 days and adjust their condition before setting off. It's just that finding a dry place in a place like the neck is as difficult as finding a patch of snow in Dornay. Sir, we should be not far from Wishuiwang now. We can go to Wishuiwang to rest. Just when Lind was planning to make some work on the spot, Daisy walked up to Lind and said, Daisy, do you know the location of Grey Water Watch? Lind asked. Daisy shook her head and said, except for the people from the Reed family, no one knows the correct location of Grey Water Watch in the neck. It is said that Grey Water Watch is built on a movable island. The island can be moved in the neck. It wanders around in the swamp, so it doesn't have a fixed location. Since we can't even find the place, how can we go to Grey Water Watch? Fly into the air to look for it. Adjutant Raoul twisted his damp cloak, wringing out some of the water inside to reduce the weight. Said somewhat frustrated. It has to be said that Lind underestimated the trouble that the geographical environment of Ningxie caused for him. The team that had adapted to the warm environment of the south came to Ningxie, which is both cold and humid. Breathing in a breath of air will make your nose feel like water. No matter how high the morale of the place is, it will be affected to some extent. We don't need to look for it. Daisy didn't pay attention to Raoul's complaints. She jumped off the horse and found a handful of brown leaf weeds in the grass nearby. Find some of this brown leaf grass and put it in. When they are lit and smoke rises, people from the Reed family will send people over when they see it. After listening to Daisy's words, Lind immediately asked people to collect the brown leaf grass, pile it together and light it. Soon a pile of black smoke rose up and shot straight into the sky until it dispersed at a height of several hundred meters. After waiting for a while, Honor, who was standing next to Lind, suddenly seemed to notice something and looked towards the grass in the swamp not far away. Lind also followed Honor's line of sight. I saw a rather large lizard crawling out of the grass, raising its head slightly and looking at Lind and others. Because Linda's war horse has adapted to the power of glory, the appearance of this lizard lion did not cause the war horse to panic. Daisy and others drew their weapons, ready to deal with this rash lizard lion at any time. However, Lind raised his hand to stop them, jumped off Black Fang's back, walked on the muddy steps, walked up to the lizard lion, and said, Lord Holland Reed. Everyone was stunned when they heard this and looked at the lizard in surprise. They couldn't connect the lizard in front of them with Holland Reed, the leader of the Reed family. Lind was different. In Linda's sight and Glory's sight, the lizard lion in front of him exuded a gray mist. This gray mist vaguely took on the shape of a human, lying on the lizard lion, controlling the lizard lion's movements. In his memory, Howland Reed is an extremely mysterious being. He is most likely a shape-changer or a green seer, and he seems to be related to the children of the forest who still live in the neck. Contact, provide shelter to these children of the forest, and also obtain ancient knowledge from the children of the forest, and are one of the people who know the most secrets of this world. Therefore, when Lin saw the obvious traces of magic on this lizard lion, and the timing of its appearance was such a coincidence, he immediately thought of Holland Reed. When Linda's inquiry ended, a look of surprise flashed across the lizard's cold eyes, and then he nodded slightly. I am Lin Terra. I was ordered by the king to solve the problem of the capture of Kalen Bay. Now I want to find a place to rest and learn about the situation in Kalen Bay. Please, can you provide us with a place to rest? The lizard lion heard Linda's words, then looked Lind up and down, and then looked at the glory next to Lind. He was silent for a moment, nodded, then turned around, raised his head towards Lind, and signaled Lind wait for someone to follow. Seeing this, Lind returned to his horse and led the team behind the lizard, leaving the main road and entering the swamp area next to it. Watch your steps and don't get separated. 2 horses go side by side and follow the horse in front. Lind could feel that the road led by the lizard lion was a hard road that was easy to trample on. However, this hard road was not particularly spacious and could barely accommodate 3 horses running in parallel. There were swamps on both sides, so he kept reminding the queue behind. Although, there were a few people in the middle who accidentally walked out of the road. Fortunately, the muddy ground in the nearby swamp was not too soft. They adjusted their horses in time and quickly returned to the road. After following the lizard lion for about 10 minutes, the team came to a small island, surrounded by rivers on 3 sides and full of reeds on one side. On the island, dozens of houses were built with a steepled tower house as the center, and a small square in the middle. There were many people in the square, including children and women. When these people saw so many cavalry appearing outside the village, they were all panicked. They got up and took the children back to their houses. At the same time, some men also walked to the square. They all held bows and arrows in their hands, but they saw the leading lizard queen all took their hands away from the quiver. It was obvious that they all knew this lizard. At this time, Lind saw the gray mist on the lizard dissipate, and the lizard returned to its beast state. I don't know whether it was instructed by Holland Reed or was frightened by the murderous glory. It swung its body quickly and got into the reed field, and then saw a streak of water on the water. Traces disappear into the distance. Don't enter the village, camp outside. The land here is still dry. Find some dry firewood, light a few bonfires, and dry your clothes. Also, take care of your horses and don't let them go into the swamp. Lind gave instructions to John and others, then looked at Nymeria who was a little tired, and said, let's go meet the master here. Nymeria nodded, dismounted with Lind, handed over the matter of setting up camp to her adjutant, and walked towards the village. At this time, the people in the village seemed to realize that Lind and the others were not enemies and no longer showed any hostility. However, they did not disperse. Instead, they looked curiously at Lind, who was in gorgeous armor, and Neme, who was unusually tall. Leah and the giant beast Glory following them. Although they often see huge lizards, this is the first time they see a shadow lynx as big as Glory. However, none of them dare to get close to Glory because they have cultivated it in the swamp for many years. Their danger instinct told them that Glory was dangerous, and the moment Glory's eyes swept over them, their hairs stood up. Everyone get out of here, don't look at the guests like country bumpkins. A slightly hoarse voice came from the tower house, and then I saw a man wearing a green short shirt, a hooded cloak, carrying a long bow, and wearing the bearded man with the knight's sword came out, followed by 2 children, a boy and a girl. Seeing this man and the 2 children beside him, Lind knew that this man was Howland Reed and his children, Mira Reed and Jojen Reed. When Huolin appeared, Glory seemed a lot nervous, his body tensed slightly, and he leaned down in an attacking posture. Lind was surprised when he saw Glory's actions, because this was the first time Lind saw Glory showing nervousness to a person. Lind could see traces of magic flowing on Huolan's body, but could not see the details of the magic power, so he shared vision with Glory and saw Huolan's form in Glory's eyes. I saw Huolan, who was still in a normal human form just now, turned into a huge lizard. And there was a human head on the head of the lizard. However, this head was not Huo Lan, but a human head made of soil and vines. A weird head. Lind exited the visual effects of Glory, reached out and touched Glory's neck to comfort him. When he saw Huo Lan walking over, he stepped forward and saluted him. "Hello, Mr. Huo Lan." Nymeria also came forward to greet him. "Hello, Lord Fudeli, the chosen one of the seven gods." Holland did not address Lind's knighthood, but the title promoted by the Church of the Seven Gods. "These are my daughter Mira and son Jojian." Quote. Lind took off his helmet, held it in his arms, then squatted down and looked at these two children who were very likely to influence the direction of the world in the future. Obviously, the current Jojen Reed has not obtained the green vision from the three-eyed raven, and is still just an ordinary child. Linda's gaze made both children feel nervous. As the elder sister, Mira was also very timid. But she still instinctively stretched out her hand to block Jojian behind her. At this time, Lind suddenly had an idea and said to Holland Reed in an extremely abrupt manner, "Master Holland, a place like the swamp is not suitable for children to live in. The warm river bend is suitable. After this rebellion is suppressed, after the war, I want to adopt them as my adopted son and daughter and take them to the Reach. What do you think?" As soon as Lind said this, not only Huo Lan and the two little guys were stunned, but Nymeria was also stunned. She had no idea that Lind would suddenly want to adopt a child. However, she was not dissatisfied, and thought it would be good to bring the two children to Firestone Town to be Brienne's companions, especially since Mira, a girl, could be Brienne's female companion, so that Brienne would not in the military camp. He always hung out with a group of men, and his behavior became more and more rude. "Master Lind, are you kidding?" Holland asked. Lind said seriously, "Of course not, I am very serious. The reason why he wanted to adopt Mira and Jojen as his adopted sons and daughters, and bring them to the Reach was to see if the three-eyed crow could still find Jojen as a substitute and take Bran to Eternal Winter for him. Place. I'm sorry, Master Lind." Although Huo Lan was a little moved by Linda's proposal, he was obviously worried. He looked at his children, shook his head, and said, "People from the Reed family are suitable to stay here. In the swamp, this place will give us strength and spirit. Once we leave here, we will be like fish out of water and cannot survive." Seeing Huo Lan's refusal, Lind sighed slightly. He felt that Huo Lan's rejection of his proposal should not be due to some living environment issues, but because of what he knew, or because he knew the mission of his children, and he chose to follow it. Mission. Unwilling to change, even if this so-called mission will eventually cause his children to die. In that far north, Lind did not force it. He reached out and touched the heads of the two children, took out two of his spare dragon rune necklaces, handed them to the two children, and said, "These are necklaces I made myself. Just treat them like this. It's a greeting gift. Don't wear it at ordinary times. Put it in the box. When you feel depressed and confused, wear it. It will make you feel better, but remember not to wear it for a long time. It." Over the past year, Lind has conducted various experiments on this dragon rune necklace that can calm the side effects of the dragon feast ceremony. He found that ordinary people can also wear this dragon rune necklace as long as it is not worn for a long time, and it can make your mind clearer afterwards. So he also made a special pair for Nymeria, Moroya and Bert, who often have to use their brains. The two pairs he is currently giving to the two children are his own spare ones. The two children were quickly attracted by the dragon rune necklace in front of them and wanted to reach out for it, but then they thought of something and turned to look at Huo Lan. Horan himself has abilities similar to those of a shapeshifter. Although he does not know the secrets contained in the dragon rune necklace, he can still feel the power contained in it, especially after knowing that this necklace is actually made by Lind himself, and was even more surprised and curious about Linda's ability. "Take it. Remember what Mr. Lind said just now, don't put on the necklace easily." Huo Lan nodded to his children, and then reminded him in a more serious tone. The two children happily took the necklace in their hands, and at the moment they took it, In their hands, they both felt something unusual about the necklace, with expressions of excitement and curiosity on their faces. Later, Holland invited Lind and Nymeria into his tower house. At this time, the stove was lit. In the tower house, the warm heat dissipated the chill of the swamp. Lind and Nymeria also sat on the stove. Next to him, he was drying out the moisture on his body, and picked up the bread brought by the servant, dipped some salt in the wooden plate next to him, and after eating it, he fulfilled his guest rites. Chapter 110 Arriving at Kalen Bay. I want to know the situation over at Carlin Bay. After a small talk, Lind went directly to the topic and demanded, in addition, I also hope that when we set off, Mr. Holland can send a team a guide. After all, this swamp is too difficult for ordinary people to get lost easily. Quote, Sir Lind, please rest assured, I will personally serve as a guide and will also lead people to participate in this battle. Holland made a promise, and then introduced the situation of Carlin Bay. Although Kalen Bay belongs to the Stark family, the defenders who have been stationed here are all Zeelanders of the Reed family. Every Zeelander is an extremely excellent archer. With an arrow tower, they can block most invading enemies. But the extremely cold natural disaster occurred too suddenly. Suddenly, there was no time to transport cold-proof materials to the Carlin Bay in Holland, and it had already covered the entire swamp. The entire swamp was frozen by ice and snow, making it difficult to walk. Because there were no items to keep out the cold, the officers guarding Carlin Bay had to dismantle part of the city wall of Carlin Bay and burn the wood used to build the wall to keep warm. However, even so, many people froze to death in the extremely cold weather. Not long after the weather warmed up, Wishui Wang also suffered heavy losses. He didn't have time to take care of the Kalen Bay side and only sent some living supplies. After Greywaterwatch recovered, the Iron Islands rebelled. After that, the news that Moat Kalen was captured by Victorian Greyjoy was spread to Holland by the defeated soldiers in Moat Kalen. As for the capture process, it was also very simple. The Iron Men rushed directly into Kalen Bay through the gap in the northern city wall that had not yet been repaired. The Kalen Bay defenders with only a few dozen people left could not resist at all. Only 2 people escaped and returned. Go to Grey Water to report the news. After learning that Kalen Bay had been captured, Holland also went to Kalen Bay to check the situation in person and found that the Ironborn had repaired the city wall and stationed about 3,000 soldiers. In addition, he also bypassed the Gulf of Kalen and went north to meet with Eddard Stark, the commander of the Northern Alliance, to see if he could help the Northern Alliance retake the Gulf of Kalen. However, after several attacks, more than 1,000 people died without even touching the city wall of Carlin Bay. Although, you can also go around the swamp next to Carlin Bay. After all, there is some hard land in the swamp, but it is only suitable for a small number of people to walk. Once more people walk, the hard land will be trampled into mud, and eventually it will be very difficult. It will soon return to the swamp state. Moreover, due to the extreme cold and natural disaster, many animals in the swamp were frozen to death. A large number of hungry lizards and lions were entrenched in the swamp. It was barely possible for Huolin to lead 1 or 2 people there, but it would be no different if he led an army there. Yu delivers food to the lizard. When Holland left, he heard someone in the military camp mentioning White Harbor, so Holland felt that if Ed Stark was really unable to pass through the Bay of Kalen, he might decide to go to White Harbor and let some of the army pass through White Harbor first. Take a ship to King's Landing, and wait for the ships to return and transport the remaining troops. After listening to Holland's introduction, Lind couldn't help but frown. The most important purpose of his coming here is to open up the key point of Kalen Bay, so that the Northern Coalition forces can move south smoothly. Then he will borrow an army from the Northern Coalition forces to go to Haejong City to relieve the siege of Haejong City. By the way, he will see if other cities occupied by the Ironborn cannot be liberated. But now from Holland's mouth, it seems that the Northern Alliance has decided to take a boat from White Harbor. This is undoubtedly bad news for him, because in this way, whether it is to relieve the siege of Haejong City or liberate other cities, he will have to do this. More than 2,000 people came to take charge. Although it was not impossible based on his ability, in this case, the cavalry team he trained, that would become the core of the territorial garrison in the future would suffer heavy losses, which he did not want to see. So, Lind asked tentatively, in other words, the Northern Alliance army has now arrived at White Harbor. Probably not. Holland gave good news and said, it has only been a few days since I met Lord Ed. With his character, he should still be thinking about conquering Carlin Bay. After all, going to White Harbor is a waste of time. It may take a month or two to completely send the Northern Coalition forces to King's Landing. Moreover, if the more than 3,000 Ironmen in Carlin Bay are not dealt with, the Coalition forces going south will be uneasy. You know, the Coalition forces are now mobilized from various territories. The elites in the northern border are already somewhat empty. If these 3,000 Ironmen take advantage of the Coalition forces' southward movement and go north to loot the northern cities, the consequences will be disastrous. Lind nodded slightly as he listened to Huo Lan's analysis, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Huo Lan had participated in the usurpers' war after all, and his military strategic literacy was much higher than that of some nobles he knew. Later, Lind asked Holland to introduce the internal situation of Carlin Bay Castle, especially the layout of the Arrow Tower, etc., and he soon had a plan in mind to capture Carlin Bay. Just when Lind was about to end the conversation and go back to the camp to rest and let Horan prepare for the next battle, Nymeria, who had been silent beside her, suddenly spoke and said, Master Horan, I have a question. I don't know if I can ask. Huo Lan was stunned, nodded, and said, Your Majesty, please ask. Nymeria asked very directly, what happened in the Tower of Bliss back then? How did Arthur Dane, the Sword of Dawn, die? Was he really killed in a sneak attack by Ewan Lord Eddard Stark? Nymeria's question not only stunned Horan, but also Lind. He did not expect Nymeria to ask this question, and her tone sounded questioning. Holland was silent for a moment and said, Yes, Sir Arthur Dane died in my sneak attack. After that, he stood up, saluted the two of them, and said, Sorry, I have to arrange manpower now. Quote. After saying that, he stood up and left the tower house. Lind and Nymeria did not continue to stay in this warm tower house and returned to their own camp outside. Why did you suddenly ask Howland this question? In the tent that was set up, Lind unwrapped the armor, asked John to put it on the shelf, and asked Nymeria. I just want to know the truth. Nymeria also took off her armor with the help of the attendant, sighed, and said, When I was a child, Lord Arthur Dane taught me swordsmanship for a while. My first swordsmanship teacher, but unfortunately I don't have much talent for swordsmanship. Lind said nothing more and waved for everyone to leave. He walked over and held Nymeria, who looked slightly sad, in his arms, or rather was held in Nymeria's arms. Lind rested for 2 days at Greywaterview. After everyone recovered, he continued on the road towards Carlin Bay. Holland also led 300 marsh archers summoned from various tribes in the Neck, and went with Lind to the Bay of Karen. On the way, the marsh archers replaced Lind's scout team to explore the situation ahead for Lind, guide the way. Because there were Zedite people guiding the road, the army always walked on hard ground. Unlike before when they always walked on soft mud, and the horses would get stuck in the mud from time to time. Although Holland said that it is best to walk in the swamp rather than riding a horse, if you walk, the speed will be much slower. It may take 4 or 5 days to reach Carlin Bay. Unlike now where it only takes 2.5 days. Arriving outside Carlin Bay Castle. Because Lind did not hide his whereabouts, the Ironmen guarding the castle of Carlin Bay saw them from a distance and blew their horns to prepare for war. My lord, there are people coming from the south. An Ironman responsible for guarding the city wall quickly ran into the castle room and saw Heron Botley, who was putting on armor, and said hurriedly, It's coming, what's the point of being nervous? Haven't we already expected it? Helen Botley frowned, looked at his men, and said dissatisfied. The situation in the Bay of Carlin is now different from what Lind knew. Victorian Greyjoy had left the Bay of Carlin a few days ago and returned to Pike Island by boat to participate In the siege of the Iron Throne. During the war, the place was guarded by the deputy Helen Botelli. The Ironborn said hurriedly, "No, the flag you asked us to pay attention to has appeared. It is the flag with the long sword on the red background." Heron's face changed suddenly when he heard this. He didn't care that he was not wearing leather armor, so he picked up his weapon, ran out of the room, came to the city wall, and looked towards the causeway to the south, although some water mist shrouded the swamp. But he could still clearly see the shape of the flag held by the riders in the team over there. Damn, why is he here? Heron couldn't help but curse. Over the past year, he has heard the old Marin in the family talk about Euron Greyjoy's experience of attacking Old Town countless times. He knew that a powerful knight single-handedly killed all the men under Euron's command, and also blinded Euron in one eye. At first, everyone thought that this was a rumor deliberately created by Euron as an excuse for him to change the location of the robbery without authorization. And the old Marin was a die-hard fan of Euron Greyjoy, so he cooperated with Euron to make up the rumor. This is such a ridiculous lie. But as the Church of the Seven Gods recognized Lind as the warrior's blessed, and then claimed that he was the warrior's chosen one, everyone gradually believed Euron's words. Thinking that even if the knight was not as powerful as Euron said, but there should also be some capabilities. However, what really made the lords and nobles of the Iron Islands remember Lind and be wary of him was Euron's madness. There was a noble of the Iron Islands who had a bad relationship with Euron. He got drunk and behaved in public, taunting Euron about Lind. But Euron chopped him to pieces on the spot. Although Euron's madness is scary, everyone who knows Euron can see a hint of fear in his crazy behavior, and they all realize that Euron is afraid of the man who took him away in Aldtown. One-eyed knight chosen Lind Terra. Because of this incident, the lords and nobles of the Iron Islands began to pay attention to this God's chosen one, and regarded this God's chosen one as a very threatening existence. They remembered this person's characteristics, such as the special red background, the long sword flag and the giant beast. When he was assigned by Victarion to garrison the Gulf of Kalen, Heron didn't think he would meet Lind. After all, Lind was in the Reach, too far away from the north, and now the West and Iron the archipelago is the focus of the war. A powerful knight like Lind should be on the frontal battlefield and should not appear in the Gulf of Carlin. But now he found that all his expectations were wrong. Lind not only appeared in Carlin Bay, but also brought a lot of troops. Although it still didn't seem to have as many people as him, from the armor worn by those troops judging from the weapons they wore, it would be difficult for his men wearing leather armor to resist them if they were to fight head-on. Increase the number of guards on the Arrow Tower, and transfer the people from the northern wall. Only 100 people will be left. All the others will be transferred to the south. As Heron issued orders one after another, the Ironmen in the Bay of Kalen moved to their defense positions. The number of archers on standby in the 3 arrow towers also increased to more than 200, and bundles of arrows were piled on each tower. A garrison point so that the archers there can get it at any time. Outside Carlin Bay, Lind did not attack the city immediately. Instead, he asked Holland to find an open space and let the army camp in the open space. It looked like it was going to be a long-term battle. Follow the place where the people in Carlin Bay can see. He had people clean up the lizards in the swamp and nail the prepared wooden stakes into the swamp. It seemed that he wanted to build a swamp plank road around Carlin Bay. Seeing that Lind did not attack the city immediately, Heron relaxed a little. For him, it was the best that Lind did not attack the city. As for the construction of the plank road, he had no intention of sending anyone to stop it. In his opinion, it was better that Lind did not attack the city. It would be perfect if Lind could build a plank road around Carlin Bay. As long as the northern allied forces from the Tomb of the First Men in the north move south, he no longer has to guard the Gulf of Kalen. At that time, he can directly lead the Ironborn in the Gulf of Kalen and take advantage of the empty military strength in the north to plunder the north. It would be best if he could sack White Harbor, then his trip to the north would not be in vain. Heron looked at the city wall for a long time. Seeing that the team below the city had laid a plank road of more than 10 meters on the swamp. He had no intention of continuing to watch. Instead, he told the Iron Man captain guarding the city wall to be careful and went out. Questions were kept at his notice, and he returned to the room where the fire was lit in the castle. After Heron left, the remaining guards could not sense the siege intention of the army below the city, and they all relaxed. A dozen people were left to guard the city wall, while the others hid around the bonfire under the city wall to keep warm. Among the 3 arrow towers in the castle, the archers who were so nervous that they dared not breathe just now only retained 1 or 2 archers to guard the observation holes, and the others also retracted to their arrows. The tower houses keep out the cold. Time passed little by little, and it soon became dark. The Iron Men used rockets to ignite several fires outside the city wall, illuminating the surrounding land. As long as anyone tried to get close, they would be able to notice it immediately. The army outside the city seems to have returned to the camp to rest. Standing on the city wall, you can see the bonfire in the opponent's camp, and with the light of the fire, you can also see the people walking back and forth in the camp. It seems that they have every move of the opponent in their hands. Let the guards on the wall of Kalen Bay relax a little more. Vigilance again. Chapter 111 Retaking Carlin Bay. There was silence all night, and the time came to 3 or 4 in the morning. It would be dawn soon, and the bonfire had gradually extinguished. All the resting people wrapped themselves tightly in the warm blankets. No one wanted to get up and leave the warm blankets. Add a piece of wood to the campfire. The ironborn soldiers on the city wall who were responsible for monitoring the troops outside the city were also curled up by the cold air in the swamp in the early morning. They kept stamping their feet and walked back and forth on the city wall, for fear that if they stopped, their feet would be frozen. The archers in the arrow tower are much better than the guards on the city wall. Bonfires were lit around them to help them resist the cold outside the tower, and the warm environment also makes their bodies relax completely. Tiredness spread slowly over their bodies, and finally they couldn't help but close their eyes, and soon snoring sounded in the tower. In the darkness that no one noticed, a pair of vertical pupils were sweeping over them, seemingly looking for a suitable target. In the camp outside the castle, except for some of the guards who were patrolling back and forth in the camp, everyone else seemed to be resting in the tents. But in fact, all the people in the tents were sitting on the ground fully armed, ready to watch at any time. Waiting for orders. Their equipment was no longer that of cavalry, but replaced with infantry equipment such as leather armor, shields, spears and short swords. In Linda's tent, Lind sat there quietly alone, his spirit already connected with Glory who had sneaked into the castle, sharing vision and issuing orders. The Ironborn's protection of Kalen Bay Castle can be said to be very strict. They not only arranged a dozen guards on the city wall to monitor the movements outside at all times, but also arranged at least 1,000 people under the city wall to provide support. In addition, the 3 surrounding arrow towers are also equipped with hundreds of archers, ready to attack approaching enemies at any time. With this arrangement, coupled with the surrounding swampy terrain, even if tens of thousands of people are sent to attack the city, it may be difficult to break through the castle of Carlin Bay. No wonder the coalition forces in the north have been trapped here for more than 10 days and cannot move. However, no matter how good the layout is, it requires people to execute it. After more than 10 days of safety verification, no matter how vigilant these Ironmen are, they will inevitably think that the castle in Carlin Bay is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It was impossible to break through, let alone thousands of people. This mentality also made them all relax their vigilance, just like now. Through Glory's special vision, Lind easily found all the secret sentries on the city wall. Perhaps because he was too relaxed, or perhaps because he was too tired, all the secret sentries who were hiding in secret places and in a relatively warm environment were asleep, on fire. Lind did not hesitate to choose these secret sentries as his first target, and directly gave the assassination order to Glory. After receiving the order, Glory completely blended into the darkness, silently sneaked up to the whistles, and easily bit off their necks before the target made any movement. After easily dealing with more than a dozen hidden sentries, Lind targeted the open sentries again. These guards stood on the city wall and seemed to be able to take care of each other. There were also many soldiers gathered around the bonfire under the city wall. As long as they gave a warning, they would be able to get support. There seemed to be no chance of taking action. But in fact, all this cooperation can only be completed when they are awake, and now the cold and exhaustion have made them unable to concentrate. They are all curled up, trying to hug the last bit of warmth in their bodies, and the remaining little attention is only can be used to observe the movement outside. As for the other companions on the city wall, they have long been out of their attention, and they do not think that their companions will be in danger. After all, the castle in Carlin Bay is in their hands. In this case, Lind directed Glory to start with those in the shadow of the fire, letting them be swallowed up by the darkness silently. Afterwards, Lind asked Glory to find an opportunity to drag the remaining guards next to the brazier into the darkness. Although some small noises were made during the attack, such as the twitching of the guards before their death, etc., due to the throat it was bitten and could not make a sound, so it did not disturb the sleeping ironmen under the city wall. After taking care of the guards on the city wall, Lind used the same method to take care of the archers on guard in the arrow towers. In fact, these archers were easier to deal with. The silence outside and the warmth in the tower made their vigilance disappear completely. They leaned against the wall and dozed off, not noticing the approach of Glory at all. After getting rid of the archers who were on guard, Lind asked Glory to hold some sticks and stakes in his mouth, and block the door of the room where the other archers were resting to prevent them from doing bad things when they attacked later. After doing all this, driven by Lind, Glory returned to the castle gate and took off the door bolt on the gate, but did not open the gate because the door's hinge pin was severely corroded and would emit noise once it was turned. Although the sound is not loud, it may not be noticed by people during the day, but in a quiet environment like late at night, the sound is particularly harsh and will definitely disturb many people. After completing these things, Linda's spirit withdrew from Glory's body, then walked out of the tent and came to the conference tent nearby. Nymeria and others were waiting here in full gear. He walked to the table in the tent, pointed at the sandbox of Carlin Bay Castle that Holland had built during the day, and told everyone, "The city gate has been opened," ordered the people below to assemble and be gentle. The 1st and 2nd Cavalry teams went in first and eliminated the guards on the front line of the city wall. The 3rd Cavalry team and the 4th Cavalry team attacked the nearby barracks, and the rest of the group attacked the castle. Quote, "Where's the tower?" Holland asked. Lind waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about that side of the tower. The archers there are all trapped in the room and will not pose any threat to us. We will deal with them after we have dealt with the others." Holland didn't ask any more questions after hearing this. He vaguely guessed how Lind got rid of the guards in Carlin Bay Castle and opened the door, because just now he saw Glory entering the darkness as if it was under control. Among them, this situation is very similar to when he possessed the lizard. Therefore, he couldn't help but have a doubt in his heart, wondering whether Lind was a shape-changer like him, because Linda's current performance was too similar, but Linda's ability violated some common sense. This is what he doubtful place. For example, green seers or skin changers usually reduce the amount of metal on their bodies when leaning over animals and plants, because metal can interfere with their spirits. Some powerful green seers and skin changers may be able to weaken this interference, even if it's okay to wear some metal accessories or weapons, but as Lind is now wearing a metal armor and 4 metal weapons, it is unprecedented for him to use the ability of a shapeshifter to possess him. Impossible. When Holland was wondering what kind of power Lind was using, the personnel in the military camp had already been gathered, and under the leadership of their respective captains, they quickly marched to the gate of Carlin Bay Castle. After the men of the 1st Cavalry fully opened the gate, the soldiers rushed into the castle of Carlin Bay and rushed towards their respective targets. The ironmen in the castle of Carlin Bay were more lax than Lind expected, and it was not known whether they believed too much in the early warning ability of the guards on the city wall. Although there was a harsh sound when they pushed the door open, they did not. Therefore, they are alert, but everyone is still unable to sleep. It wasn't until the cavalry with spears and shields rushed near them and pierced their spears into their bodies that they were awakened by the pain and screamed. However, the Ironmen who had woken up at this time were unable to resist. Facing the coordinated formation of shields and spears, they had just picked up their weapons and before they had time to stand up, several spears were already pierced into their bodies. Even if some people resisted, but he only hit the shield twice before being pierced by the spear. The more than 1,000 Ironmen under the city wall had no way to resist. They were pinned down by the shield and spear formations of the 1st and 2nd Cavalry. Huolan also led the archers of Grey Water Watch to cooperate in the attack. It is only a matter of time before these people are destroyed. Although the Ironmen resting in the barracks on the other side heard the movement outside, they quickly woke up and picked up their weapons. They did not wear any armor at all. When the 3rd and 4th Cavalry teams rushed in, they faced even if they had a numerical advantage against the spears behind the shields, they still had no ability to resist. Soon hundreds of people were killed by the spears, and the remaining people could only run away to avoid them. After Lind entered the castle, he and Nymeria led the remaining people to rush to the main castle. The guards at the gate of the main castle were preparing to close the door at this moment, giving other Ironborn troops in the castle time to prepare. However, Nymeria took the lead and swung the axe in her hand to split the two guards who pushed the door in half. Lind, who followed closely behind, kicked the door and kicked several people behind the door away. After going out, Daisy, John and others rushed in, slashing and stabbing all the people in different clothes with the weapons in their hands. Lind also drew out the homeless knight's great sword, and with a sprint, he instantly passed the men blocking the front and rushed into the Ironborn's formation. The knight's great sword in his hand swept through the people around him like a guillotine. The sharp blade and powerful force of the sword directly split everything around him in half, and everything around him was instantly cleared. After several attacks and kills, the dense Ironborn formation in the main castle hall was broken open. Lind shouted towards Nymeria, "You go capture Victarion, I will deal with it later." Quote, without hesitation, Nymeria led the people to rush past the military formation that Lind had rushed away, rushed up the stairs, and rushed towards the room where the Ironborn Commander Heron Botley was resting. In the hall, Lind continued to kill the Ironmen. As long as there were Ironmen there who organized resistance, he would rush over and kill the resistance with a wave of spin attacks. And then look for the next target. Soon, everyone gathered in the hall. He and his men had already killed all the more than 1,000 Ironmen. At this moment, Nymeria, who was covered in blood, was also holding a human head and walking down the stairs with her men. Lind didn't know Victarion, so he didn't recognize the true identity of the head. After taking the head from Nymeria, he threw it to Daisy and said, "Take the head out to persuade him to surrender." After Daisy took the head, she immediately ran out. Except for a few people who were left to clean the battlefield, everyone else followed Daisy out of the hall and went outside to assist others. "You're not injured, are you?" Lind looked at Nymeria, who was covered in blood, and asked with concern. "It's okay, it's all the blood on that guy's body." Nymeria shook her head and said with an unfinished expression, "That guy was too weak and could only take one of my axes. It ended too quickly. He has just warmed up. Can such a person be called the first warrior of the Iron Islands?" Quote, Lind frowned when he heard this, because he knew that Victarion's combat power should be very strong. Even if Nymeria received his training in her own physique, her strength was far beyond that of ordinary people. She should not be like this. Take out Victarion easily. Just when Lind was puzzled, Glory emerged from the shadows and walked to Lind's side. Lind put his doubts aside, rubbed Glory's head, smiled and said to Nymeria, "Don't worry. There will be Haejong City next. There should be a frontal battle there, and it won't be as easy as now." Nymeria looked at Lind with suspicion. Although there were many more Ironborn in Seaside City than the people here, she knew Lind's strength well and did not think that Those people would be more difficult to solve than the people here. The battle in the castle of Kalen Bay ended quickly. The Ironborn archers in the 3 arrow towers were all captured without playing any role. Only about 600 remaining Ironborn surrendered and were captured. The others all died in the battle, and each of the more than 600 people was injured. It is still unknown how many people will survive in the end. Lind also lost more than a dozen people on his side, and more than 20 people were injured. Although it was considered a complete victory, Lind was not particularly satisfied. Because both the dozen people who died and the injured were those 20 or so people were all careless, thinking that they had a chance to win, and were counterattacked. There were losses when there should have been no casualties. This made Lind not very satisfied, and he decided to strengthen training in a targeted manner in the future. Another dissatisfaction is that Lind already knew from the captives that the man killed by Nymeria was not Victarion, and that Victarion had left Kalen Bay a few days ago. Lord Holland, please immediately send someone to inform Duke Ed that Carlin Bay has been cleaned up and ask him to come over as soon as possible. I still need to go to Seaside City to relieve the siege, and I cannot stay here for too long. Lind found Huo Lan and reminded him, I know, I will personally pass the news to the Duke. After hearing this, Huo Lan immediately walked to the open space aside, took out a piece of paper, found a wooden stick, and glued the blood on the body next to him, and quickly he wrote the situation of Carlin Bay on it, and then stamped his ring seal on it. After that, he walked to a corner and sat down, his eyes rolled, and he instantly entered a state of meditation. Then he saw a raven falling from the sky, holding the note he had written before, and flying towards the north. Lind ordered a few people to guard Huo Lan to prevent anyone from disturbing Huo Lan. Then he and Nymeria led Glory to search the castle again to prevent any fish from slipping through the net. Although in the end they did not find the Ironborn who had slipped through the net, they did find 2 guards from the Moat Kalen. These 2 guards hid in a secret cellar under the stable. They hid for more than 10 days because there was no food. When they found them, they were already dying of hunger. The archer who also came from Greywater Hope almost didn't recognize the 2 of them. Chapter 112. A man from the north. In an open space near the Kalen Bay swamp in the ancestral tombs, hundreds of tents were set up densely. Each tent was full of people sleeping, and many people were sitting around the campfire outside the tents. Both inside and outside the camp, groups of soldiers patrolled back and forth, alert to the surrounding movements. There are flags set up in the camp. Those who are familiar with flag heraldry will find that these flags represent the famous nobles in the north, such as the Bolton family of the Skinned Man, the Karstark family of the Winter Sun, and Amber the Roaring Giant family, Bear Island Mormont family, etc. Almost all the great lords with names in the north sent people to join this counter-rebellion battle. Originally, they should have thought about going south smoothly, joining the kingdom's army, easily solving the rebellious Iron Islands, and returning home with fame and fortune. However, what they never expected was that tens of thousands of troops were stuck in the Gulf of Kalen, unable to move, which made them feel aggrieved and helpless. In the main tent of the camp, the Duke of the North Eddard Stark sat on the main seat with a gloomy expression. Listening to the report from White Harbor, the faces of the surrounding northern lords and nobles were not very good looking either. That is to say, Lord Mandalay can only gather 35 ships now. Duke Ed confirmed. After listening, the messenger from White Harbor responded, yes. Ed asked, why is it so much less than expected? The envoy replied, because someone leaked the news in advance that Lord Mandalay wanted to requisition ships, so many merchant ships ran away in advance. Leaking the news. Who leaked the news? Galbert Glover, Lord of Deepwood Castle, asked. In a deep voice. I don't know yet, but. The messenger shook his head and said with a troubled face. But what? Asked Galbert Glover. The messenger lowered his head and said, those merchant ships left before Lord Ed ordered them to be delivered to White Harbor. Everyone present immediately understood that the messenger was talking about the news leaked from their side, and their expressions became increasingly ugly. Is that Eel shirking responsibility? He obviously didn't get enough ships, but he blamed us. For leaking the news. This damn old eel really deserves to be. The grumpy Rickard. Karstark endured. He kept cursing. That's enough, Lord Karstark. Duke Eddard stopped Karstark, who was speaking out loud, and said, I believe Lord Manderley has tried his best, and there is no chance that the news will be leaked from our side. No. Rickard Karstark said nothing more, but his anger still did not subside. Roose Bolton, Lord of the Dreadfort, seemed very calm among the anxious people, and interrupted to ask, how many people can 35 ships transport? The messenger answered truthfully, if all the cabins are filled, a ship can transport about 60 or 70 people. If the deck is added, it should not be a big problem to transport 100 people. Is there only such a small number of people? Roose Bolton frowned and said, I heard that some ships can carry hundreds of people without any problem. The envoy explained, Lord Bolton, the ships you mentioned are large cargo ships and specialized troop carriers. Most of the ships prepared by Lord Manderley are the guard warships of White Harbor, which are much smaller than those ships. Quote, if one ship can only transport 100 people at a time, then it will take at least 10 trips to transport all our troops to King's Landing, and it will probably take several months. Roose Bolton quickly told after waiting for the time it took to go south through the waterway, he turned to look at Eddard Stark and said, Lord Eddard, we should still attack the Gulf of Kalen. Eddard Stark did not give Roose Bolton any response. He seemed to be lost in thought. My lord, why don't you let me try? Jorah Mormont stood up and said, I can lead a small group of people to sneak into the castle of Bay Kalen and open the door late at night. At that time, my lord only needs to lead the people to open the door. Just provide support. From outside, Gabbert Glover, who has a good relationship with the Mormont family, quickly said, you are crazy. There are thousands of Ironmen in the Bay of Moat. If you break in with a few people, you will only be chopped into pieces. Quote, Jorah Mormont hurriedly argued, I'm sure. Needless to say, Lord Mormont, your proposal is too dangerous, and I cannot allow you to take the risk. Duke Eddard stopped Jorah from talking, and then made a decision, saying, I will contact Holland, ask him to help find a way through the swamp. If you don't bring any luggage and travel lightly, you should be able to get through the swamp. Just when Duke Eddard said his decision, a raven flew in from outside the tent, accurately landed on the table in front of Duke Eddard, and then placed the note in his mouth on the table, called twice towards Duke Ed. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. A few people realized something and looked at the raven with slight disgust. Although everyone believed in the old gods, they were still very repulsive to those supernatural powers, and even thought that there were some evil elements in them. Holland. Ed seemed to have guessed the identity of the raven in front of him and confirmed. The raven nodded, then pecked the note with its beak. Ed immediately picked up the note, unfolded it and read it. A smile immediately appeared on his face, and he said, it seems that we don't need to find a way to pass Carlin Bay anymore. Now Carlin Bay has been recaptured. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and their faces all showed joy, and then they picked up the note and looked at it one after another. Who is this chosen one? Lind. John Ampat, Lord of Hearth Castle, couldn't help but wonder. After reading the contents on the note, not only John Ampat has this question, but most of the lords in the north are also very unfamiliar with Lind. They are more concerned about things in their own territories than news from the south. However, Roose Bolton, who liked to collect southern intelligence, was different. He knew very well about Lind, so he explained Linda's identity and his legendary experience on his behalf. Everyone looked shocked after hearing this, because this was really incredible to them. Especially the record of killing more than 700 Iron Islands pirates with one person in front of the Starry Temple Square. They thought from the bottom of their hearts that this was absolutely impossible. Roose Bolton explained, this achievement has been certified by the Church of the Seven Gods. The Church of the Seven Gods publicized that he has received the blessing of the warrior and is the divine choice of the warrior, so he has the title of the Chosen One. The Church of the Seven Gods, those corrupt guys can even make you a saint if you give them money. The northern lord who believed in the old gods said with great disdain. Everyone agreed. Roose Bolton added, the city also recognized this achievement and wrote it in the city's chronicles. The tent instantly became quiet. Although they looked down on the clergy of the Church of the Seven Gods, they had great respect for the bachelors of the city. They also knew that the achievements that could be recorded by the bachelors had been confirmed repeatedly and were more reliable than before. The Church of the Seven Gods is much higher. No matter who this God's chosen one is, it doesn't matter to us. What's important is that Carlin Bay is now open. Duke Ed stood up, interrupted everyone's discussion, and ordered, immediately blow the horns, and the whole army marches to Carlin Bay. As the Duke of the North's order was issued, the lords of the Northern Alliance forces immediately returned to their respective armies, called the soldiers in the tents, packed their bags, and set off. At dawn, the Northern Army entered the swamp and marched along the causeway of the swamp towards Carlin Bay. By almost noon, they had arrived outside the castle at Carlin Bay. When the Northern Alliance forces arrived outside the castle, the first thing they saw was a large number of ironborn corpses discarded in the surrounding swamps. These corpses were devoured by countless lizards and lions. Because the lizard lions focused all their attention on the corpses in the swamp and did not pay any attention to the army on the causeway, the army was walking safely. Only a few bold lizard lions tried to attack the team on the causeway, but they were quickly stopped. The frightened soldiers rushed down the causeway. Seeing so many ironborn corpses being casually dumped into the swamp and allowed to be devoured by wild beasts, Ed Stark had a displeased look on his face. In his opinion, this random behavior of dumping corpses was an extremely harmful behavior. For dishonorable acts, even enemies should give their bodies due respect, such as cremating their bodies. However, for other people in the north, this behavior of feeding the Ironmen's corpses to the swamp lizards was very good. They all watched it with great joy, and also discussed the situation around the Bay of Carlin after this war. I am afraid that the lizard lion will become more ferocious and prefer to eat humans. After all, if you eat too much human flesh, you will lose the taste of other meats. The gate of Carlin Bay Castle was opened early, and the Northern Army entered directly into the square in the middle of the castle. Linda's army left the castle and returned to the outside of the castle after cleaning up the Ironmen's bodies. Rest in the camp and prepare to leave for Haejong City after the handover of the army in the north. Only Lind, Nymeria, Holland and Daisy, along with a dozen soldiers, were waiting in the castle for the people from the north to arrive. After seeing Ed Stark leading the northern lords into the castle square of Carlin Bay and dismounting one after another, Holland led Lind and the others to Ed Stark and others. Your Excellency, this is Lord Lind Terra, the God's chosen one, and this is Lord Nymeria Fudley of Tengshi Town. Holland introduced Lind and named to Ed Stark. Leah, Daisy, why are you here? At this time, Jorah Mormont, who was standing among the lords, couldn't help but stood up and asked in surprise after seeing Daisy standing next to Lind. Everyone was immediately attracted by Jorah Mormont's exclamation, and saw Daisy. Several of the lords were no strangers to Daisy. They or their sons were all Daisy's suitors. And they were interested in the south. To people, Daisy is a vulgar woman, but to people in the north, Daisy is definitely a good woman who is most suitable to be a wife. Unfortunately, Daisy didn't like any of those suitors, and later used her adult travel as an excuse to run south, disappointing many people. It's just that they didn't expect to see Daisy again under such circumstances, and judging from the exquisite armor she was wearing, she seemed to be doing well now. I am now the captain of Lord Linda's 5th Cavalry. In the battle to regain the Gulf of Carlin, I killed 11 Ironmen. Daisy looked at everyone with pride and said. After hearing Daisy's words, everyone came back to their senses and looked at Lind, who was wearing the armor of a lost knight. Ed Stark's eyes paused on the flying dragon on Linda's helmet, then walked up to Lind. Took the initiative to reach out to Lind and said, "Thank you, Sir Lind, for regaining the Gulf of Carlin, otherwise we would have to if we attack Carlin Bay, the losses will be huge. I am bound by the king's order." Lind responded politely, shook hands, and then asked, "Shouldn't you take a boat in White Harbor and bypass Carlin Bay? Why do you want to Attack Carlin Bay again. Quote, Duke Eddard was stunned and asked, how did Lord Lind know that we were going to take a boat trip to White Harbor by detouring from Carlin Bay? Lind explained, before coming to Carlin Bay, Master Holland and I discussed your next move, Duke Ed, at Greywater Watch. A look of surprise appeared on Duke Ed's face. At the same time, he also realized that the departure of the merchant ships from White Harbor might not be a leak, but that some smart people had guessed their decision to bypass Carlin Bay, so they left White Harbor early to avoid conscripted by ships. While talking, Earl John Amber in the north suddenly said to Nymeria without any clue, women are actually leading the army. Are all the men in the south dead? It's unexpected that a woman is leading the army. Let women lead the troops. As John Amber's words fell, the lords in the north and the soldiers behind burst into laughter. Ed Stark's face became very ugly. He was about to reprimand the lords under him, but was stopped by Lind. Lind turned to look at Nymeria, who had an annoyed look on her face, and asked with a smile, leave it to you. Okay, leave it to me. Nymeria nodded, then walked to an open space with a giant axe, turned to face the people in the north, and said, a group of people have been trapped for more than 10 days and have no way to go south. Guys, come on, let me see if you guys from the north can be called men. Following Nymeria's provocative move, the faces of the northern lords and knights who were laughed at by the crowd became a little ugly. At the same time, Duke Eddard also provoked Nymeria because he did not stop Lind's actions. John Umber stood up and accepted Nymeria's challenge. However, what surprised everyone was that John Umber just drew out his sword and launched an attack on Nymeria, and was then thrown away by Nymeria with her weapon. This was just with if the axe body had been hit with an axe blade, John Umber would have been broken into 2 pieces by now. Everyone was stunned by this scene, because they knew very well how strong John Amber was in the north. There were not many lords present who could confront John Amber head on, but it was such a powerful one. The northern warriors were unable to survive a single move in the hands of Nymeria, which made all the northern lords and knights find it unbelievable. Northern man. Nymeria glanced at everyone with disdain, then turned back to Lind's side. Only then did Lind say, Your Majesty, Duke, I am going to help Seaside City now, but I don't have enough manpower. I may need you to support me with some manpower. The master just now has pretty good skills and can fight in Nymeria. If you haven't been injured in one move, please assign this master to me. Chapter 113 Old Ward's Suspicion. In the twins, Marquis Walder Frey endured the severe pain caused by gout in his body and looked through the latest information sent to him on the table. He had to analyze every piece of information carefully so that the Frey family would not this is his way of being in the world when the ship capsizes due to major changes in the situation. After he read the latest piece of information from King's Landing, he relaxed slightly and picked up another piece of information from Riverrun, but the pain in his body made him unable to concentrate. He sat back on the chair and waved to his granddaughter who was standing beside him, asking her to stand next to him. Then he reached in and kneaded inside the cloves. The feeling from his palms made him feel refreshed and at the same time, the pain in his body weakened a lot. He didn't remember the name of this granddaughter, but he knew that she was the daughter of one of his sons, or maybe the daughter of a grandson. He had many granddaughters or great-granddaughters like this around him, and these were all his filial piety sons were sent over, and sometimes they even did not hesitate to send their wives to please themselves. He liked this feeling very much and hoped that he could sit down for a long time, so he kept his eyes on his sons and grandsons. They could fight among themselves, but if they dared to put their ideas behind his butt, they would on the seat, then he will not hesitate to get rid of these restless elements. You must know that he is the person who values the family's loyalty the most. After the pain in his body eased a little, he let go of his hand, asked his granddaughter to stand aside, and focused on the document again. He picked up the document just now and looked at it. This intelligence document was sent from Riverrun. The main content in it was that his Lord Hoster Tully's condition was improving and he had regained consciousness a few days ago. Hoster Tully will summon the allied forces of the Riverlands to Riverrun and give them to the command of Blackfish. Brynden Tully, who will go south to support King Robert in his encirclement and suppression of the Iron Islands. Is this old guy crazy? After reading this information, Old Wade threw it on the ground and couldn't help cursing. Now that we have transferred all the people to the western region, aren't we worried about those outside Haejong City? Are the Ironborn going south? In the study, Steverin Frey, the heir to the Frey family, was also assisting Old Walder in handling official duties. The gray-haired man looked older than his father. He stood up and picked up the food. Old Walder looked at the intelligence documents that he had thrown on the ground and said, in the list of allied forces in the Riverlands, apart from our Frey family, there is also no Blackwood family in Crowtree Hall. Duke Tully will not be planning to do so. Use the Blackwood family and our family to prevent the Ironborn from going south outside Seaside City, and trap the Ironborn in Seaside City. After hearing his son's words, Old Walder seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly found an instruction document sent from Riverrun among a pile of documents. This document had not been opened by Old Walder since it was sent, because he thought that at that time, these documents were nothing more than summoning lords to lead troops south, and there was no need to read them. Now it seems that the content of this document may be different from what he thought. After opening the file, Old Walder looked at it carefully, with a gloomy look on his face. Apparently Steverin's guess was right. Riverrun really wanted him to guard the twins' main road. Let the Ironborn of Seaside City cross the river, and the words are very strict. If the Ironborn cross the Green Fork River, it will be regarded as the Frey family betraying the Iron Throne. Obviously, this document is forcing the Frey family to contribute, so that they can no longer wait leisurely for everything to be resolved as before deleting it too late. Damn old guy, why didn't you freeze to death in that ice storm? Old Walder couldn't help but curse again. At this time, there was a sudden knocking sound outside the door, and then the door was opened. Little Walder Frey, Steverin's grandson, known as Black Walder, walked in with a raven letterhead. Said, "Grandfather, great-grandfather, there is news from the Karen Bay." Kalen Bay. Old Walder was stunned and said disdainfully, Victorian Greyjoy also learned to write a letter of surrender like his nephew. Steverin took the letter from his son, looked at it, and said, "Father, this is not a letter written by Victorian, but a letter written by Eddard Stark, Duke of the North." Old Walder was slightly startled and said, "A letter from the Duke of the North from Carlin Bay. Has Carlin Bay been recaptured by the North?" After reading the entire letter, Steve Loon said, "Yes, Carlin Bay was indeed recaptured, but it was not the army of the North, but the army of Lind, the Chosen One." Lind, the Chosen One. Old Walder hesitated, thought about it carefully, and said, "Is he the chosen warrior is recognized by the Church of the Seven Gods?" "Yes, father." Steverin handed the letter in his hand to Old Walder, then recalled the documents he had seen before, and said, "There was a territory-wide notification document sent from King's Landing, which mentioned King Robert seems to have appointed the Chosen One, Lind Terra, as the commander-in-chief of suppression of bandits throughout the Seven Kingdoms." While listening to his son's report, Old Walder looked at the contents of the letter in his hand. Although the letter only briefly mentioned the process of regaining Carlin Bay, he could see some special things based on his experience. Among them there is the combat effectiveness of the army under the command of God's chosen Lind. It only took less than a day to recapture the Gulf of Kalen and annihilate more than 3,000 Ironmen in the Gulf. This kind of combat power was astonishing in his opinion. He had been to Carlin Bay when he was young and knew that Carlin Bay was an easy to defend but difficult to attack place. It only took a few thousand people to stand there to block the passage of tens of thousands of people, and unless it cost tens of thousands of lives, otherwise, it would be difficult to break through the Gulf of Carlin guarded by thousands of people through a strong attack. This is not to say how strong the city wall of Carlin Bay is and how perfect the city defense is, but the environment of Carlin Bay is too special. It is surrounded by swamps that are difficult to stand on. There is only a causeway connected to the city gate. There was no place to stand, let alone fight. Moreover, there are also a large number of lizards and other carnivorous swamp beasts. Living in the swamp, they are the best castle defenders. Once the blood flows in the swamp, the smell of blood will attract a large number of carnivorous swamp beasts. Attacked from both inside and outside, no matter how many lives are taken, it will not be enough. Therefore, when old Walder heard that the Gulf of Kalen had been occupied by the Ironborn in a sneak attack, and that the Ironborn had sent more than 3,000 warriors to guard the Gulf of Kalen, he could be sure that the Northern Army could not go south again. Now Lind, the Chosen One, has regained the Gulf of Karland so easily, which makes old Walder wonder how many lives Lind has filled in here. How many troops did Lind, the Chosen One, lead to attack the Gulf of Kalen? Old Walder was full of doubts and couldn't help but mutter to himself. At this time, Black Walder suddenly replied, there should be only more than 2,000 people. Less than 3,000. How do you know there are only more than 2,000 people? Steve Loon asked. Black Wald replied, some time ago, someone reported that they saw an army of more than 2,000 people walking on the King's Road, heading north. The flag of the team was a long sword flag with a red background. It must be the Chosen One. The army of. There are only more than 2,000 people. How did this happen? Old Walder and Steve Loon both looked shocked. Just when several people were shocked by this achievement, Steveran's eldest son Lyman Frey appeared outside the unlocked door. He walked in with a panicked expression and said, Father, grandfather, there is someone coming from outside the city. An army. Ironborn troops are dispatched so soon. Old Frey looked shocked and said in a deep voice, no, it's not the people from the south, it's from the north. Seeing that old Frey had misunderstood, Lyman quickly explained, it's an army of cavalry, with about 5,000 people. The flags held by those people have never been seen before. It doesn't seem to be the flag of the Riverlands nobles. Steve Loon asked in a deep voice, what does their flag look like? Lyman quickly replied, one is painted with silver caltrops, one is painted with giants, and there is a long sword with a red background and a strange symbol on the hilt. The silver bristle belongs to the Fudeli family in Tengshi town. The current patriarch of the Fudeli family, Count Nymeria, has a very good relationship with the God's Chosen One. Lind. The giant flag should be the Amber family in the north, and the red sword flag is the God's Chosen One. Linda's flag. Steveran, who was very knowledgeable about noble heraldry, quickly gave the answer to the question of how to make these flags. It came so fast. The letter had just been delivered, and the person was already here. Old Walder's expression became serious. After thinking for a while, he pressed his hand on the table, stood up, and waved to his granddaughter, asked her to come over to support him. Held the crutch with his other hand, and said, let's go. Let's go see this God's Chosen One. Outside the castle on the north bank of the Twins, Lind's army was neatly arrayed not far from the city gate. John stepped forward to inform them of their identities and asked the twins to open the door immediately to let the army pass. However, the gate officer of Twins City refused John's request on the grounds that he was of low status and could not decide whether to open the door or not. He only agreed to send someone to the main castle to inform Marquis Walder Frey, and the Marquis would decide. John was naturally extremely angry at this answer and wanted to scold the Freys for their rudeness, but Lind stopped him and asked him to tell the gatekeeper as long as the Freys did not clear the twins before dark. The gates were opened to allow his troops to pass, and then he would declare the phrase, rebellion against the Iron Throne in his capacity as the bandit-suppressing commander of all the 7 kingdoms given to him by the king. Upon hearing Linda's threat, the officials on the city wall immediately panicked and immediately sent several more people to the main castle to report the news, because it was already evening, the sun was setting in the west, and it would soon get dark. About when the sky was only a bright red in the west, the city gate of Twin River City was opened, and then old Walder, his son, grandson and great-grandson were seen walking out of the door and came to the forest in front of Virtue. Before old Walder spoke, Lind, who was sitting on the horse, asked directly towards old Walder, Marquis Walder, are you still loyal to the Iron Throne? Of course, the Frey family has always been loyal to the Iron Throne and has never changed. It's mine. Old Walder stood up slightly and replied. Lind said very directly, in this case, I am going to go to Haejong City through Twin River City to suppress the rebellion. I need you to support a team of cavalry, consisting of 3,000 people. Old Walder's expression froze, and a hint of displeasure flashed across his face, but he quickly returned to normal and said, it takes time to build an army. Lind did not give Old Ward any chance to reply, and said, I'm sorry, Lord Marquis, I don't have any extra time for you. Your army must be ready when I pass the Twin City, do you understand? Old Walder was completely suppressed by Linda's momentum at this moment. It was difficult to even raise his head, let alone talk back. He held the arm of his granddaughter next to him hard to prevent himself from being overwhelmed by Linda's momentum. He was crushed, and at the same time, he made his tone more stable and said, I understand, I will prepare a supporting army for you immediately. Lind nodded, waved his hand and ordered, enter the city. Following Linda's instructions, the army began to slowly enter the Twin River City. When Lind's horse passed by the Frey family, they discovered that there was a giant beast hidden in the projection of Lind's horse sitting on it. This giant beast looked at it with its vertical pupils. The Frey family made everyone's hair stand on end. After Lind disappeared from the Twin City, Old Walder's tight body relaxed a little, and the hand holding his granddaughter loosened. The place where his granddaughter was held had turned purple, and his granddaughter, but he didn't dare to cry, so he could only endure it. Stevie Loon, you immediately organize 3,000 cavalry and follow Lind Terra south to put down the rebellion. Do whatever he orders. Don't give him any excuses. Old Walder didn't pay attention to his granddaughter's injuries and turned his head. He gave an order to his son, and then to Black Walder, saying, go and investigate immediately to see if our family had any enmity with this God's chosen one in the past. Why did he target us like this? Aimed at us. Several Freys were stunned, not understanding what Old Walder meant. Seeing the stupidity of his children and grandchildren, Old Walder couldn't help rolling his eyes and said, he just came to destroy our Frey family. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Otherwise, he would have been killed by him. With the name of rebellion, a person will not target a noble family for no reason. We must have had a grudge against him in the past. We must find out what is going on, otherwise we will never be stared at by such a terrible guy. Don't even think about it. While Old Walder was teaching his children and grandchildren, Nymeria rode up to Lind and asked in confusion, do you have any grudge against the Frey family? No. Lind shook his head and said, why do you think I have a grudge against him? I just felt like you were looking for an opportunity to destroy the Frey family. Nymeria looked at Lind in confusion. Really? Is it so obvious? Lind was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, you don't have to think about it. I have no grudge against the Frey family. I just don't like him. I want to teach him a lesson, but he avoids me. After that, there may not be a chance to teach him a lesson for a long time, so let's let him go for now. Chapter 114 Inside and Outside Haejong City. The Frey family formed an army much faster than Lind had expected. Shortly after his army passed through the Twins and arrived at the south bank, the Frey family's cavalry had been formed, and was composed of the Frey family's cavalry. Esser Stevrin Frey, the eldest son and heir, led the troops who joined Lind's counter-rebellion cavalry. Although the Frey family formed an army very quickly, the quality of the army itself was not very good. Except for more than 500 horses, which were war horses, the other 2,000 horses were all raccoons, and not all of the soldiers were cavalry. Most of them were cavalry. Most of them are infantry, and they can barely ride on their horses without falling off their horses. However, the Frey family did send 100 mercenary knights. These 100 knights were mainly used to protect the heir of the Frey family, Stevrin Frey. And in the eyes of outsiders, the Frey family even had their own knights. The heirs have all been sent out, which shows how loyal the Frey family is. But in Linda's eyes, Old Walder's move may be because he wants to use his own hands to change an heir. This can also gain a good reputation for sacrificing an heir to fight the rebellion of the Iron Throne. More than 10 years later, in the Five Kings, that's what he did. During the battle. However, for Lind, this does not matter. He does not expect the Frey family's cavalry to bring him much combat power. All he needs is an attitude from the Frey family. After the Frey family cavalry joined, Lind did not break up the ragtag Frey family into other teams, because that would weaken the combat effectiveness. However, he arranged John Amber behind the Frey family's army. Once the war begins, if the Frey family dares to slack off in the fight, then John Amber will serve as the supervising team and drive the Frey family's cavalry into battle. Lind did not leave for Haejong City immediately. Instead, he sent scouts to learn about the situation in Haejong City. He rested outside Twin River City for the night before setting off for Haejong City the next day. One day later, outside Seaside City, Roderick Greyjoy looked at a team that had just plundered a nearby village and entered the camp loaded with various looted supplies. His face did not look any better. For Roderick, looting the village is just a way to boost the morale of his men. He has promised his men that he will not take any of the proceeds from looting the village but will share it all with his men. In doing so, he wants to get it as soon as possible. Go to Haejong City. Not long ago, he had learned that his uncle Victarion had captured the Gulf of Kalen and successfully blocked the Northern Alliance forces in the north. He had many more troops than his uncle, and even his father. He also secretly sent 3,000 more people to his command. As a result, Haejong City was still not breached and he was still blocked from the city. According to the plan, he should have captured Haejong City at this moment, and based on Haejong City, he quickly followed the Green Fork River, Blue Fork River and other rivers in the Hujien River south to the depths of the Hujien land, raided and plundered the Hujien land, and dragged troops living in various territories in the Riverlands. But he is still staying in Haejong City, and his original plan cannot be implemented at all. This is a complete failure for him. Strength is better than hard work. This is the motto of the Greyjoy family and the core of the ideology of the Iron People of the Iron Islands. Roderick knew that even though he was the eldest son of Balon Greyjoy, if he could not lead the Iron People if he obtains enough wealth, even if he is the heir, it is still unknown whether he will eventually be able to sit on the throne of Pike Island. After all, he is not an only son and has many brothers and sisters. Lord Roderick, a letter from the Iron Islands. Roderick's guard captain hurried over with a piece of paper. Roderick took the piece of paper and looked at it. The expression on his face became even more gloomy. The content on the paper is very simple, that is, Victarion Greyjoy has been transferred back to the Iron Islands and will participate in the attack on the Arbor Island and the Aldtown fleet in the near future. An uncle, Euron, was sent to the southern reaches of the Reach to plunder the Reach and make the coalition forces in the Reach withdraw from the Iron Throne's recruitment. There is no doubt that this is definitely bad news for him. Among the Seven Kingdoms, anyone with a little bit of brains can know which one has more wealth, the Reach or the Riverlands. Looting the Reach will definitely let his two uncles and their men make a lot of money. When the time comes, the people who follow him to attack Haejong City will be dissatisfied with him, and then question his ability, shaking his natural position. And more importantly, the attitude of his father Balon Greyjoy. Although the attitude of his father King Balon is not clearly written on this piece of paper, he alone will be the one who should guard Victar in the Bay of Kalen. The fact that Leon transferred back to the Iron Islands to participate in the next crucial naval battle, but did not transfer his eldest son back to the Iron Islands, was enough for Roderick to feel that his father should feel sorry for him, that he still had not conquered Seaside City at this moment. Disappointment and dissatisfaction. No, if I continue, I will be doomed. Roderick grabbed the note in his hand, crumpled it into a ball, and followed him and ordered the captain of the guard, "Go ahead, we will attack the city tomorrow, and we must be there before take down Haejong City tomorrow. Sir, if we do this, we will lose a lot of people." The guard captain reminded, "We have lost more than 1,000 people in the previous sieges. Shut up." Roderick grabbed the guard captain's clothes, pulled him in front of him, and said, with a ruthless face, "You just need to give me my order. You don't need to say anything else. Did you hear that?" Corwin Pike. "Yes, sir." The guard captain's heart trembled, thinking of the fate of Roderick's previous guard captains, and he responded in a trembling voice. As Roderick's orders reached the hands of his noble officers, the dissatisfaction with Roderick in the camp increased. Because Roderick's command of the attack on Haejong City failed during this period, they more or less lost some of their men. In total, there were more than 1,000 people, and they had not seen any treasures that had been promised in advance. But no matter how dissatisfied they did not dare to disobey Roderick's orders. After all, Roderick had 5,000 Ironborn warriors loyal to the Greyjoy family in his hands. So, they returned to their respective camps, mobilized soldiers, prepared siege equipment, and prepared for tomorrow's siege. The Ironmen did not hide their actions. Standing on the wall of Haejong City, you could see their every move clearly. Patrick Mallister, who has been living and eating on the city wall these days, saw the movement in the Ironborn camp for the first time and quickly judged what the Ironborn were going to do. While allocating garrison positions to the garrison soldiers in Haejong City, he checked every defensive point on the city wall to avoid any mistakes. At the same time, he also sent people to the refuge to mobilize the citizens of Haejong City who had entered the city to avoid the Iron People, and asked them to pick up weapons, ready to top the city wall when the garrison strength is insufficient. When Patrick ordered his men, Tiers Hewen, the captain of the Earl's Guard who was following him, looked at the air of Seaside City with a look of relief. Before the Ironborn invasion, the entire Seaside City disliked Patrick. They thought he was a playboy who hung out in brothels and taverns every day, or just went hunting and playing. He was completely unworthy of an heir to an earl. The appearance makes people worry about the future of Haejong City. Not long ago, Earl Jason Mallister fell ill in the extreme cold natural disaster. When he had a high fever and fell into a coma, everyone in Haejong City couldn't help but worry that if the Earl died and Patrick succeeded him, what would happen to Haejong City? How will the city be defeated by him? However, what is surprising is that when Patrick handled the affairs of Seaside City on behalf of the seriously ill Count Jason, nothing went wrong, nor did he act out of temper as people imagined. Instead, he acted according to Count Jason's instructions, way to handle the government affairs of Haejong City. Although his handling methods are still a bit immature, at least there are some shadows of Earl Jason. Later, during the Ironborn invasion, this playboy in the eyes of everyone also performed well. He did not escape the battle and hide in the castle. On the contrary, he had been guarding the city wall with the soldiers on the city wall since the war began. Sherwheel and Whoa. This may not directly increase the combat power of the warriors or the defense of the castle, but it will greatly improve the morale of the defending warriors. This allows them to defeat the Ironborn one after another when facing the Ironborn's attacks. Repel. Lord Tiers, do you think there are any flaws in the arrangements I made? As usual, after making various city defense arrangements, Patrick turned to his father's guard captain and asked, "There is no problem. Sir, you have done a good job." Tiers replied, "How is father's health?" Patrick then asked. "The Earl's health has improved and he can get out of bed and walk around. He wanted to come to the city wall to join the battle, but he was stopped by Bachelor Bert." Patrick nodded, breathed a sigh of relief, and asked, "How long can the food in the city last?" Tiers said with a serious face, "At the current consumption rate, it can still last for at least a month." However, Bachelor Bert suggested slightly reducing the rations of the refugees. This can ensure that the garrison warriors participating in the battle have sufficient rations, and can also allowing food consumption to last longer. No, since the people of the Lord trust our Mallister family and come to the castle to take refuge when they are in danger, our Mallister family must give them the protection and care they deserve. This is the responsibility and obligation of the Lord. Patrick righteously opposed Tiers' suggestion. Then he thought for a moment and said, "If the time comes when food is really insufficient, just kill the horse." Tears frowned and said, "Sir, those marks are those you specially brought from Dornay." Patrick said calmly, "If the territory is gone, what else will I need for horses? Besides, those horses are just some of my little hobbies. They are worthless compared to the stability of the territory." At this time, Haas Mallister, the manager of Seaside City, hurried over and handed a piece of letter to Patrick while excitedly saying, "Good news, this is good news." It's no wonder that Haas Mallister was so excited, because the news he received from the Raven during this period was not good news, such as asking Riverrun for help. As a result, Riverrun had to respond to the king's call, and there was no way to send any extra troops. Many people came to ask for help from Haejong City. For another example, when they asked for help from Twin City, Old Walder the Lion opened his mouth. Not only did he want Seaside City to pay a huge aid fee, but he also wanted Patrick to marry a Frey family woman. This is simply after humiliating the ancient Mallister family. The Mallister family also sat on the throne of the Trident River for a period of time, and they more or less have the blood of the king. How could they marry the daughter of a nouveau riche? This time, the Raven once again sent news. Haas had given up hope for this news because not long ago, he had received news that the coalition forces in the Riverlands had already headed to King's Landing, which meant that there was no hope in the Riverlands. Reinforcements may be sent out, so there won't be any good news. But when he read the content on the letter, he found that it was the best news in a while, so he couldn't wait to send the letter to the city wall, letting Patrick know as soon as possible. To boost the reputation of Haejong City, morale. Kalen Bay has been recaptured by God's Chosen Lind, and now God's Chosen Lind is bringing people to support Haejong City. Patrick looked at the letter in his hand carefully, with surprise on his face. He remembered that he had mentioned to his father the capture of Bay of Moat by the Ironborn before. When his father learned that there were more than 3,000 Ironborn people left behind in Moat of Kalen, his father identified Moat of Kalen impossible to be breached. Let him not consider any support from the north. In his father's opinion, as long as Carlin Bay Castle guards 2,000 people, let alone 3,000 people, it is enough to withstand the siege of tens of thousands of people. However, now that Carlin Bay has been recaptured, Patrick can't help but wonder how it was recaptured and how many people died. Could this God's Chosen Lind be the bear hunter Lind who almost killed 100 people in the tournament in King's Landing more than a year ago? Patrick asked curiously. Yes, that's Lord Lind Terra. Director Hoth nodded. After hearing what Director Hoth said, Patrick couldn't help but get excited. After spending a long time in taverns and brothels, he naturally listened to the songs sung by bards, and the Bear Hunter's song has always been his favorite song, and it has been continuously praised by people over the past year with Linda's achievements. The song of the Bear Hunter gradually turned into the Song of the Chosen One, and he also developed a hint of respect for Lind. And now the person he admired would lead troops to rescue him, which made Patrick extremely excited. He couldn't wait to see Lind, the Chosen One, as sung in his song, like a stranger. Harvesting the enemy's lives just like the guest's messenger. What are we going to do? How are we going to cooperate with Lord Lind? Patrick asked Director Hoth. Without waiting for Manager Hoth to reply, Tears, who was reading the letter, pointed to a paragraph at the end of the letter and said, "It says there is no need to cooperate, as long as we guard the city wall." No need. Patrick was stunned for a moment, then took the letter and looked at it, showing a little disappointment, and then asked, "Do you want to write and ask when Lord Linda's support will come?" Manager Hoth analyzed. No need. According to the distance between here and Carlin Bay, counting from the day when the Raven was released, we should be able to reach Haejong City in 3 or 4 days. While the walls of Haejong City were still discussing when Linda's support would arrive, on a hill not far from Haejong City, a group of patrolling Ironmen cavalry fell to the ground, with their bodies covered with arrows. On the ground, an army stood silently on the hill, looking at the Ironborn camp outside Seaside City below. Chapter 115 Battle of Annihilation. Should we wait until night for a sneak attack? Nymeria asked, looking at the Ironborn camp below. No, let's do it now. Lind shook his head and said, "Now is the right time. There is some chaos in the Ironborn camp now. Because of Roderick's order, various nobles are busy gathering their own armies, and the Ironborn of each army are also looking for the position of their leader. Everyone's attention is in the camp, not realizing at all that an uninvited guest had arrived on the hill not far from them." Lind rode his horse back to the military formation behind the hill and assigned tasks to everyone. "Nymeria, you lead the army in Tengshi town to eliminate deserters on the outside. The cavalry team will ride on the outside in accordance with the training methods. In the past, shoot all the arrows before you can use the cavalry to charge into the formation." As he said, he turned to look at Steverin Frey and John Amber, and said, "Lord Steverin, Lord Umber, you will lead the Frey family's cavalry and charge into battle with me later." John Amber raised the weapon in his hand with excitement, indicating that he couldn't wait. Steve Loon, on the other hand, looked panicked and said, "Sir, many of our cavalry have just been formed and are not capable of fighting immediately. This is an order, not a discussion, Sir Steve Loon." Lind did not give Steve Loon a chance to defend himself, and said in a deep voice, "You will follow me closely later, don't fall behind. Do you understand?" Quote, "Yes, sir." Steve Loon felt the bursts of pressure coming from Lind and had to lower his head and responded. As the order was issued, the teams began to assemble according to their respective camps. The Frey family's cavalry, led by Steve Loon, followed Lind with a confused look on their faces. After all the troops were in place, Lind signaled Glory to stay with Nymeria, and then drove Aben Blade to run over the hill. Steverin, who had a grimace on his face, did not dare to neglect, and quickly led foe. The Lay family's cavalry followed, and John Umber's northern cavalry followed closely behind, playing the role of supervising the battle team. When the team just crossed the hill and rushed down the hill, the Ironborn camp saw them. The Ironborn were a little panicked, but they quickly calmed down. Roderick, who was standing in the camp, roared loudly. He set up his defenses and summoned the Greyjoy soldiers to his side. Teams of Ironmen picked up the weapons around them and rushed outside the camp. Some knights and nobles of the Iron Islands directed their men to form defenses. However, they obviously underestimated the speed of the Black Blade under Lind's crotch. The Black Blade that was galloping on the hill a moment ago had already rushed outside the camp. The Frey family's cavalry behind them was pulled away for a long distance. And it's not that the Freys deliberately slowed down, but He Feng's speed was simply too fast. When the Ironmen saw someone rushing over alone, they thought this person was crazy. Although the giant war horse rushing in front of them looked very scary, the Ironmen still raised the spear in their hands well trained, thinking the person who rushes over must be tied up into a honeycomb, including people and horses. Unfortunately, they met Lind. The heavy armor specially made for He Feng easily deflected the spear in front of him. Then He Feng turned into a boulder rolling down from the mountain and was knocked away. The Ironmen blocking the road, and the people on both sides of the war horse, were even worse. They only saw a burst of light flashing in front of their eyes, and then they were all cut into two halves and lay on the ground. Lind and the war horse He Feng under his crotch were like two unstoppable monsters. They rushed out of the crowd and made it difficult for those who were in front or those who were too close. Escape to death, blood flowed wherever they passed, forming a bloody path. It looked as if they came on blood. When Steverin led the Frey family's cavalry to the camp, the defensive formation just formed by the Ironborn had been completely broken up, and Lind had already rushed all the way to the center of the camp, with at least several people lying behind him. Hundreds of corpses. Steverin was shocked by Lind's fighting prowess, and even had a hint of inexplicable admiration, but he didn't have any free time to think now, because he and the Frey family's cavalry had already collided with the Ironborn warriors. Because Lind had already shattered the Ironborn's will to fight and dispersed the Ironborn's formation, these Ironborn were completely unable to organize resistance in the face of the Frey family's cavalry, and each one was extremely excited. The Frey cavalry fell to the ground. The Frey family's cavalry were also extremely excited at this moment, because they had never encountered such a smooth battle. The enemies they faced were like wooden stakes, standing in place, allowing them to chop them down, seemingly every time. They can kill an enemy with a single slash. The Northern Cavalry, led by John Amber, quickly bypassed the Frey family's position and rushed towards the other assembled troops in the camp. At the same time, outside the Ironborn camp, Nymeria led the others and began to split into two groups, galloping quickly along the edge of the camp. At the same time, she picked up a specially made short bow and shot into the camp. A powerful arrow. Facing the enemies in the camp, they didn't need to take special aim at all, they just needed to shoot arrows diagonally. One after another, the flying sharp arrows drew an arc in the air and landed on the Ironmen. In the camp, the metal arrows pierced through their leather armor and penetrated into their bodies, piercing into their internal organs. They instantly lost their combat effectiveness. Because these arrows came from all directions, there was no way to hide. The Ironmen, warriors in the camp, fell into the rain of arrows in large numbers, and more Ironmen were panicking for shelters to hide from, even at the expense of the corpses of their companions. Carry it on your body to ward off arrows. Many knights and nobles who commanded the army were killed in the rain of arrows, and there was no way to organize a defense. All the Ironmen blindly moved towards the Greyjoy family's sea monster flag in the center of the camp. But when they had just approached the center of the camp, they saw the sea monster flag fell down. Under the chopped flagpole stood a terrifying knight wearing exquisite armor and holding two knight's swords. In the knight's hand, he was holding a sword. This time it was the head of Roderick Greyjoy, the commander of the Ironborn army. At this moment, none of the Ironmen had the slightest idea of attacking the knight, because the countless corpses piled up around the knight had already shown them the results of attacking the opponent. I don't know who was the first to drop the weapons in his hands and kneel down. In short, the Ironmen who fell into despair all dropped their weapons one by one, knelt down and surrendered. Soon the wind of surrender spread from Greyjoy's barracks in the center of the camp, and soon spread to the entire Ironborn camp. At this time, the Frey family and the cavalry in the north had become murderous. When they saw the Ironmen surrendering, they wanted to slash with their swords, but dozens of arrows flew over and pierced their arms, stopping them, their actions. Immediately afterwards, they saw Daisy leading the cavalry in front of them, shouting to Steve Loon and John Amber, who were not far away. Sir Steve Loon, Mr. Amber, what are you doing? Have you forgotten Lord Linda's order? Or are you going to disobey Lord Linda's order? Hearing Daisy's cry, the two of them immediately woke up from the killing and shouted loudly to their men, "Stop, stop them all. Lord Lind has ordered, surrender without killing. Surrender without killing." The cavalrymen from the two families quickly recovered from the fighting mood, while those who were still awake were directly kicked off their horses by their companions. They did not want to be punished by Lind for some idiots who could not control themselves. During this battle, they really realized that the propaganda against Lind by the Church of the Seven Gods was all true, and even the contents of those propagandas were far from being compared with Linda's real combat power. They didn't know that Lind killed how many people died, but it is certain that it was at least 1,000 people, and the reason why this battle was able to end so quickly was entirely because of Linda's godlike combat power. Under the influence of extreme fear and admiration for Lind, everyone, including Steve Loon and John Amber, couldn't help but raise their weapons high and cheer loudly, "Lind the Chosen One. God's Chosen One. Choose Lind." When the fighting in the camp was over, the fighting outside the camp was not yet over. Many Ironmen did not choose to surrender, but escaped from the camp and fled towards the distant forests, hills and even towards the seaside, trying to escape the massacre against them. However, when training his and Nymeria's cavalry, Lind specifically trained on how to hunt down those who escaped. I saw these fleeing Ironmen being driven together by the cavalry from Tengshi town led by Nymeria. Then they faced countless arrows and harvested in groups. In the end, except for 2 or 3 who were lucky, they escaped into the sea and sneaked into the sea. In the water, except for those who escaped, thousands of others died in the pursuit. On the city wall of Seaside City, Patrick Mallister and his staff, as well as the garrison, Soldiers of Seaside City were all shocked to see the battle in the Ironborn camp outside the city. It was not that they did not want to support the battle outside. It was entirely because there was no time for support. It only lasted 20 minutes from the beginning of the battle to the end of the battle. Patrick had just put on his armor, organized all the cavalry in Haejong City, and arrived at the gate of Haejong City, preparing to raise the city gate and charge. He went out and killed the enemy with the reinforcements outside the city, but the battle ended. When Patrick led the people back onto the city wall, they heard bursts of cheers coming from the Ironborn camp, and the name of the cheers was only Lind, the chosen one. In the eyes of everyone in Seaside City on the city wall, it is very easy to identify who the chosen Lind is. In the middle of the Ironborn camp, where Roderick Greyjoy's main camp was, there is a knight wearing gorgeous armor, sitting astride an unusually tall heavily armored war horse, surrounded by bloody corpses and thousands of Ironmen kneeling on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. This will be a world-famous painting. Patrick, who knew how to paint, remembered everything in front of him with excitement, and secretly decided to paint it. "Sir, you should go greet Lord Lind now." Tears also looked at the battlefield outside the city excitedly and reminded Patrick. Yes, I should go to greet Lord Lind." Patrick nodded repeatedly and prepared to go down to the city wall to greet Lind. "Wait, Patrick." But he was stopped by General Hoth, and he followed General Hoth and said, "The battle outside has just ended. There are still many people in the Ironborn camp. Although they have surrendered now, if they find that they have more people later and resist, you will be in danger if you go there, and it will also cause obstacles to Lord Lind and the others, so it is better for you to stay in the city. On behalf of the Earl, it would be more appropriate to go outside to meet the reinforcements." Patrick was naturally unwilling, but he could not persuade General Hoth. In the end, General Hoth could only send a dozen knights, more than 300 cavalry and 1,000 soldiers out of the city to meet Lind, and also cooperated with Lind. Take prisoners. After that, the collection of Ironmen prisoners was not particularly smooth. During the process of collecting the surrendered Ironmen, some Ironmen tried to resist and tried to snatch the cavalry horses and escape, but they were quickly noticed by the Lind cavalry and took them away. Shot into a hedgehog. With the example of resistance, the remaining people gave up the idea of escape and accepted the discipline honestly. They disarmed their weapons and equipment one by one, tied their hands behind their backs, and tied every 10 people around their necks with a noose. The ropes were connected, and they were told that if one of them escaped, all those on the same rope would be put to death. It's no wonder that Lind wanted to use this method of sitting together, because there were really many people captured this time. There were more than 10,000 people in the entire Ironborn camp, and nearly 6,000 of them died in the more than 20 minutes of battle. Lind rushed down and killed at least 1,000 people. Most of them were Greyjoy warriors who were protecting Roderick. This did not include the people he killed on the way to the middle camp. If you include those people, there are almost 2,000 people. The Frey family and the Northern Cavalry followed Lind and killed more than 2,000 stragglers, while Nymeria and others rode outside and killed more than 1,000 people. They also chased and killed the escaping Ironborn. There were more than 1,000 people. And in the end, the total number was about 6,000. From the remaining more than 9,000 Ironborn, some people who died of serious injuries and those who were seriously injured had to be eliminated. In the end, there were almost more than 8,000 Ironborn prisoners. In order to facilitate the management of these prisoners, Lind had to break them up into teams and use the continuous sitting method to let them monitor each other. One person in one team would escape and sit in another team. Among 10 teams, one team would escape and sit in a row. Team 10. Although this method was unreasonable, it was extremely efficient. Several times, one of the captives wanted to escape, but before he could take action, he was reported by the Ironmen who were also captives next to him. Several people even worked together to kill him. The restless companion strangled him to avoid being implicated by him. In this battle, Lind's cavalry and Nymeria's army were all riding and shooting from the outside to attack, or chasing down deserters. There was no strong resistance. Only. Nymeria's army suffered dozens of injuries. That's all. The Frey family's cavalry followed Lind directly into the camp, specifically targeting the Ironmen who had lost their will to fight. There were only more than 100 casualties. Only the Northern cavalry led by John Amber faced the Ironborn head-on. Although the Ironborn they fought had been defeated by Lind, they could not form a formation to cooperate with each other to deal with the enemy, but in the face of death at this time, the ferocity of the Ironmen still came into play, and they adopted the method of fighting to the death together, exchanging one for one with the Northern cavalry. In the end, the cavalry losses of the Northern cavalry were heavy. More than 400 people were killed, and more than 200 people were seriously injured. Almost everyone was slightly injured, including John Amber. But even so, the Northern cavalry felt that this battle was very worthwhile. Thousands of people defeated an army of more than 10,000 people, killing thousands of enemies and capturing nearly 10,000 people at the cost of hundreds of casualties. The results of any classic war are worthy of bragging. Not only did they not resent Lind for bringing them to the battlefield, they even felt honored to be able to participate in such a wonderful battle. They even had a strong admiration for Lind. Even John Amber, who had always looked down on the Southerners, is also like this. Chapter 116 Dagon. Dagon. Lord Lind, thank you for your help. Otherwise, Haejong City may not be able to defend itself. In the Lord's bedroom of the castle, Earl Jason Mallister sat up from the bed with the help of his servants. He was still seriously ill and his face was pale and his breath was weak. He seemed to use all his strength to speak a word, but he was in good spirits. Lind bowed to Earl Jason and saluted. Earl Jason, please rest assured and recover. I think, after this battle, the Iron Islands will not harass Seaside City for a long time. Earl Jason also responded, please feel free to rest in the city. If you have anything to do, just tell my son Patrick. Seeing that Earl Jason was so tired that he was about to faint at any moment after saying a few words, Lind did not stay here any longer. After a few brief greetings, he left the Earl's bedroom. On the way out of the castle, Lind asked Patrick Mallister, who was following him, about the Earl's condition. My father's health has improved a lot. He can sit up, talk and eat. A month ago, he could only lie down and couldn't do anything. Patrick answered truthfully. The bachelor said that my father had suffered from cold. The effect of the medicine was a little weak, so I suggested that my father go to Old Town or Chingting Island to live for a while, which would be beneficial to his condition. However, when it was time to send him to Old Town, the Iron Islands rebelled. Quote, it doesn't matter, this rebellion will end soon. Lind comforted Patrick. Patrick added, I have ordered people to prepare a banquet. Lind raised his hand to interrupt Patrick's invitation and said, it's still in wartime, so it's not suitable to hold a banquet. After saying that, he thought about it again and said, if you can, you can help prepare more. The meat will be sent to the military camp outside the city, and we will rest in the military camp. Quote, Patrick quickly suggested, how about that? How can we rest in a place like a military camp? You can go into the city. No need. The people in the army are too mixed. If you relax inside the city, you may cause trouble. It is better to stay outside the city. Moreover, there are nearly 10,000 Ironborn prisoners outside the city. They need to be carefully guarded to avoid anything happening. An accident. Lind rejected Patrick's kindness and asked again, we will rest outside the city for 2 days, and in 2 days we will set off along the coast to the fortress. By then, I will join the nearly 10,000 Ironmen. Digest part of it yourself, and you, Haejong City, will take care of the remaining part, and Twin River City will also take in part of it, so you'd better clear out a cell large enough to accommodate the prisoners in the past 2 days, so as not to be caught off guard. Yes, I understand. Patrick responded quickly. Afterwards, Patrick immediately ordered people to prepare a large amount of food. As Lind left Haejong City, they were sent to the garrison camp outside the city. Patrick was originally going to send some wine, but Lind stopped him. Drinking during wartime was taboo. Although many northern soldiers and twin soldiers were dissatisfied with the lack of alcohol, no one dared to say anything after learning that it was Lind who requested that alcohol not be allowed into the camp, and there was a lot of delicious food for them. It's already pretty good. In addition, the army did not enter the city in order to avoid disturbing the people, but people in the city were not allowed to go out of the city to provide services. For example, some jugglers in Haejong City, some vendors selling goods, and some prostitutes from brothels took the opportunity to come to work outside the military camp. Business. The property that the Ironmen looted from the area around Haejong City during this period was not taken back by Patrick. Instead, it fell into Linda's hands in accordance with the rules of the battlefield. Lind was extremely generous in the distribution of the spoils. Half of them were distributed. Everyone received a lot of rewards according to their military merit. Even the new recruits from Twin River City who had just joined had their pockets filled with copper coins and silver deer. Under such circumstances, they were naturally not stingy with spending money, and Lind did not prevent these business people from approaching the camp. The only requirement was that they were not allowed to enter the camp, and all sales were completed outside the camp, and daily tasks could not be affected. During this period, many Frey and Amber family knights and warriors who did not understand Lind's character violated military regulations and were punished in public. One of the Frey family's collateral clansmen was even punished for having sex with a prostitute. After the transaction, he robbed the prostitute of her money and almost killed the prostitute. He violated the military regulations set by Lind and was executed in public by Lind. After a series of punishments, everyone calmed down a lot. Even the unruly northerners acted honestly and according to Linda's rules. What's wrong? We won the battle, you don't seem too happy. After touring the camp for a week, Lind returned to his tent and saw Nymeria sitting in the tent with her female attendant, wiping the armor and weapons. The expression on Nymeria's face was not very happy, which made Lind confused. Nymeria sighed slightly and said, I didn't expect the battle to go so smoothly. I thought it wouldn't be a problem to come to the fortress and Cliff City. This counterinsurgency should be over in a short time. By then, I'm afraid you will also have to leave Tangxi town. Lind walked to Nymeria and sat down, held her hand, and said, I'm just leaving temporarily, and it's not very far away. I want to go to Tangxi town to see you, or you can come and see me. It's a very simple thing. At this time, Nymeria's twin female attendants wisely left the tent. Do you need any help from me then? Nymeria asked with concern. Lind shook his head and said, no need. As long as you manage Tangxi town well, it will be the greatest help to me. Tangxi town is my rear. As long as Tangxi town is stable, I will have no worries. Nymeria nodded and said, in that case, you need to leave Bert to me. Now he is the administrator of Tangxi town, and he is responsible for most of the government affairs. If he leaves with you, I can't find anyone who can replace him in a short time. Lind also agreed, I think so too. With Mo Loya by my side, I can handle most of the government affairs. In addition, she and Bert have some overlap in some positions. Let her and Bert work with me. If it does, it will affect them from fully utilizing their talents. After hearing that Moroya was also going to follow Lind to a new territory, Nymeria's face turned a little ugly. She knew very well that Moroya had intentions for Lind, but Lind didn't do anything to Moroya, so it was hard for her to say anything. Now that Moroya is asked to follow Lind to a new territory, she is really worried about the two of them getting along for a long time. Even though she knew very well that Lind had no thoughts about Moluoya was so sexy and beautiful that any woman would be worried. Lind said with certainty, you don't have to worry about Moloya. I know very well that she has thoughts about me, but her thoughts about me are not feelings between men and women, but something else, so you don't have to worry about me being with her. What happened to her? Nymeria is not the kind of little woman who is easily affected by emotions and is troubled. She quickly restored her emotions to normal, and communicated with Lind about the future development direction of Tangxi town. By discussing these matters with Lind, Nymeria, he recovered from the bloodlust caused by the previous battle. I don't know if it's because Nymeria's own bloodline hides some secrets. In every battle, as time goes on, Nymeria becomes more and more warlike and bloodthirsty in the battle, and some signs of development towards a berserker. Fortunately, Linda's dragon rune necklace could help her maintain a calm mind in such a warlike and bloodthirsty mood, so no accidents occurred. Lind also asked Moroya related questions, but Moroya couldn't find the reason. He just told Lind that the Fudeli family was very ancient and had already come to Westeros during the Ancestors period, and that this family came from the very Far East, maybe Ashai in the Far East. The reason why she said this is because in the early days, the Fudeli family once enshrined a black stone. This black stone can absorb light and make people who see it for a long time feel sick and produce extremely negative emotions. As far as she knows, such stones only exist in Ashai. Later, this stone was brought to the north by Brandon the Builder and became one of the cornerstones of the Great Wall. In exchange, Brandon built a castle for the Fudley family, which was burned down in the Dance of the Dragons and now restored, this castle. Lind also told Nymeria what he heard from Moroya. Nymeria was also shocked by the history of her family. She never thought that her family would have such a legendary past. However, this is of no use to Nymeria's symptoms. The only way to deal with the side effects of the Homeless Knight's dragon feast ritual is to prepare a few more dragon rune and dragon crystal necklaces for Nymeria and let her wear them in battle, weakening the bloodthirsty mood. And she was also used to quelling the bloodlust in her heart by wiping her armor and weapons after battles, and talking to Lind about some things. Just as Lind and Nymeria were chatting and relaxing their tense mental emotions after the war, John came outside the tent and said, "Sir, something happened with the captives, and you may need to deal with it." Lind and Nymeria both frowned, stood up in unison, and walked outside the tent. "What happened? Is there anyone who is not afraid of death and wants to escape?" Lind asked in a deep voice. "No." John shook his head and said, "Someone wants to join you. Take refuge under my command." Lind was stunned, and couldn't help laughing. "I want a group of pirates." As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something, suddenly stopped, thought for a moment, and then asked, "What? Are they going to join me? Are they ordinary Ironborn pirates, or are they the nobles of the Iron Islands?" "He is a noble from the Iron Islands, and a great noble at that," John said seriously. "Dagon Harlaw is the eldest son of Lord Roderick Harlaw, the patriarch of the Harlaw family." Lind couldn't help but be startled when he heard the name, and couldn't help but confirm. "What's his name?" "Dagon Harlaw." John didn't understand why Lind had such a big reaction. In his memory, the name seemed to come from a legendary hero in the Iron Islands. However, when Lind heard this name, he thought of something indescribable in another world system. At this time, he remembered a post he had seen on a past life forum, which mentioned what Cthulhu elements there were in the world of ice and fire, including Dagon and the deep ones. There are deep divers in this world. It is said that the black stone foundation of the old town tower was built by the deep divers. However, Lind has been to the old town tower. The tower itself contains mysterious power, but the black stone foundation has not been seen. Nothing special about it. In addition, there is another thing related to the deep ones, that is, there is a person who actually saw the deep ones, went to the deep sea kingdom of the deep ones, and returned to the land alive. This person is the patchy face of Storm's End. Lind quickly recovered from the association caused by the name Dagon, turned his attention back to the topic, and asked, "Why does this Dagon Harlow want to seek refuge with me?" "He said he wanted to live," John replied. "Survived." Lind looked at John in confusion and asked, "Do the guards want to kill him?" "I remember giving an order not to kill prisoners at will." John quickly explained, "No, he is the heir of Earl Harlaw, a great nobleman of the Iron Islands. We also gave him the treatment that a great nobleman should have and let him live in a separate tent. No one will kill him." Lind asked, "Then why did he say he wanted to live?" John said innocently, "We don't know, he just said he wanted to see you, sir. I think you should meet this Dagon Harlaw." Nymeria seemed to be in the same mood as Lind, and said, "Your future territory is next to the Sea of Dornay, which is very suitable for building a harbor. I'm sure it also requires a large number of sailors and captains to build a fleet. Although the Ironborn believe in plundering, it is undeniable that they are the best sailors in the Seven Kingdoms. If you can recover this Dagon Harlaw, it will be beneficial to you in the future. Establishing a fleet in the territory will be of great help." Lind listened to Nymeria's words and nodded in agreement, and then motioned to John to lead the way to meet this Dagon Harlaw. In order to prevent the Ironborn organization from launching a counterattack, Lind classified the Ironborn prisoners of war into 3, 6 or 9 grades according to their status and gave them different treatments. For example, the lower-level Ironmen are tied directly with rings, while the captains and civilian officers of the Ironmen are slightly better. They can stay by the campfire and get some good food. As for the knights and nobles, they will be arranged separately. Inside the tent, they were not allowed to leave the tent except to eat. The place where they ate would also be arranged in the prisoner of war camp, and the food they ate was treated like a noble. This kind of differentiation will quickly make the lower-level Ironborn dissatisfied with the higher-ups, especially those nobles who are not subject to any restraints, live a good life, and eat well, and will be regarded as betrayers, even if these people want to. If we were to encourage the Ironborn captives to resist, I'm afraid not many people would respond. It was not that the Ironborn nobles were aware of Linda's scheming methods, but they had no way to resist, so they could only endure it silently, and quickly lost control of their subordinate armies. Chapter 117 Battle Report. Under the leadership of John, Lind soon arrived outside the tent where Dagon Darlo was imprisoned. The guard lifted up the tent and let Lind in. Inside the tent, a young man with neat hair and clothes and brownish-red skin sat on a haystack used as a bed. When he saw Lind walking in, he quickly stood up. According to the etiquette of the Church of the Seven Gods, he saluted Lind and said, "Hello, respected Lord Chosen One." Lind smiled and said, "Don't the Iron Islands believe in the drowned god?" "I do believe in the drowned god, but this does not prevent me from paying respect to the Seven Gods." Dagon Darlo explained, "In my father's library tower, there are several monks from the Church of the Seven Gods working for him. Taking care of books, I often stayed in the library tower when I was a child. I was taken care of by those monks and learned some knowledge about the Church of the Seven Gods from them." Quote, "The performance of this Ironborn aristocratic leader is very different from that of other Ironborn, except for the fact that his skin is brownish-red after the Ironborn have been exposed to the sun in the rainforest for a long time at sea. Other aspects of his performance make him look more like a year-round soldier. A scholar who is surrounded by books, not like an Ironman." Lind had no intention of discussing theology with him and said very directly, "You told my people that you want to live. Can you tell me why? Who wants to kill you?" "Many people want me dead, my brother, my aunt, those in the Greyjoy family who are interested in Harlaw Island, etc." Dagon sighed, with a look of decline on his face, and suddenly became a little lost. He said naggingly, "The drowned god also hopes that I can return to his arms, but I want to live. There are still many wonderful things in this world that I have not seen. I want to live until I have seen everything in this world so far. Wonderful." Hearing Dagon's words, Lind frowned because he was a little confused as to why the drowned god was suddenly involved in this matter. Lind stayed away from the monsters in this world for the time being. At least until he had the ability to protect himself, he had no intention of getting too close to these things. But he didn't know whether what Dagon said just now was just a fantasy of persecutory paranoia, or whether it really involved some mysterious power. So, he asked Dagon to wait, and then contacted Glory, who was playing outside and venting his energy, and asked him to come back to him. After a while, Glory rushed back from outside and entered Dagon's tent. At this time, Lind shared vision with Glory to see if the Dagon Harlow in front of him had any supernatural power. The result made him feel a little disappointed, but also very fortunate. There was no trace of extraordinary power in Dagon Harlaw. He was just a normal person. The previous words involving the drowned god were just the product of some imagination, and or just random nonsense. Lind didn't care about this, because religious people or other occult students in this world were always talking about something magical. For example, the bishop and monks in the Tangxi Town Holy Church always liked to run up to him and talk about something magical. He was already accustomed to God's words. "Why do you think you can escape the fate of death by following me?" Lind asked. Seeing the glory, Dagon had a look of fear on his face, but when he heard Linda's question, he still answered seriously, "Because you are the chosen one of the 7 gods, and you can change many things by your side, including the fate of death." Hearing Dagon's answer, Lind was stunned, and then used Glory's special vision to carefully look at Dagon, but the result was still the same. It's no wonder that Lind checked it again, because Dagon's words exactly corresponded to various things happening around him. For example, under normal circumstances, Nymeria would have died more than a year ago, when Duke Tywin coveted the territory near Tombstone Town. Another example would be Bert Falwell, who would have died in a battle he was not good at. Coincidence aside, regardless of this factor, he can indeed affect the fate of people around him, allowing people who should have died to survive. Lind pondered for a moment and asked, "What can I gain if I accept your surrender and let you join me? You can get the friendship of the Harlow family, and you can also get a captain who already has rich naval combat experience and is very skilled in navigation, as well as a large number of sailors who can be used immediately without special training." Dagon Harlow. Orluo replied very seriously. The Harluo family sent 2,000 people to cooperate with Roderick Greyjoy to attack Hajong City. These 2,000 people did not suffer much losses when you attack the camp. They can immediately gather them together and use them for your use. Although most of these 2,000 people are just ordinary fishermen, and are not really ironborn warriors who are good at sea battles, they are enough to control the ships. If you can take a boat directly from Eagle Point, go there. When we get to Harluo Island, I believe that with your combat power, sir, we should be able to take back Harluo Island easily. By then, seeing Dagon Harlaw eager to lead the way and led Lind to attack his hometown Harlaw Island, Lind couldn't help but smile, interrupted him to continue, and followed him. Extremely, he said seriously, "I can accept your surrender, but I hate betrayers. I will use various methods to hunt down betrayers until they die. Don't worry, my lord, I will never betray you." Dagon Harlow felt that Lind had agreed to join him, and his face couldn't help but show joy. However, Lind went on to say, "Your surrender will have to wait until after this war and King Robert has dealt with you prisoners of war. At that time, if King Robert wants to kill you, I will intercede for you. And let King Robert exchange your military exploits for you." After saying that, Lind ignored Dagon Harlaw's stunned expression, turned around and left the tent, and outside the tent, where Dagon could hear the voice, he directly ordered to Jon, full of lies without a word, to tell the truth, starve him for 2 days to make him be honest. Although Lind asked Jon to teach Dagon a lesson, this does not mean that Lind will give up on this person. In fact, he has already booked this person as the captain of his fleet, and he did not lie just now, and finally told Dargon Gon's recruitment would have to wait until the war was over and King Robert had disposed of the prisoners of war. Recruiting prisoners of war on the battlefield is only for the lower-level warriors. In terms of supplementing combat strength, if the heir of the Iron Islands lord like Dagon Harlaw recruits him without authorization, he will easily be slandered as a collaborator. What Lind needs now is to fight steadily to win the territory and title, and his current military merits are enough to be awarded the title. The subsequent recovery of the fortress, Cliff City and Fairy City will help him take a further step in the title, so there is no. It is necessary to create complications for some special actions. The Frey family of Twin River City had sent troops led by Black Walder to march overnight for 2 days. Finally, within the time requested by Lind, they arrived at Seaside City to accept the prisoners of war from the Iron Islands. 2 days ago, after receiving the letter sent by Lind using the Raven of Seaside City, the Frey family felt that this matter was really incredible, because they knew very well how Many Ironborn were besieging Seaside City, and Lind just left. They could not believe that. All the Ironborn outside Haejong City were wiped out in one day. It wasn't until Black Walder saw the prisoners in the prisoner of war camp and the corpses piled up and burning in the distance that the doubts in his heart completely dissipated, leaving only fear. Lind asked Black Walder to take away thousands of prisoners of war, and reminded Black Walder very seriously that the number of these prisoners of war was recorded, and that they would be tried and dealt with by King Robert after the war, and they would be detained in the Twin City. There cannot be a large number of attrition, otherwise the people from Twin River City will be the ones to bear the burden. Hearing Linda's request, Black Walder had a bitter expression on his face until he left. He originally thought he could get a group of free workers for free, but instead he got thousands of uncles who needed to be taken care of. But he didn't dare not agree, because he already knew how powerful Lind was from his grandfather Steve Loon. If he did something that didn't suit Linda's wishes, then their Twin River City would be in trouble. After Black Walder left, Lind handed over 2,000 Ironborn prisoners of war to Seaside City, and his requirements for Seaside City were not as harsh as those of Twins City. He only asked that all of these prisoners of war not die. The remaining 2,000 Ironborn prisoners of war were recruited into the team by Lind. These 2,000 prisoners of war were not from the Iron Islands, but slave laborers robbed by the Ironborn from other places. Slaves like this were in the Iron Islands. At least half of this invasion team was occupied. These people themselves were not very loyal to the Greyjoy family. When Lind recruited them, they easily agreed to Lind's recruitment, and Lind didn't even tell him the conditions. He prepared. Because of the addition of these Ironborn, Lind no longer needed to walk from land to the fortress along the coastline of Ironborn Bay. Instead, he directly used these Ironborn as sailors and took the longships that the Ironborn invaded Seaside City, walked directly from the water. Because the Iron Islands' attention was all on the Western Territory further south, and they would not have thought that more than 10,000 Ironborn led by Roderick Greyjoy would be wiped out outside Seaside City, so as long as Lind, if you are careful, the Iron Islands won't notice anything unusual. When Lind set off from Haejong City, the battle report about Haejong City had been sent to the counter-rebellion army camp in Deep Cave City. Everyone was a little unbelievable when they saw this battle report. While their tens of thousands of troops were still walking on the road, Lind had already led more than 2,000 people to recapture Kalen Bay and annihilated more than 10,000 Ironmen who surrounded Haejong City, killed Roderick Greyjoy, the eldest son and heir of Balon Greyjoy, and achieved unparalleled military exploits, which embarrassed the lords, nobles and knight officers who were currently fighting the rebellion. Good boy, well done. I knew this boy could do it. Unlike the complicated emotions of the surrounding lords and nobles after seeing this battle report, Robert was simply happy for Lind's performance, as if he was complete the series with a general victory. More than 10,000 people were easily wiped out by a few thousand people. Could this battle report, under the hint of some big lords, a palace noble carefully questioned the authenticity of this battle report and said, "Shut up, just because you can't do it doesn't mean that others can't do it." Robert glared at the nobleman angrily, then looked at the other people around him, and said coldly, "If you want military exploits, go to the battlefield and fight for them. Go grab it, instead of slandering those who have made military exploits here." After hearing Robert's lesson, the tent immediately became quiet, and no one dared to say anything more. Stannis suggested, "The letter says that Lord Lind will place more than 8,000 captured people in Seaside City and Twin River City for detention. We can go and take these people over. We may send them to the naval battle in the near future." Useful. Robert nodded and immediately arranged for several lords to lead troops to bring the Ironborn prisoners of war to Lannisport, where the various counter-rebellion armies would meet. Afterwards, he ordered his accompanying bachelors to record Linda's military exploits in relieving the siege of Seaside City and annihilating more than 10,000 Ironmen in the war. Merit book, ranking it below the military exploits in recapturing Kalen Bay. With these two military exploits, there is no problem for Lind to be knighted, but Robert is still looking forward to Linda's future performance. If he has more military exploits, he would not mind letting Lind become a first in the history of knighthood in the Seven Kingdoms. Special case. However, Lind did not disappoint Robert. Not long after Robert's counter-rebellion army arrived at Lannisport, battle reports about Lind were sent to him one after another. First, Lind used the surrendered Ironmen prisoners of war to trick him into opening the gate of the fortress, captured all the more than 1,000 Ironmen defenders inside, and recaptured the fortress. Later, he used the same method to recapture Cliff City. However, after Lind regained the two castles, he notified the Bantfort family and the Westerling family in Brand City, asking them to take over their respective castles and continue to guard the castles, but he did not receive a response from the two nobles, which forced Lind to leave the soldiers of the Frey family and the soldiers of the Amber family to guard the fortress and Cliff Town respectively. Afterwards, Lind used the Ironborn longship to cross the Strait of Ferry Island and landed on Ferry Island. Before the Ironborn had time to react, he eliminated the 3,000 Ironborn in Ferry City and liberated Ferry City. After Lind completed the scheduled task of recovering the city, he did not continue to attack other places. It was not that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't do it because the Iron Islands already knew about his actions, so they sent Victarion and Euron commanded the Iron Fleet to blockade Ferry Island. In other words, he is now trapped on Ferry Island and cannot move, but at the same time, he has also dragged the Iron Fleet in the Ferry Island Strait, making it impossible for the Iron Fleet to go south. After receiving the relevant news, Robert immediately ordered the fleets that had arrived at Arbor Island and Old Town in Lannisport, mixed with the few remaining warships of the Lannister family, and the recruited armed merchant ships to form two groups. The Royal Fleet, with Stannis Baratheon and Paxter Redwyn as fleet commanders respectively, immediately led the fleet to the Ferry Isle Strait to destroy the Iron Fleet. At the same time, Robert will also lead the counter-rebellion coalition forces from the west, north, Riverlands, east and south to War Fortress to wait for the results of the battle in Ferry City Strait. After Stannis has eliminated the Iron Fleet, they can go directly to the Fortress of Scourge. And then they can attack Pike Island, the home of the Greyjoy family, from the Fortress of Scourge. Chapter 118 The End of Counterinsurgency. King Robert and others who saw Linda's battle report felt that Linda's situation must be very bad when he was trapped in the Ferry City, but the actual situation was that Lind was very relaxed. It was not so much that he was trapped on the island. Said he was on vacation on the island. After learning about Linda's news, the Iron Islands responded decisively and sent the Iron Fleet to Ferry Island. When the Iron Fleet appeared, Lind promptly towed all the longships docked at the dock to the shore, leaving the Iron Fleet unable to destroy these longships. Although the Iron Fleet also sent more than 1,000 Ironmen to land on the island when they besieged Ferry Island, hoping to completely destroy the longship in Linda's hands and completely trap Lind to death on Ferry Island. But the result was that all the more than 1,000 people were wiped out by Lind, who was well prepared, and not one of them escaped. The current situation is not so much that the Iron Fleet trapped Lind on the island, but that Lind dragged the Iron Fleet into the Ferry Island Strait. Because if the Iron Fleet leaves, they are worried that Lind will use those long ships to directly attack the Iron Islands. Even if he does not attack the Iron Islands, Lind will use the long ships to return to the west and rob those they stored in Ferry City. All the property obtained was taken away. To be honest, when Lind solved the Ironmen in Ferry City and inspected the interior of Ferry City, he was also surprised by the treasure trove he found. He never thought that all the property obtained from the Iron Islands looting of the Western Territory during this period would not be sent back to Pike Island, but would instead be concentrated in the Ferry City. Lind has not yet been able to calculate how many golden dragons this batch of property is worth, but according to John's statistics, there are hundreds of thousands of golden dragons accumulated in the warehouse alone, not counting other gold and silver jewelry, precious utensils, etc. Wait, If you do a rough calculation, there should be millions of golden dragons. It's no wonder that after the Iron Islands learned that he had regained Fairy Island, they immediately sent an iron fleet to besiege Fairy Island, obviously worried that Lind would transport their loot away. Naturally, Lind would not refuse the wealth that came to his door. He immediately sent someone to Lannisport overnight and notified the Glory docked at Lannisport. Let the captain of the Glory wait for the result of the naval battle in the Fairy Island Strait. Once the royal fleet of the Iron Throne wins, he will immediately drive the Glory to Fairy City and transport the treasures snatched by the Iron Men back to Tengshi Town. Before setting off from Tengshi Town, Lind had notified Rhys Farwell, who was conducting business activities in Old Town, and asked him to send someone to sail the Glory to follow the Old Town and Arbor Island fleets and sail to Lanny's Hong Kong, waiting for his next instructions. Originally this was just a pre-arrangement that he had prepared for any eventuality, but now this arrangement happened to work, and even more fortunately, not long after the people he sent left, the waters of Fairy Island were blocked by the Iron Fleet. Fairy Island Castle is located on a protruding promontory. Standing on the balcony of the Castle Lord's study, you can have a panoramic view of the Fairy Island Strait. However, what Lind saw now was not the beautiful scenery, but hundreds of Ironborn longships and warships covering the entire sea, which looked extremely shocking. Among these ships, there are several ships that are much larger than others. All of these ships use black sails with patterns of sea monsters painted on the sails. There is no doubt that these are the Greyjoy family battleships, and the largest one has a sea monster prow and a guillotine-like battering ram. This should be the flagship of the Iron Fleet, Victarions. Invincible iron type. At this moment, Lind was not wearing armor, but was wearing a casual robe, with some food that had just been served beside him. He was eating leisurely while looking at the Iron Fleet docked on the sea. Nymeria walked up to Lind with a glass of water, handed it to him, and asked, "Are you just going to stay like this and do nothing?" Lind took the water and took a sip, swallowed the food in his mouth, and said, "We have done enough. If we continue to do it, we will be hostile to everyone participating in this counter-insurgency war." As Lind said, while the lords and nobles in the counter-rebellion army are all waiting to make achievements, he has already recaptured 5 castles and annihilated 20,000 rebels. Such achievements are enough for many people jealous. If he annihilates the Iron Fleet again, or captures Pike Island, then not to mention the lords and nobles, even King Robert will probably be very unhappy and even have some scruples about him. For Lind, it is not difficult to repel the Iron Fleet. He secretly sneaked into several ships that were obviously the leaders of the fleet at night and carried out beheading operations, leaving the fleet leaderless, and the Iron Fleet would naturally retreat. Or, use the looted treasures in the castle to attract the people of the Iron Fleet to the shore to solve the problem. In fact, when retaking the fortress, Nymeria had already suggested attacking Pike Island directly, because the Ironmen on Pike Island didn't know the situation on the fortress yet. They could disguise themselves as Ironmen at night and attack Pike Island. Landed on the island and directly captured Pike Island. Although Lind was a little tempted at the time, he ultimately did not follow this advice. At this time, Jon knocked on the door of the study, walked in, and said, "Sir, there is news from Lord Paxter. He and Lord Stannis have led the royal fleet to the waters near Ketch Town. It is expected that we will be able to reach Fairy Island Strait late tonight." "Is there anything mentioned above about what we need to do?" Lind asked. "Just let us take care of the lighthouse." Jon shook his head. Lind smiled, looked at Nymeria, and said, "Look. They are already afraid that we will steal the credit. HMPH. Nymeria snorted disdainfully. She didn't like Stannis very much in the courtyard of the Red Keep in King's Landing. Lind turned to look at Jon and said, "Although they don't want us to do anything, we can't do nothing. Let people prepare the longships. If the war goes unfavorable, then we will provide support. If the war goes well, we will salvage the prisoners of war." "Yes, my lord," Jon responded, turned around and walked out. In fact, Lind's preparations were completely ineffective. Duke Stannis and Earl Paxter's naval combat capabilities were very strong, far beyond what the Greyjoy family's Iron Fleet could compare to. The royal fleet did arrive at the entrance of the Fairy Island Strait late that night, but they did not enter the strait. Instead, they stayed at the entrance all night. It seemed that they were worried that the darkness would not be conducive to a naval battle late at night. Damage to friendly forces during combat. In fact, the royal fleet has been divided into two groups. Earl Paxter has led the Chingting Island fleet in the waters near Ketchy Town from the outer sea of Fairy Island, bypassed Fairy Island, and arrived at the northern end of the Fairy Island Strait. At this time, Stannis led the fleet, mainly the Aldtown fleet, to set up a formation at the southern entrance to attract the attention of the Iron Fleet. As a result, it was very successful. The entire Iron Fleet's attention was attracted to Stannis, and it moved from the sea near the Fairy City to the entrance of the southern strait to confront Stannis' fleet on the sea. When the sea fog happened to rise on the sea in the early morning of the next day, the Iron Fleet could not see the Chingting Island fleet led by Earl Paxter attacking from the north. It was caught off guard for a while, and the South Stannis also seized the opportunity to attack from the north and the south. When the thick fog on the sea cleared, the Iron Islands fleet had been completely disabled. Two of the black sailing ships belonging to the Greyjoy family were sunk. As for the other longships, less than 20% fled the battlefield. It is no exaggeration to say that after this battle, the Iron Islands have no chance of coming back. Although, Lynd had already led Nymeria and the others to the south of Fairy Island, near the sea area where the two sides fought, and wanted to see this sea battle, which was extremely rare in the history of the entire Westeros continent. Thousands of large and small ships are fighting in this sea area, which will also be of great benefit to Lynd in building his own fleet in the future. However, the thick fog spreading over the sea completely shattered Lynd's expectations. Until the end of the naval battle, all he could see was a thick fog. And this also brought him a question, that is, in such a dense fog, how the two fleets communicated and exchanged internally, and how could they avoid inadvertently injuring friendly forces? This question was later answered by the Ironborn prisoners of war. It turned out that they used different horn sounds to distinguish between ourselves and the enemy and to transmit messages, which felt a bit like Morse code. After the naval battle, the royal fleet did not stop at Fairy Island, nor did it say hello to Lynd. It seemed that it completely ignored that there was a friendly force in Fairy City, and led the remaining fleet towards the northern sea. It felt like to attack the Iron Islands directly. Lynd's previous preparations came in handy at this time. The royal fleet left in such a hurry that there was no time to clean the battlefield. The longship prepared by Lynd just acted as the battlefield cleaner. I saw hundreds of longships swimming back and forth in this sea area, not only searching for Allied soldiers who fell into the water, but also searching for Ironborn prisoners of war who were not dead. However, Lynd was more concerned about those who had died floating on the sea. Damaged but not sunk ship. Although these ships are unable to sail due to damaged sails and other reasons, the hulls are still well preserved, especially the keels, and most of the hulls of several large ships are intact, with only a few holes in the hulls. Therefore, Lynd used ropes to hook these damaged ships to the shore, and then asked his surrendered Ironmen and Ironmen prisoners of war rescued from the sea to repair these ships. He did not need to repair them in good condition, but only wanted to keep them in good condition, as long as it can sail normally on the sea and won't sink. As a result, after some repairs, Lynd got 4 large ships, a dozen armed merchant ships, and hundreds of longships, plus the Ironfolk chiefs he obtained from Seaside City, Fortress, Cliff City, and Fairy City. Ships. The number of his ships suddenly expanded to more than 200 ships, which was considered a large fleet, even if most of them still need to undergo major repairs before they can sail normally. With such a large amount of resources in Lynd's hands, Lynd would naturally not let it go. When Rhys Farwell drove the Glory to Fairy City to transport treasures, Lynd also asked Rhys to bring those large ships, armed merchant ships, and more than 100 relatively intact longships were taken away together, leaving only more than 70 damaged longships that could transport people to the other side of Fairy Island. In addition, Lind also asked Nymeria to lead the army of Tengshi Town, his guards, the 1st and 2nd Cavalry, and most of the surrendered Ironmen who were not from the Iron Islands to leave with the ship, responsible for bringing the treasure back to Tengshi Stone Town. Nymeria has no objection to this. After all, this batch of treasures is too important, and no matter how careful it is, it cannot be protected too much. Although there are only 3 cavalry teams and some loyal Ironmen left around Lind, Nymeria is not worried about Lind's safety. After Nymeria and the others left, Lind stayed in Fairy City for almost half a month. Then he saw the Iron Throne's fleet slowly approaching from the north. Not only did the number of ships in the fleet not decrease, but there were more. When the fleet passed the sea in front of Fairy City, a dozen larger Iron Islands long paddle boats separated from the fleet and drove to the dock of Fairy City. Then an acquaintance of Lind jumped off the ship. "Master Joel, long time no see." Lind saw the visitor, smiled on his face, and took the initiative to greet him. "I saw that the person who came was none other than Joel Fohua, who brought Lind out of Bai Village." Compared with more than a year ago, Joel Fohua has not changed much now. Except for a few more lines on his face. Some of the wounds are new and some are old. Joel looked at Lind, who was dressed in exquisite armor, and couldn't help but sigh. "You are really amazing." When I heard the name Lind, the chosen one, I thought it was a person with the same name, but I didn't expect it to actually be someone with the same name. Who could have imagined that the Orion boy from Bai Village more than a year ago would become such a legendary figure? Lind smiled and said, "You are very grateful. In front of you, I am still the same Lind from Bai Village." Joel smiled and reached out to pat Lind on the shoulder like before, but realized that it was no longer appropriate to do so, so he took it back. Then, he stepped aside and introduced the people following him to Lind, saying, "This Lord Kalind Lannister, he is here to take over the Fairy City." Lind looked at the old-looking young knight in front of him and asked, "I remember Fairy Island seems to be the territory of the Farman family. There is still a Miss Janie Farman alive. She should be the one to take over Fairy Island." Bar. The young knight took a step forward and took the initiative to explain, "Miss Jane Farman has married me in the presence of King Robert. It's just because the war has just ended and there are still Ironborn pirates roaming on the sea, so it's not safe. So let me come here to take over Fairy Island for Miss Jenny. When everything calms down, Miss Jenny will return to the castle to inherit the territory of the Farman family." Quote. After listening to the young knight's explanation, Lind understood that the Lannister family was using this marriage to annex the territory of Fairy Island, and there was no need to care about Jenny's intentions. Lind just smiled at this, reached out and patted the young knight on the shoulder, and then led the young knight to hand over various items in the castle. The whole process went smoothly. The young knight didn't seem to know that this was once the general warehouse for Ironmen's looted property, and he didn't care much about the valuable things here before. After a simple inspection, he and Lind completed the handover ceremony. After that, he led the Lannister soldiers who got off the ship and stationed in the city, while Lind led his people on the ship and went to Lannisport to attend the celebration banquet that King Robert was about to hold. Chapter 119 Castle Rock and Lannisport. Lannisport is the largest city in the entire Westerlands and one of the 5 largest cities in Westeros. It is located on the seaside southwest of Castle Rock. The entire city is built on the mountain, and the city buildings extend from the seaside pier to the top of the hill, covering the entire hillside, all the way to the foot of the giant rock in Castle Rock. Compared to big cities near the sea like Old Town, Lannisport's wharf is a bit small, and the ships docked here are also very single. Almost all of them come here to trade gold, silver, and other precious metal items. Everyone in Westeros knows that the Western Territory is rich in gold and other precious metals. However, after these precious metals are mined, they are not sold directly to the outside world. Some of them are cast into gold dragons and silver deer, and most other precious metals are made into various products. Plant exquisite jewelry and utensils. Lannisport is home to the best goldsmiths, silversmiths and jewelry craftsmen in the entire Westeros continent. The gold, silverware and jewelry made here are not only popular among the noble circles of Westeros continent, but also even people from the ASOIF continent like it. Nearly half of the ships on the dock of Lannisport are gold merchants from the ASOIF continent. It is precisely because of the huge wealth gathered here that the Lannister family has to maintain a city garrison of up to 3,000 people here, and each garrison member is equipped with the best leather armor and weapons. Uniformly the level exceeds the regular army of all lords on the continent of Westeros. So some people joked that the golden robes in King's Landing were fake, and that the garrison in Lannisport was the one wearing gold, because they were covered in gold. Along with the city garrison of 3,000 people, Lannisport is also equipped with a large fleet, which is specially used to guard the safety of Lannisport. However, what was in great contrast with these well-equipped garrison forces was their record. The Lannister family fleet has been destroyed at least twice since its establishment, and the number of times it has been disabled is countless. Lannisport is also frequently looted by the Ironborn, so much so that people in the Seven Kingdoms laugh at Lanni's. The garrison of Niceport is a bunch of dolls piled up with money. But if someone really underestimates the strength of the Lannister family because of this, then they will only be the ones who suffer in the end. Unlike Lannisport, which has been repeatedly invaded and destroyed, Castle Rock, which is close to Lannisport, is extremely strong. From the day it was built, this castle has never been breached, even if the dragon comes, also the same. So much so that anyone who sees this castle carved directly into the rock will sincerely sigh that this is a miracle of the gods. Lind was also very interested in the structure of this castle, especially under the influence of the memory of the Peacemaker. When he took a boat to the sea outside Lannisport and saw Castle Rock in the distance, he was thinking about it. How to break it. However, he searched through all the methods in his mind and found no way to break into Castle Rock from the outside. It seemed that the only way was to break through from the inside. However, Lind did not give up his research on Castle Rock City because of this. During the days when he came to Castle Rock City, apart from attending those boring banquets, he spent most of the time possessing glory and sneaking into Castle Rock City. Look at the structure of this castle and look for weaknesses. After these days of exploration, Linda's understanding of the entire structure of Castle Rock City even surpasses that of the Lannister family himself. Not only does he know every open and secret sentry in Castle Rock City, but he is also extremely familiar with the patrol routes guarded by Castle Rock City. Glory most of the time, you don't even need to hide your body, and you can directly enter and exit Castle Rock City. Therefore, he did find a weakness in Castle Rock City that was not a weakness. Castle Rock itself was rebuilt from a mine, and the giant rock beneath Castle Rock itself was a mine. For thousands of years, the Lannister family had been digging underground, forming countless mine tunnels below. Some mine tunnels had been abandoned for many years, and even the Lannisters themselves don't know. Lind discovered a secret mine tunnel through Glory. Judging from the ventilation at the entrance, it should lead to the outside of Castle Rock City. However, this mine tunnel is very small. Only children can get in. It looks like it may be mine tunnels secretly dug by some pirates in the past. There should be many more mine tunnels like this, but they are difficult to find, and no one is willing to look for them, because these mine tunnels are like a maze and it is difficult to find a way out once you get stuck in them. The reason why Glory will not get lost is because the scent left behind helps it find its way out. Although these mine tunnels can be used as a way to capture Castle Rock City, the prerequisite is that the ambushed soldiers and traps in the mine tunnels below Castle Rock Castle can be eliminated. While Lind was leisurely admiring Castle Rock City and looking for its weaknesses, his men were worried about him, because it had been more than 10 days since the Greyjoy family surrendered and the counter-rebellion army returned to Lannisport and joined the war. Some news about the rewards that various lords and nobles can obtain has been gradually spread from the king's camp. They will be announced when everyone arrives in a few days and the celebration banquet officially begins. Only Linda's reward has not been revealed at all. Instead, various rumors that are unfavorable to Lind continue to spread from the mouths of various powerful people. For example, Lind misappropriated all the property that the Ironmen plundered from the Western Territory. Another example is that during the Battle of Fairy Island, Lind not only failed to support the royal fleet, but also carried out the mission of the royal fleet northward. Without having time to clear the battlefield, Lind privately sent the royal fleet to keep the spoils for yourself. If these two charges are proven true, Lind's achievements in counterinsurgency will definitely be completely offset, and he may even be punished. Because of this, no one paid much attention to the unfavorable rumors, such as secretly recruiting Ironborn prisoners of war and forcing the lords to send troops. Everyone is paying attention to how much benefit Lind has gained this time. Some people have even brought out the Lannister family's loss records about the Ironborn invasion, saying that the benefits Lind has gained this time may be as high as millions of golden dragons. For a time, countless people cast jealous glances at Lind, and the nobles of the western region even ran outside Lind's camp to demand that Lind return their plundered property. In response to these rumors, Lind did not make any response, nor did he miss the banquet he was supposed to attend. Except for a few people at the banquet who were willing to make friends with him, the vast majority of people stayed away from him, no matter how they discussed and slandered Lind behind his back, but in front of Lind, they did not dare to neglect the etiquette in the slightest. After all, Lind has already confirmed his status as the chosen one of the 7 gods with the combat power of 1 against 1,000. Being disrespectful to him is almost equivalent to being disrespectful to the 7 gods. With the support of the Church of the 7 gods, even the great lords have seen it. Lind did not dare to show any neglect. Because of this, there is also a rumor in the outside world that even if Lind embezzles loot and other things, no matter how excessive he is, he will not be punished too much. After all, the Iron Throne also needs to take care of the face of the Church of the 7 gods. This rumor is not unfounded. Some people have already looked at the attitude of top lords, such as Warden of the West Tywin Lannister and Warden of the North Eddard Stark, towards Lind. It can be seen that they all seem to be consciously making friends Lind, rather than rejecting Lind. However, no matter what the external rumors are, the most important thing is King Robert's attitude. So far, King Robert has not responded to Lind's various rumors, nor has he mentioned anything about Lind's reward. No one knew that Lind already knew what kind of reward he could get, because when King Robert and his ministers discussed the military merit rewards of various noble knights a few days ago, his military merit rewards had already been set, and informed the Imperial Council and several great lords. Although some people objected during the process because the reward given to Lind was too generous, King Robert forcibly passed it. He learned about the entire discussion from Tywin Lannister, but it was not Lord Tywin who told him personally, but Glory secretly sneaked into Castle Rock City, on the roof of Lord Tywin's study, obtained while eavesdropping on a conversation between him and his brother Kevin Lannister. After discovering the location of Duke Tywin's study, Lind would often let Glory sneak into the past and eavesdrop on the conversations between Duke Tywin and the ministers of the Western Territory, thereby learning some of the future deployments of the Western Territory and some unknown secrets. For example, now Lind has overheard the real reason why Duke Tywin is so eager to let his family occupy Fairy Island. In fact, Duke Tywin is not really interested in the island of Fairy Island. What he is really interested in is the nautical chart hidden by Elisa Farman on Fairy Island. Lind was a little unfamiliar with the name Elisa Farman, but judging from the nautical charts she left behind, she should be a navigator, and she should be a great navigator. Otherwise she would not be captured by the Lannister. The family is thinking about it. However, Lind didn't know much about things like navigation. He only knew a few navigators, such as Corlys Velaryon, who was also captured by the Iron Throne and would soon be expelled from the Iron Islands. Euron Greyjoy, as for the name Elisa Farman, he had never heard of it at all, so he decided to check this person out when he had time to see why this person was called Lord Tywin, attach so much importance to. My lord, Lord Tyrion is here, do you want to see him? just when Lind wanted to continue to eavesdrop on the conversation between Lord Tywin and Kevin Lannister, Jon's voice came from outside the tent. Lind exited the state of shared vision and motioned for Jon to bring Tyrion Lannister over. Tyrion is one of the few people who ignores those rumors and is willing to take the initiative to make friends with Lind. One thing that is certain is that he did not learn from Lord Tywin what kind of reward he was going to get, so he made friends with him. It's not for his power. Although Tyrion was also in King's Landing when the tourney was held in King's Landing, he must have received a huge blow at that time. He did not attend either the tourney or the banquet after the tourney, so Lind also this person of interest was not seen. This time, the meeting between Lind and Tyrion was also an accident. After returning to Castle Rock from King's Landing, Tyrion was appointed by Duke Tywin as the sewer affairs officer of Lannisport and Castle Rock, responsible for leading people to clear and repair the sewers. The sewers of Castle Rock City are those mine tunnels. When Lind was exploring the underground mine tunnels of Castle Rock City through Glory 10 days ago, he happened to meet Tyrion, who was checking a sewer valve. At that time, Tyrion was frightened by Glory. I even felt like I was dead. As a result, when he was waiting to die, he found that Glory had walked away and did not attack him. After the disaster, he would naturally investigate the origin of the monster in the sewer, and finally determined that the terrifying monster he saw was Glory. So, he directly found Lind the next day, and the two became friends. What was interesting was that he did not tell Duke Tywin about seeing Glory in the sewers of Castle Rock. He might have thought that Glory he just accidentally broke into the mine tunnel, or maybe he felt that with his status in the eyes of Lord Tywin, it was useless to say anything. Isn't that big guy here again? Tyrion walked into Lind's tent with small steps and said, with some disappointment, although Lind's legendary experience and miraculous combat power will also arouse Tyrion's curiosity, he still has to take a back seat in front of Glory. I don't know if it's Tyrion's own interest or the reaction after being frightened by Glory. He seems to be particularly interested in giant monsters. He came here to chat with Lind, all of which were mentioned in mythology and history. There are huge monsters like giants and dragons. It went outside to play. Lind looked at Tyrion and asked with a smile, "Where did you see the new legend of the giant beast?" Tyrion walked to Lind's side and sat down on the chair without seeing anyone else. He said, "No, I just saw your cavalry captain, Daisy from the Mormont family, taking Luo from Coldwater City in the valley. Baron Iscovator was beaten, and the beating was very serious. I heard that his legs were broken." Quote, Lind was stunned when he heard this, and immediately called Jon in and asked, "Didn't I give the order not to leave the camp at will? Why did Daisy go to the city?" Jon responded, "Someone just came to tell Captain Daisy that her mother, Lady Meggie, has arrived at Lannisport. She wants to see her mother." Lind ordered, "Let Balin and Rosso go find out what caused the conflict, and bring Daisy back by the way." "Yes, my lord," Jon responded. When Jon turned to leave the camp, Lind added, "Remember to bring more people with you." "Understood, my lord." Jon responded and walked quickly towards the soldiers' camp. After Jon left, Tyrion casually picked up the snacks on the table and stuffed them into his mouth. While eating, he said, "Aren't you worried about your men? When I came here, I saw the guards at the port. The team has already arrived." Lind shook his head and said, "If it was before the Ironborn rebellion, I might be a little worried, but after the Ironborn attack, so many veterans of the Lannisport garrison died. Now the garrison is full of new recruits. My strength is almost the same as that of ordinary peasant soldiers, so I have nothing to worry about. Hey, I'm a Lannister. It's so embarrassing for you to talk about the Lannister guard in front of me. I thought we were friends," Tyrion said, picking up a cup and giving it to he. Poured a glass of water by himself, swallowed the food in his mouth, then frowned and said, "I really don't understand you. There is obviously good wine to drink, but you only drink this tasteless water." Lind looked at Tyrion and said, "You should tell me truthfully what you want to do when you come to me, right? You also said that we are friends, there is no need to beat around the bush like this." Tyrion curled his lips, was silent for a moment, and said, I hope you can take me with you. When you leave Castle Rock. Chapter 120 Tyrion in Dilemma. For Tyrion, staying in Castle Rock, especially in front of Lord Tywin, he feels the pain all the time, and the indelible damage caused by Lord Tywin to him will constantly appear in his mind. Especially after he was appointed by Tywin as the steward of the sewers, he has become the laughingstock of the entire Lannister family. Even the branches and vassals of the Lannister family clearly laughed at him in front of him, which also made him the common people of Lannisport began to despise him, laugh at him, and even gave him a new nickname, Little Demon Monkey. He felt that the entire West was an enemy, with mocking eyes staring at him all the time. And even the air was suffocating him like a pair of hands covering his mouth and nose. Except for the Lannisport brothel, it seems like I can't find a place where I can't be discriminated against. He felt that he had to leave here immediately, otherwise, he would go crazy. After listening to Tyrion's request, Lind was silent for a moment and said, Why do you think I can take you away? Don't forget, I am still just a knight. Tyrion said quickly, Because you are Lind Terra, the chosen one appointed by the Church of the Seven Gods. Do you think Lord Tywin would care about the title of God's chosen one? Lind asked Tyrion, and then said, You are now the first heir of the Lannister family. Do you think Lord Tywin will let him, or you out of his sight? Tyrion said with strong resentment in his tone, He will not regard me as an heir. In his eyes, I am nothing. The only heir in his heart is James. Lind reminded, But Jaime Lannister is the Kingsguard, and the Kingsguard cannot marry, have children, and inherit the family business. Tyrion said, He can ask Jaime to resign from the Kingsguard. Lind shook his head and said, Although I don't have much contact with your brother Jaime, I can feel that he attaches great importance to the position of the Kingsguard, and if Lord Tywin can make Jaime resign from the position of the Kingsguard, he will. I have resigned a long time ago. Tyrion fell silent and said nothing. Lind said again with some seriousness, And you got one thing wrong. It doesn't matter whether you are the heir recognized by Duke Tywin. What is important is that if someone needs you to be, you must be. What do you mean? Tyrion was stunned and looked at Lind in confusion, with a trace of confusion on his face. According to the inheritance laws of the Seven Kingdoms, you are Duke Tywin's legal first heir. No matter how much Duke Tywin looks down on you, it cannot change this fact. Lind emphasized and said, Once Duke Tywin suddenly death, no matter what the people in the West think of you, you are the heir to Castle Rock and the guardian of the West. This is an established fact that cannot be changed. Tyrion, you are very smart. You should have imagined that you would suddenly become the guardian of the West. Duke of Castle Rock, what will happen in the West? Tyrion's expression suddenly changed and his expression became serious, and he asked, Lind, did you hear something? No, I haven't heard anything. I just made some inferences based on my normal thoughts. Lind stopped and did not scare Tyrion anymore. Then he relaxed his tone and said, And have you ever thought about following me? If you do, you won't be able to do many things. For example, drinking is not allowed in my military camp. The salary I pay you is not enough to keep you in a brothel every day, and more importantly, I won't even give you. You pay your salary, and you also need to pay me to keep you around. Tyrion jumped down from the chair and said angrily, What? You are going too far. Aren't we friends? Yes, it is precisely because we are friends that I will give you such treatment. Lind nodded and said, There is a saying in my hometown that brothers will settle accounts. This is true for brothers, let alone friends. Quote, It's boring to stay with you. Tyrion mumbled out of the tent as if he was angry. When Tyrion walked out of the tent, Lind added behind him, saying, If you want to improve your current treatment, you'd better repeat what I just told you to Lord Tywin. Once again, he should understand your importance and give you corresponding treatment. Instead of being a sewer affairs officer who is looked down upon like you are now. Tyrion paused for a moment, then continued walking forward, faster and faster. After Tyrion left, Lind did not continue to possess glory, but took out a copy of 9 Voyages, and started reading. This set of books was found by Lind in the Fairy City. In addition to this set of books, there are also many valuable orphan books, and even some ancient slate rune books that no one can read. Obviously, in the eyes of Ironborn, these books were far less valuable than those shiny things, so they were left untouched and kept intact. As a result, they were all left to Lind. Lind asked Nymeria to take all the other books back to Tumblestone, leaving only this set of books detailing the seafaring adventures of Curly's Velaryon as a source of entertainment. The chapter that Lind is reading now records the experience of the sea serpent Corinth's second great voyage. It records in detail how he passed through Yidi, Thunder Island, and the Blood Sea, and finally reached the easternmost shadowland of Ashai. I have to say that although the text looks a bit boring and has no literary quality, just like an instruction manual, the content inside can still make those who read it feel the shock of the sailing adventure. Just when Lind was about to close the book after reading the Sea Serpent's second navigation adventure and walk around the camp, he suddenly saw the name Alyssa Farman. There is only one sentence related to this name. This sentence was said by the Sea Serpent. I know that it must be Alyssa Farman's Sunstrider. I dare to swear on Velaryon's honor that I am absolutely not wrong. Quote, although this sentence did not reveal a lot of information, Lind could still feel the intense excitement shown by the sea snake Collins after seeing Alyssa Farman's ship. A navigator who has gone down in history was so excited after seeing another navigator's ship, just like the fans in the previous life who met their idols. This also made Lind more interested in this Alyssa Farman was curious. This also made him sit back in his chair and continue to look through the book, 9 Voyages, to see if there was any content involving Alyssa Farman later. A burst of footsteps sounded outside the tent, and then John and others were seen outside the tent, standing under the raised tent curtain, bowing to Lind and saying, "Sir." Lind looked up at everyone and found that they all had injuries more or less on their bodies. He couldn't help but be stunned, especially Bahrain. His left arm seemed to be broken, which made it difficult for him to participate in the martial arts competition in a few days. Although in his eyes, the strength of his men is average, they are already top-notch warriors among the Seven Kingdoms, especially Balin from Marine. His fighting skills can be seen in every battle in the arena. After training, even Nymeria might not be able to defeat him in a one-on-one fight, but now he was injured, and he was the most seriously injured, which made Lind surprised. "No, are you just asked to bring Daisy back? Why is there another conflict?" Lind stood up, looked at a few people, and asked. John said with an aggrieved look, "We were going to pick up Daisy, but the garrison of Lannisport and Clegane from the mountain came to attack us. Naturally, we wouldn't just let it go." The fight started. Mountain Clegane. Lind was stunned, turned to look at Balin, and said, "Did the mountain break your hand?" Balin, who had a silent personality, nodded, and there was no sign of pain from the broken hand on his face. Then he seemed to feel that this answer was not accurate, and said in common language with a strong accent, "That guy's hand is also broken. And one of my ears was bitten off." After saying that, he took out an ear from his pocket and put it in his hand to show Lind. He seemed to regard the ear as a trophy. "Where are the others?" Lind then asked, "Are there any casualties among the others?" "They were all a little injured, but not dead." John continued to answer, but he paused again and added, "Several people in the Lannisport garrison died, and one of them seemed to be Lannisport. Tells, possibly a branch of House Lannister." After hearing this, Lind touched his forehead, turned to look at Daisy, and asked, "What about you? Why did you have a conflict with that Baron Royce coward?" Daisy looked innocent and said, "I was just walking on the road, and that guy stopped me for no reason, and then shouted at me that you are a liar. All your achievements are made up of lies, and we are also a group of liars." After hearing Daisy's words, Lind didn't say anything more, and then made a decision. Daisy will go down and give 6 military whips, and the others 3 military whips, and then go to the military medical officer to treat their injuries. John was stunned when he heard this, and said, "Sir, I have no objection to you punishing Daisy. After all, she did not inform you, left the military camp without permission, and caused trouble outside, but we are sent out by you. People, why should we be punished? Rosso, Balin and other knights also nodded in agreement. Lind looked at them and said, I beat you not because of your conflict with the Lannister family, but because Daisy is being punished. As her comrades, you can't just stand by and watch, so you are punished together. This is called share weal and woe. Hearing what Lind said, Jon and the others had nothing to say and turned to look for the executioner one by one. After they left, Lind returned to the tent and continued reading. Glory also returned outside the camp at this time, but before entering the camp, it encountered a team of Lannisport garrison on the road. The people leading the team were wandering on the hills outside Lind camp, seemingly unwilling to get close to the camp. When Glory suddenly appeared next to the Lannisport garrison, they were all frightened. They rolled and crawled towards the city of Lannisport, fearing that if they ran too slowly, they would be eaten by the giant beast. Fell, leaving Glory with a confused look on his face. The conflict between Lind's cavalry and the Lannister garrison caused quite a stir, and everyone was looking to see how the chosen Lind and Lord Tywin would respond to this incident. Although everyone knew that the identities of Lind and Duke Tywin were very different, no one dared to underestimate Lind. After all, the Church of the Seven Gods stood behind Lind. And the Duke of the North also had a great deal of respect for Lind. The Tyrell family in the Southern Territory also attaches great importance to Lind, and King Robert has expressed his love for Lind countless times, so in a way, the two sides are evenly matched. The more important point is that Lind's men injured Clegane the Mountain this time, a mad dog that everyone despised. Moreover, the Mountain was seriously injured. One of his arms was broken and his ear was bitten off. Many people were very happy to see such a result. Even the lords and nobles of the western region were chuckling to themselves. What makes people laugh or cry is that as everyone's eyes are focused on Lind and Lord Tywin, the two people who caused this conflict are Daisy of the Mormont family and Baron Royce Cowart of Coldwater City. On the contrary, he was completely ignored. Even Lord Yohn Royce of Runestone City, Baron Royce's lord, had no intention of standing up for him. After learning that everything was caused by Baron Royce's foul mouth. However, what surprised everyone was that the chosen one Lind and Lord Tywin both chose to deal with the matter coldly, without making any response to the outside world or discussing with each other, as if the matter did not exist. At the same time, they also adopted the same method of punishment for their subordinates who participated in the conflict. Lind whipped all participants, while Lord Tywin used a rod directly. Because of the way they handled it, this conflict that attracted everyone's attention quickly subsided, which also disappointed everyone who was waiting to see the show. However, the attention of these busybodies was soon attracted by new things. There was a riot in the cell where prisoners of war on the Iron Islands were held. Euron Greyjoy, the younger brother of Balon Greyjoy, incited some nobles and ironmen to attack. The guards then took away the guards' weapons and stormed, arriving at the docks of Lannisport. They robbed a longship and escaped. King Robert was extremely angry about this matter, and even more angry was Lord Tywin. The garrison at Lannisport was so incompetent that they even repelled a group of Ironborn who fled in panic, and even took away a ship. This was a slap in the face in front of the lords and nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. Compared with the shame this incident brought him, the previous conflicts between Lind and his men were not worth mentioning. The result was that the number of guards in the cells where the Iron Islands dignitaries were tripled was increased. A dozen of the main officers of the Lannisport garrison were all hanged on the port dock. Castle Rock's garrison temporarily took over the defense of Lannisport team and reorganized and trained all members of the garrison. The person responsible for this was another disgusting Clegane, Sandor Clegane the Hound. 2 days later, the long-oared clipper from Aldtown docked at the dock of Lannisport. The Tyrells, Hightowers, and Redwynes stepped off the ship, the last to attend the victory banquet. The High Lord also arrived. Chapter 121 Baron, you have done a good job, letting others see the power of our reach. In the manner arranged by Duke Tywin for the Tyrell family, Duke Mace summoned all the vassals of the Reach together. The Rowan family, the Cleon family, the Fossaway family of Cider Hall, the Fossaway family of New Barrel City, the Tully family, the Hightower family and the Redwin family, etc., are the family lords and knights who participated in this rebellion. They were all summoned to the hall of the manor. Lind was naturally one of the people summoned, but unlike other knights who could only wait in the courtyard outside the hall to be summoned by the Duke of Metz, Lind entered the hall together with the patriarchs and lords of each family. Apart from those attendants, he was the only one who was a knight. During these days of banquets, Lind had already gotten to know all the lords and dignitaries of the various families present, except for the Hightowers and the Redwines, who had a slightly better relationship with him. The other families had a better relationship with him. They were all casual acquaintances, but the knights from these families had a good relationship with him. Perhaps the idol worship factor played some role. It is no exaggeration to say that Lind has now become the spiritual leader of the Knights of the Reach. No matter which family the knights are in, they all respect him, especially when he shows his own strength in teaching the knights fighting skills, making these Reach knights worship him even more. Lind was placed in the middle of the hall, next to Randall Tarley. Although Randall Tarley was the commander-in-chief of the Southern Counter-Rebellion Coalition, his position as commander-in-chief was relieved after the end of the Counter-Rebellion. Now Randall Tarley is only the Earl of Hornhill. According to the size and strength of his territory, he was considered to be at the middle level of many river lords. So it was not surprising to be placed in the middle of the queue. After Lind came to Lannisport, he immediately went to see Randall Tarley, who was also nominally his superior. Randall Tully also had a somewhat complicated mood after meeting Lind. At first, Lind's impression on him was not very good, but as Lind led 2,000 cavalry to attack thousands of miles, he rescued 5 cities and broke through. He fought against tens of thousands of enemies and made military exploits one after another. His impression of Lind gradually changed, especially when he learned through other channels that Lind was strict in running the army and was a disciplined man. This also doubled his favorable impression of Lind. It wasn't until he met Lind in person that although Randall Tully acted businesslike due to some concerns, he admired Lind very much in his heart, and deep down he couldn't help but lament that if his son it would be nice to have 1/10 of Lind's ability. Therefore, when Lind was placed next to him, Randall Tully reminded Lind in a low voice, with a hint of kindness, saying, "You must be mentally prepared and don't make a fool of yourself later." Lind couldn't help but froze when he heard Randall Tully's reminder, and looked over in confusion, but Randall Tully didn't speak anymore. At this time, the Duke of Metz also began to announce some of his rewards to his subordinate lords. The reward for fighting the rebellion is not directly awarded by King Robert to the subordinate lords of the 7 kingdoms. He will only reward the guardian dukes directly. According to the division of the 7 kingdoms, subsequent rewards will be given by the respective dukes to their subordinate vassals. Promulgate, and then proceed in sequence, until the lowest position of noble knight. As for ordinary soldiers, they are not included in the rewards, but some noble lords are generous and will distribute some rewards to them. The soldiers' main income comes from plundering, and whoever robs them belongs to them. Linda's practice of not allowing private plunder, collecting the loot uniformly, and then distributing part of the loot to the soldiers was very rare. The main reason why the Duke of Metz gave rewards to subordinate lords who participated in the war in advance was because he already knew how generous King Robert's rewards were to the Reach this time, so he had no worries and gave his own rewards in advance, to show generosity. After the Duke of Metz announced that Randall Tarley's reward was to be exempted from all taxes on the Horn Tomb for 3 years and 10,000 gold dragons, everyone's eyes in the hall fell on Lind, who was the last person in the hall. One who has not yet been rewarded. Lind Terra, come forward. Duke Metz said to Lind solemnly. After hearing this, Lind already had the answer in his heart and stepped forward to the front of the queue. More than a year ago, when we were in King's Landing, I said that as long as someone could clean up the banditry north of Bitter Bridge, I would reward him with a manor and a village. Now you have done it. The Duke of Mace looked complicated. Looking at Lind, he said, "However, you have done far more than I expected. A manor and a village alone are no longer enough as your reward." As he spoke, he looked at everyone in the hall, and finally his eyes returned to Lind. Then, he took out a parchment scroll from his side and handed it to Lind. At the same time, he said, "I am now the guardian of the south and the guardian of the border. In the name of the Lord, Duke of Highgarden, and Supreme Commander of the Reach, you canonize Esser Lind Terra as a baronet, and grant the land around Red Hope in the Crimson Mountains as your territory. His descendants will inherit this honor for generations. I hope you can continue do your best for the honor of the Reach. Thank you, sir." Lind, who had been mentally prepared, acted very calmly, but his hand trembled slightly when he took the commission scroll, showing his inner uneasiness. In fact, not to mention that he was not calm, even the many lords present were not very calm. Whether they were those who knew in advance that Lind would be canonized as a lord, or those who did not know about it, they all agreed, uttered an exclamation. You must know that with this canonization, Lind can be said to have crossed two entire classes. From a knight, to a propertied knight, to a titled noble, and to a lord with a territory. You must know that what ordinary knight families want, it may take 100 or even hundreds of years to cross these two levels. However, Lind went from an ordinary hunter to a lord in less than 2 years, which shocked everyone. As the news that Lind became the lord spread from the hall to the courtyard outside, the knights of the Riverbend who heard the news all showed complex expressions on their faces, including envy, admiration, shock and jealousy. Although they had already guessed that Lind would receive a big reward when he was brought into the hall by his attendants, they never imagined that the reward would be so generous and that he would directly become the lord, even if they did not know that Lind where is the territory and what is the situation, but the fact of becoming a baron lord is enough for them to find it incredible. But then some of them who were careful discovered that the achievement of canonizing Lind as baron lord was not the counter-insurgency attack, but the mission of clearing out the bandits north of Kuchao. It was just that the reward of that mission changed from a manor and village to it became a territory, and the title was changed from a landed knight to a baron. This is even more incomprehensible to everyone. They don't think that such merit can lead to a territory. At this time, people who knew geography quickly discovered that the territory given to Lind was not in the Reach, but in the Dornay frontier, and it was on the other side of Dornay. In the Stormlands, and the Reach. Separated by the Crimson Mountains, it is a complete enclave. Now that land is all occupied by the lords of Stormland and Dornay. It is basically impossible for anyone to establish a foothold there, build a castle, and control the territory. After learning the true situation of the territory that Lind obtained, everyone's doubts were eliminated, and the jealousy and envy were also reduced a lot. In the eyes of many people, it was better to obtain the territory that was beyond their control. It would be better to get a manor and village that you can control. Similar to the mood of the knights in the courtyard, the lords who had not been greeted by the Duke of Metz in advance also no longer questioned Linda's reward after learning about the situation in Linda's territory, and even sympathized with Lind. In their opinion, Lind did possess miraculous combat power, but managing the territory was not something that could only be achieved by having strong enough combat power. Most of them did not think that Lind could gain a foothold in that chaotic land. At this time, the Duke of Metz said to Lind again, "This is just a reward for your mission of suppressing bandits. As for the military merit reward for countering the rebellion this time, I will not award it to you. King Robert will award it to you personally. The specifics are I don't know the contents of the reward. I'll have to wait until the celebration banquet in the evening." Hearing the words of the Duke of Metz, all the lords were stunned, because King Robert had exceeded his authority by doing this. Even if he was the king, he should not directly reward the vassals of the Duke of Metz for military merit. The Duke of Metz should refuse such a rude request. However, seeing that there was no angry expression on the face of the Duke of Metz, they vaguely guessed that King Robert should have given the Tyrell family a lot of money for this matter. Advantage, otherwise, no. Matter how weak and confused the Duke of Metz is, he will not agree to such a thing. Lind was also surprised by the Duke of Metz's words. He originally thought that by canonizing him as a baron and giving him territory, that would be the end of it. His counter-rebellion achievements would also be included in it, but now it seems that he is still there. Will be other benefits. Your Majesty, the old Duchess wants to see Lord Lind. A maid of Olenna Redwyn entered the hall from the side door, saluted everyone, and said to the Duke of Metz. The Duke of Metz obviously knew about this. He nodded slightly and said to Lind, "Sir. Lind, please go over now. Don't keep my mother waiting." "Yes, sir." Lind bowed and saluted, then followed the maid and walked towards the courtyard of the women's family in the backyard of the manor. When entering the courtyard, Garland, who had been waiting at the entrance for a long time, greeted Lind. He had not seen him for more than a year. Garland had grown a lot in height, and the baby fat on his face had also disappeared, becoming it has sharp edges and corners, and has some masculine temperament. "Long time no see, Lord Garland." Lind was also very grateful to the second son of the Duke, who dragged him into the Tyrell family. It can be said that if Garland did not drag him into the Tyrell family that day, but instead if he joins the Klein family in Fortimo as he originally planned, then he may not have achieved what he has now, and the power in his hands will not grow so fast. Seeing that Lind did not change his attitude towards him because of his change of identity, Garland could not suppress a satisfied smile on his face, and knocked Linda's breastplate very intimately, and then looked at Lind. With the sword of the homeless knight on his waist, De said, "It's really you. I haven't seen you for more than a year, and you actually made such a set of armor and sword. If you hadn't taken off your helmet, I wouldn't have recognized it at all. You came." Lind said easily, "If you want to build such a set of armor, I can give you the design drawings. Forget it, this armor is already very heavy just by looking at it, let alone wearing it. Even if it's made, it's just a decoration. I'm not that luxurious yet." Garland curled his lips. He followed the waiting maid and said, "You can leave now. I will take Mr. Lind to see Grandma." "Yes, Master Garland." After hearing this, the maid turned and left. Garland led Lind towards the courtyard. At this time, many ladies from various lords and nobles who had come to the banquet with the Tyrell family were chatting with their companions and looking at Lind curiously. Garland reminded Lind in a low voice on the way, saying, "My grandma sometimes doesn't sound very nice when she speaks. You can just be patient and get over it later." "I know," Lind responded with a smile. In fact, Garland didn't need to remind him. He also knew the Queen of Thorns' razor-sharp mouth. "Look who's here, our chosen one." When the two of them arrived at a large terrace overlooking the Bay of Lannisport, they heard an old voice speaking from the crowd. Immediately afterwards, a group of noble ladies from different families in the Reach stepped aside, revealing the Queen of Thorns who had been surrounded by everyone before. When he sent Willis to Dornay before, Lind passed Highgarden twice. He had never seen the Queen of Thorns in those 2 times, but this was normal. After all, how could a knight easily see the family member of a noble arrive? If it hadn't been for the Queen of Thorns' request this time, I'm afraid it would be impossible for Lind to see her this time. The Queen of Thorns was thinner than Lind expected. It felt like a gust of wind from the bay could blow her away, but her eyes looked very sharp. They were eyes that were sophisticated and could see through people's hearts. Even Lind couldn't look into his eyes for long. "Good afternoon, Lady Olenna." Lind stepped forward and saluted the Queen of Thorns. The Queen of Thorns looked at Lind up and down, her eyes paused on the dragon headdress on Linda's helmet, and said, "Good afternoon, Sir Lind Terra." "Oh, that's wrong, I should call you Lind Terra now. Lord Baron." Lind responded with a smile, "In front of you, this is just a title. I think for you, a knight, a baron, or even a duke are all the same." The Queen of Thorns couldn't help being stunned after hearing this, and then laughed. Garland also looked at Lind in surprise. The eyes of other female family members around him also fell on Lind. It was obvious that someone could speak so relaxedly in front of the Queen of Thorns. Not that often. "Come here, my child, let me take a look at you." As people get older, their eyes get worse. If you stay far away, you can't see clearly. The Queen of Thorns muttered like an ordinary old lady. They are one by one. They all like to stand far away so that I can't see them clearly, but they don't know that people who can't see clearly have better ears. Just from the sound of their voices, I know who they are. Don't try to hide it from anyone. Pass me. Lind listened to the Queen of Thorns muttering and walked up to her. He looks very ordinary, much worse than my grandson. The Queen of Thorns looked at Lind, reached out and patted Linda's leg, and said, but the body is very strong, which is good. It can make women pregnant and give birth. A lot. Baron Terra, you haven't been engaged to anyone yet, right? Chapter 122 King's Reward. When Lind heard the Queen of Thorns' words, he couldn't help but be stunned. He quickly realized what he was talking about and answered very seriously, although I have not been engaged, I have already made an agreement with Count Nymeria of Tengshi Town. Is it just an agreement? Queen of Thorns looked at Lind with interest and asked. Although it is an agreement, it is also a promise. It is a man's promise. This is a promise that cannot be changed, Lind emphasized. What a pity. The Queen of Thorns could see Linda's thoughts and did not continue the topic. Some of the noble ladies around also looked disappointed at this moment, and some even felt a little envious of Nymeria. Seeing that she could no longer marry Lind, the Queen of Thorns seemed to have lost interest in Lind. After chatting with Lind for a few words, she asked Garland to take him out. Lind felt a little baffled by this meeting with the Queen of Thorns. It was really just a casual chat. You must know that Lind had already worked hard to deal with the Queen of Thorns, but the result was a bit anticlimactic. Until when Lind returned to his camp, he couldn't figure out why the Queen of Thorns wanted to see him. However, when Lind casually spoke to the men who came to congratulate Lind on his knighthood, John's response cleared up Lind's doubts. This sentence means that there are no women in the Tyrell family who are suitable for marriage with Lind. Those suitable women are either already engaged or married, or they are too young and the status gap is too big. Only then did Lind realize that the purpose of the Queen of Thorns meeting him was not for him at all, but for the noble ladies from different lords and noble families in the backyard. She was using Lind's answer to let those nobles and lords the family gave up the idea of marrying him. From the perspective of the interests of the Tyrell family, it is best for Lind to marry the Tyrell family and become an in-law of the Tyrell family. This can increase the strength of the Tyrell family in disguise. However, currently, the Tyrell family does not have a suitable partner for marriage with Lind. Little Rose is still a child, and there is a big gap between her and Lind. Moreover, even if the age is suitable, I am afraid that the Tyrell family will not be willing to marry Little Rose. After all, the identity gap between the two is quite big. The most suitable thing is to find a noble girl with suitable status from the Tyrell family to marry Lind, but the problem now is that no one can be found. Therefore, preventing Lind from marrying other great nobles and lords in the reach that could threaten the Tyrell family's status has become the most important thing for the Tyrell family. Now, by meeting with Lind and directly telling all the other nobles in the River Bend, through his own words that the possibility of marrying him is zero, this will undoubtedly make the Tyrell family free from complaints from the nobles of the Reach land, the best way to solve the trouble of Lind marriage. As for the marriage between Lind and Nymeria, they probably didn't take it to heart. After all, compared to the lords and nobles with prosperous families and long-standing inheritances in the Reach, the people who are located on the border of the Reach are thin. They didn't take the Fudeli family seriously, and they weren't worried that the Fudeli family's prosperity would threaten them, because after Tengshi Town became stronger, those who felt the greatest threat should be the West, the Stormlands, and the Riverlands. Thinking of this, Lind couldn't help but sigh that the old man is still too old. The Queen of Thorns just used the opportunity to meet him to solve a big problem for the Tyrell family. And it would not affect the reputation of the Tyrell family. This kind of political skill has become so sophisticated that it is almost impossible to guard against it. Perhaps every word she says may be used by her to achieve her own goals. Lind stayed away from such a person. Even if he had to meet the Queen of Thorns again in the future, he should say less and do less to minimize the chance of being taken advantage of by her. Because of his promotion to Baron, Lind also gave his subordinates 2 days leave and allowed them to go to Lannisport in batches, but they could only go in batches. He also spent a sum of money to reward everyone in the cavalry team, even the groom who took care of the war horses received 5 silver deer. Afterwards, King Robert suddenly sent a ceremonial officer over to prepare for Linda's celebration banquet that night. In addition to teaching Lind some simple court etiquette, the etiquette officer also prepared more than a dozen sets of gorgeous aristocratic costumes for Lind, and asked Lind to try them out respectively. After improving some inappropriate places, he settled on one set of clothes. Originally, weapons are not allowed on occasions like banquets, but His Majesty thinks you are a brave knight. If you don't wear weapons, it will be like a woman without makeup. The etiquette officer paused and said, these are the words of His Majesty the King. So you are allowed to wear weapons to the banquet, and your pets are also allowed to be brought to the banquet, but you must be careful not to hurt anyone. Understood. Lind nodded. Just as the ceremonial officer was preparing for Lind to attend the banquet, the chosen Lind was canonized as a baron by Duke Mace Tyrell and received a territory. This news had spread throughout Lannisport, and everyone they were all shocked by this incident. You must know that Lind has only become a knight for less than 2 years. This is just the beginning of a person's knight career. There are countless people in the 7 kingdoms who have been knights throughout their lives. However, it only took Lind 2 years to cross the 2 classes of wealthy knights and titled nobles that others may not be able to cross in a lifetime, and directly became a lord. Even if the territory was very bad, but that was not the case. No matter how bad the territory is, it is still a territory, and no matter how small a lord is, he is still a lord. Many people also believe that Lind became a lord not only because of his own abilities and achievements, but also because of the influence of the Church of the 7 Gods. With Linda's astonishing performance in the battle against the rebellion, his status as Archbishop of the Starry Church, a supporter of the Church of the 7 Gods, also improved, which also affected Linda's career in disguise. Lind obviously knew this, so before attending the banquet, he went to the 7 Holy Cathedral in Lannisport to pray in full view of the public. Although Lind was the core of the matter of being knighted and promoted to lord, which aroused the envy and jealousy of countless people, the focus of most people's attention was not on Lind, but on the Tyrell family. Because the Tyrell family used Lind to become a knight and become a lord, it silently gave a good publicity to their family. That is, as long as you have the ability, you can also become a lord in a short time. Even if everyone knows that it is difficult for the next Lind to appear again, not only because of Lind's own ability, but more importantly, the Tyrell family no longer has an unappreciated enclave to grant, but this does not mean prevent those people from having hopes and fantasies. Therefore, for a long time in the future, the Tyrell family will be the first choice for those skilled mercenary knights. Other great lords also want to imitate the Tyrell family, but they just think about it. Because among all the great lords, except for the Stark family in the north, which owns some not so good territories, the territories in the hands of the other great lords are very tight. For thousands of years, the territories on the continent of Westeros have long been. After being divided up, where can you find free territory? What is even rarer than the territory is a powerful and influential knight like Lind. Although Lind's becoming the lord caused a lot of commotion, as King Robert's celebration banquet was held, everyone's attention fell on the celebration banquet, because this celebration banquet was not just a banquet. King Robert, in addition to announcing the rewards of various lords and nobles at the banquet, the punishments for various noble lords of the Iron Islands will also be announced at the banquet. The banquet venue was not in Castle Rock City, but in the royal camp on the outskirts of Lannisport. Because he was praying in the 7 Sacred Cathedral, Lind came to the royal camp almost when the banquet was about to begin. When entering the camp, he was not subject to any inspection, because the glory that followed him was his best status symbol. Under the guidance of the royal servants, Lind came to the banquet venue. All the nobles, who were in Lannisport and had been invited, had already arrived here early. The moment Lind entered the venue, their eyes were all of them fell on this upstart of the 7 kingdoms, with all kinds of looks, such as jealousy, envy, hostility, disdain, etc. If all these looks were turned into lights of different colors, it might make Lind feel like he was back a nightclub from a previous life. However, when these eyes fell on Glory next to Lind, they all turned into a look of fear, and some showed a little greed. Although it was a banquet, the participants seemed very reserved. They did not stand together and talk casually like the last banquet in the Red Castle Hall. They were all divided according to the different kingdoms they were in and the level of their status, an area. Lind's eyes scanned the field and soon found the area where the nobles of the River Bend were. He also saw Garland following the Duke of Metz and waved to him. Lind walked over and, under Garland's guidance, still stood beside Randall Tully. The people around him are all lords of the Reach or nobles with special status. For example, Garland, the second son of the Tyrell family, does not have a knight. This is almost the same in other kingdoms. Only the people in the north have one more knight. Night Watchman. It seems that he wants to take this opportunity to take a large number of prisoners to the Great Wall. After Lind stood beside him, Randall Tully stopped talking with the Lord of Star Shuttle City's Baker family, turned to Lind and said, "Red Earth Watch is not a good place. Not only do you have to face the surrounding the lords of Stormland and Dorne, as well as many savage tribes, are said to have elected a savage king. If you don't have enough people, I can borrow some people." "Thank you, Lord Tully. I will definitely ask you for help if I need it." Seeing Randall Tully's kindness, Lind naturally would not refuse, and then asked directly, "Sir Tully, you any idea where I can find a stonemason who knows how to build a castle?" Randall Tully answered, "You don't need to worry about this. You are already a lord. You can apply for a bachelor's consultant from the city. Submit this request when the time comes, and the city will help you select a suitable bachelor's consultant." As he spoke, he paused and reminded, "Building a castle is not a small expense, and it takes a very long time. You must plan it well." Lind thanked, "Thank you for reminding me, I know what to do." Randall Tully looked at Glory again, lying next to Lind, and said, "Is it still growing? I heard that it only took a year for it to grow from a cub to its current size." "No, less than a year," Lind corrected. As he was speaking, the palace master of ceremonies walked to the front of the king's seat, and then heard him announce loudly, "Welcome to the king of the Andals, the Roineran. The first men, the ruler of the 7 kingdoms, Baratheon your majesty, Robert the first of the house, welcomes his majesty Cersei, queen of the 7 kings, light of the west, house Lannister, welcomes Lord Stannis of Dragonstone, lord of the sea, Lord Baratheon. Welcomes Lord Warden of the Stormlands, Lord Renly of Lord Baratheon's family at Storm's End." As names were called out from the master of ceremonies, King Robert arrived at the banquet venue with his wife and brothers. Everyone could see that among the people who entered the banquet venue, Duke Stannis and Queen Cersei looked unhappy, as if they had had a quarrel, while King Robert still had a smile on his face, not caring about his brother at all. With the expression on his wife's face. Beside him, Renly Baratheon, who was about the same age as Loras Tyrell, was trying hard to straighten his chest, trying to look more mature. After sitting on his seat, King Robert looked around, his eyes lingering on Lind and Glory for a moment. Especially when he saw Glory, he couldn't hide the look of surprise on his face. However, King Robert soon returned to normal, and then said to the great lords and nobles present, "Rebellion must be punished, and loyal ministers must also be rewarded. Obviously we are not gathering here just to have something to eat, drink some wine, as your king, I will not waste your time anymore. Grand Maester Pycelle, read out my reward." Grand Maester Pycelle, who had just arrived from King's Landing the day before, stood up, walked to the throne, pulled out a parchment scroll, opened it tremblingly, and then began to read out the contents, the names of the guardian dukes of each region. From his mouth, rewards were announced to everyone. Because they all knew the content in advance, the Guardian Dukes did not show too strong emotions. They just bowed to King Robert after hearing their rewards. After reading out the rewards for the Guardian Dukes in each region, Archmaester Pycelle put down the parchment scroll in his hand and took out a new parchment scroll and unfolded it. The list read out this time were all secondary nobles who had made achievements in this battle, such as the Reed family who assisted Lind in regaining the moat of Kalen, the Frey family who was forced by Lind to send troops to assist, etc., they all because of the establishment of his achievements were rewarded with certain rewards. When Grand Maester Pycelle studied Jorah Mormont, Jorah stood up and hoped to use his achievements in exchange for King Robert to knight him. Faced with this request, King Robert did not refuse. After all, Jorah also performed very bravely on the battlefield. He was the first to rush to Pike City and kill Balon Greyjoy's second son Meryn Grey. Joey. In front of everyone, King Robert canonized Jorah as a knight, and after the canonization, he also emphasized, "The last knight I made was Baron Lyn Tara. I hope your performance in the future will be the same. To be able to compete with him, don't live up to my canonization." Jorah, who became a knight, excitedly said yes, not knowing his future destiny at all. The list of awards continued until the last name on the list was read out. Only then did everyone realize that as one of the greatest contributors to the counterinsurgency war, Lind was not on the list. Everyone looked at Robert and Lind in confusion. Virtue. Chapter 123 Earl of Summer Hall. When everyone at the banquet venue was surprised because there was no Lind in the reward list, King Robert smiled and said to everyone, "Don't you think I will forget that our God's chosen Lind ran thousands of miles, continuously recapture 5 castles, defeat tens of thousands of enemies, and kill Balon's eldest son, right?" After hearing what King Robert said, everyone felt that something was unusual. Then, King Robert was seen pulling out a scroll from his sleeve, handing it to Grand Maester Pycelle, and said, "Read it." Grand Maester Pycelle took the scroll, opened it and looked at it. His face could not suppress a look of surprise. Then he looked up at Lind, his eyes full of curiosity and confusion. Others in the venue were also curious about the contents of the scroll in Grand Maester Pycelle's hand, but they couldn't urge the Grand Maester to read it quickly. "What are you waiting for? Read it out," King Robert ordered impatiently. Grand Maester Pycelle stopped thinking and recited, "In the name of His Majesty Robert Baratheon I, King of the Andals, Rhoynar, and First Men, ruler of the 7 kingdoms, I am promoted to the 7th. The God chose Baron Lyn Tara as the Earl and gave him the royal domain of Summer Hall and all its fief taxes, which his descendants will inherit for generations to come." Quote. Everyone present was stunned, and even several Guardian Dukes looked shocked. The reason for their shock was not that Lind's title was once again promoted to Earl. In fact, many people present could guess that Lind did due to Virtue's merits and Robert's love for him. Promotion to the title is inevitable, and it is not impossible to leapfrog the rank and become an Earl. What really surprised them all, even surprising, was that King Robert gave Summerhall to Lind as a territory. You must know that before it was burned down by the fire of Aegon V, the Summer Hall held special significance. Usually, in addition to becoming the Prince of Dragonstone, most of the heirs of the Targaryen dynasty would also serve as the Prince of Summer Hall. That is to say, Summer Hall also has a similar meaning as the heir of the kingdom. Although Summer Hall is now in ruins, the significance of these ruins has not disappeared. Therefore, after Robert became king, the land of Summerhall has been idle there. Everyone thought that maybe Stannis would wait until Stannis obtained it. After some achievements, this land will be rewarded to Stannis, which just completes the inheritance tradition of this Targaryen dynasty. But he didn't expect that this land, which Stannis had already regarded as his own, would be given to others by King Robert. No wonder his face was so ugly when he entered the venue. As for Queen Cersei, she also had a quarrel with King Robert over the ownership of the land of Summer Hall. She felt that this land should be given to Joffrey Baratheon when he came of age and then be sealed. He is the Prince of Summerhall and officially becomes Robert's heir. Now her plan has been shattered before it was implemented, and her face is naturally not looking any better. On the other hand, Lind seemed very calm. He walked out of the crowd, took the scroll from Archmaester Pycelle, and then retreated into the crowd. At this moment, his mind began to quickly recall the location of Summer Hall in the fief area. He found that King Robert's gift of Summer Hall to him did not seem to be random, but rather seemed to be specifically selected for the enclave he obtained from the Tyrell family. The territory of the Summer Hall is very large, extending to Green Valley City and the edge of the Royal Forest to the north, to the border with Black Harbor to the south, and to the east is the ridge at the end of the Crimson Mountains. The enclave of Red Earth Hope is just connected to the territory of the Summer Hall. It can be said that now the entire northeastern end of the Crimson Mountain Range is under Linda's control. The size of the territory alone is no less than those of the first-class lords who have been passed down for thousands of years. And the more important point is that after he got the Summer Hall, his territory and Nymeria's territory were only separated by Green Valley City, and even if they were blocked by Green Valley City, his territory and Nymeria's territories can also be connected through Kingswood. Linda's pensive expression made people around him mistakenly think that he was confused by such a huge reward, and they couldn't help but laugh in their hearts. After all, Linda is just an ordinary person. Facing huge benefits, he can't act like a real noble. Keep your emotions and anger a secret, and feel in your heart that if it were you, you would never lose your temper like this. At the banquet venue, now that the list of rewards has been read out, the person who punished them naturally also needs to be dealt with. Following King Robert's order, the nobles of the Iron Islands, who had been imprisoned for more than 10 days, were led to the center of the banquet venue. The leader I saw was Balin Greyjoy. He had a haggard face and pale hair. On his head was the unique driftwood crown of the King of the Iron Islands. This crown, which symbolized authority in the Iron Islands, looked more like a humiliation. Behind him were the members of the Greyjoy family, including Victarion Greyjoy, Aaron Greyjoy, etc., followed by Harlaw Island, Great Wick, etc. Among the lords and nobles of the Iron Islands such as Iron Island and Old Wick Island, Dagon Harlaw, who expressed his intention to join Lind, was among them. However, he looked extremely depressed at the moment. I heard that it was because his brother died on Fairy Island in naval battle. Among the crowd, there were several children. Among them, the man and woman following Balin Greyjoy should be Asha Greyjoy and Theon Greyjoy. However, when these people came out, Lind's focus was not on Balin Greyjoy and other great lords like others, but on Aaron Greyjoy who was following Victarion Greyjoy. At the moment, Aaron Greyjoy looked extremely pale, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. His hair was hanging down like seaweed, and his whole person seemed a little crazy. It is said that this is because during the sea battle of Fairy Isle, Aaron Greyjoy was knocked into the water by Stannis's attack. He was hit in the head, fell unconscious, and sank directly to the bottom of the water. Everyone thought that he had drowned, but was brought ashore by the waves a day later. Then he was walking around like crazy and was discovered by villagers from a nearby village and taken to Lannisport. Although everyone thought that Aaron Greyjoy's madness was caused by being hit in the head by Stannis, Lind knew that was not the case because he saw faint waves of energy emanating from Aaron's head. Magic power, and through Glory's eyes, he could see it more clearly. That magic power turned into a vague octopus-like sea monster, lying on top of Aaron's head, and all its tentacles penetrated into Aaron's brain. Inside, it looked like it was sucking the nutrients from Aaron's brain. After walking to King Robert's throne, Balin Greyjoy took the initiative to kneel on the ground. Others also knelt down, and then saw Balin Greyjoy removing the driftwood on his head. He took off the crown, smashed it hard on the ground, smashed it, and lowered his head waiting for the final judgment. Although Lind already knew what the result would be, he still wanted to know why King Robert let the pirates of the Iron Islands go. You must know that after learning about the history of the Iron Islands rebellion, I feel that King Robert's final judgment is really incomprehensible. He just sent the children of several Great lords to other lords as adopted sons and hostages, and there was no other punishment for the Iron Islands. This is really unreasonable. You must know that according to Eastern thinking, the only way to deal with things like rebellion is to kill the 9 tribes. This may not be done in the Western world, but at least it should be eradicated, right? Why shouldn't Balin Greyjoy be put back as his king of the Iron Islands, while others continue to be their lords? However, Lind heard the verdict next. It was indeed as he knew. Balin Greyjoy and other Iron Islands nobles were not executed, nor were they reduced in rank. All their assets were merely confiscated and used to compensate for the losses in the western region and the military expenses of other counter-rebellion armies. However, thinking about it, this can't compensate for much. After all, the Iron Islands are extremely poor places. How can there be so much money to compensate for this? You must know that everything they grabbed is in Linda's hands, so before announcing this during the punishment, some Iron Island nobles who knew the situation in Fairy City couldn't help but look at Lind. In addition, the Iron Islands taxes will triple in the next 5 years, which will undoubtedly make the already poor Iron Islands even poorer. It would be too light a punishment to let a group of rebels go like this. After hearing the punishment, Lind couldn't help but murmured in a low voice. Randall Tully looked at Lind and said in a low voice, "Which one is more dangerous, a group of bandits who have lost their restraints or a group of bandits who are restrained and have many internal conflicts?" Hearing Randall Tarley's words, Lind immediately understood what he meant, guessing that the Iron Islands should be in chaos at this moment, and the Ironborn, who had lost the restraint of the nobles above their heads, became more unscrupulous. The purpose of putting these great nobles of the Iron Islands back now is to restrain the Iron people, and the high taxes will fall on those Iron people. They will hate the nobles above them, and the nobles will also be particularly hateful among themselves. For example, they are unwilling to rebel. The nobles will hate the nobles who supported the rebellion. The nobles who have lost more will hate the nobles who have lost less, and all the nobles will hate the Greyjoys. At this time, Lind suddenly thought of something and stood out from the crowd and said, "Your Majesty, I feel that these punishments alone are not enough." Everyone's eyes fell on Lind, and King Robert sat up straight and said, "Earl Lind, do you have any suggestions?" Lind said seriously, "The reason why the Iron Islands have the habit of plundering is entirely because of their belief in the drowned god. What the ancient path of the drowned god pursues is rape and plunder, creating a new world with blood, flames and songs. If this is not corrected, if this is a barbaric and cruel belief, then the Iron people of the Iron Islands will continue to rob, and will continue to cause harm to any village or city along the coast of the Seven Kingdoms." King Robert said thoughtfully, "What do you mean?" Lind continued, "Declare the drowned god as an evil faith that must be banned, and make the faith of the 7 gods the only faith in the Iron Islands." "No." Before anyone else could speak, Aeron Greyjoy yelled and wanted to rush over to attack Lind, but was immediately restrained by the people around him. However, his strength seemed to be very strong, several times bigger. Only one person can barely hold him down. Seeing this, Lind turned around and walked to Aeron Greyjoy, knelt down, reached out and touched his head, and said, "Quiet." As his voice fell, everyone saw a burst of white light shining on Lind's hand, and Aeron Greyjoy, who had been struggling violently just now, calmed down as if he had been really comforted, but his eyes changed. It felt extremely empty, as if it had lost its soul. Everyone looked at Linda's actions in surprise, and several of them even exclaimed a miracle. However, they did not know that Lind had a dragon crystal pendant with a dragon rune necklace in his hand. When stroking the top of Aeron's head, he released all the power in the pendant, slightly dispersing the sea monster's magical power from the octopus. Caused Aeron to fall into a state of soullessness, and also caused the white light effect just now. After letting Ellen calm down for a short time, Lind turned around, and at the same time sprinkled the powdered dragon crystal on the ground without leaving any trace, then walked back to the royal family and looked at Lau, who had the same surprised look on his face. Bo said, "Your Majesty, what do you think of my proposal just now?" "You just What happened when your hand glowed just now? Robert's mind was all focused on the scene of Linda's hand glowing just now. That's just a small ability given to me by the 7 gods. Lind responded vaguely. Anyway, it was the kindness of the 7 gods when someone asked. With the Church of the 7 gods backing him, he didn't need to make other excuses at all, and as the 7 gods, it's normal for God's chosen one to have a little ability. Robert also gradually came back to his senses. He did not dwell on the white light just now, but seriously thought about Linda's proposal just now, and said, "Your proposal is very good, the belief of the drowned god." "Wait a minute," Ed Stark suddenly stood up and said, "Your Majesty, after the Andals brought the faith of the 7 gods to Westeros 6,000 years ago, they started to fight with the local faith of the old gods. After a 1,000-year war, the faith of the 7 gods finally signed a sacred covenant with the faith of all the old gods of Westeros. Everyone living on the continent of Westeros has the right to choose the faith he wants. Peace. If your Majesty bans the belief in the drowned god and forces the Iron Islands to believe in the 7 gods, then the belief in the Holy Covenant will inevitably be broken. What will your Majesty do about Dorne who believe in the old gods and have other beliefs? Do you want to force us to convert?" After hearing what Eddard Stark said, before Robert could speak, Lind took the initiative to admit his mistake and said, "This is indeed something I didn't expect. I am still too young, and don't think as deeply as Lord Eddard. Your Majesty, please forget this stupid suggestion of mine. You are indeed still too young, but it doesn't matter. You still have enough time to study. Just invite a better bachelor to the city and learn more knowledge from the bachelor." Robert also reacted when he saw Lind as the proposer. No longer insisting, he ignored the suggestion and waved Lind to leave. Lind, who retreated back to the crowd, felt the adoring gazes cast on him from the surroundings. It was obvious that his hand just now had given enough shock to all those who believed in the 7 gods. At this time, Garland suddenly came to him and asked, "Master Lind, you don't seem like the kind of person who likes to stand up and give advice to others. Why? If you promise something to others, you must complete it." Before Garland could finish asking, Lind gave an incomprehensible answer. After saying that, he turned towards a 7-year-old with a frustrated look on his face in the western region. The bishop looked over. Chapter 124 Attendant. Proton. The conversion of the Iron Islands ultimately failed due to the intervention of the Duke of the North, and the Bishop of Lannisport's 7th Cathedral looked at Lord Eddard less friendly. As the saying goes, cutting off a person's wealth is like killing one's parents. If King Robert were to promote the conversion of the Iron Islands, then the Church of the 7 Holy Saints in Lannisport, which is closest to the Iron Islands, would naturally be the core executor of this matter. At that time, as long as he makes some achievements as a bishop and publicizes it within the church, it is not impossible for him to become the Archbishop of King's Landing. For this reason, he took advantage of Linda's visit to the 7 sacred church to pray, and met with Lind specifically. In exchange for supporting Lind in church affairs, he got Linda's proposal at the banquet to let the Iron Islands reform. Letter of proposal. It's not like he hasn't thought about asking Duke Tywin to make this proposal, but Duke Tywin is too sophisticated and will definitely see the difficulty of this matter. If he goes to him, whether he agrees or not is not a matter of concern. The most important thing is that, even if he agreed, he would probably have to pay a high price. So it was perfect to find Lind, the chosen one who was very popular with King Robert. After Lind showed that miraculous move, the bishop was stunned like everyone else, and he vaguely felt that Lind, the chosen one of the 7 gods, was not just a name. Later, he could also see that Robert was tempted by Lind's proposal, but was stopped by Eddard Stark. How could this make him not hate Eddard Stark? Duke Eddard didn't know that his unintentional move had made an enemy for himself, but even if he knew it, he didn't care. In his opinion, everything was for the good of the kingdom, even if he offended people. After announcing the punishment against the Iron Islands, the matter did not end immediately. King Robert required all the heirs of the lords and nobles of the Iron Islands to be adopted by other nobles and become adopted sons and daughters. Those adult Descendants will also serve as knights and attendants for the sake of the Iron Islands. Other lords and nobles serve for 5 years. As a person who understands this period of history, Lind has also discovered that the current Ironborn rebellion is very different from the history in his memory. In his memory, the coalition forces of King Robert and Duke Eddard invaded the main Castle Hall on Pike Island. Balin Greyjoy surrendered, and King Robert sentenced him on the spot. Duke De took Theon away and adopted him as his adopted son, while the other islands of the Iron Islands did not suffer much damage. However, in reality, when attacking Pike City, the counter-rebellion coalition discovered that Balin Greyjoy had summoned all the lords and nobles of the Iron Islands to Pike City. For some reason. As a result, they were all wiped out, not only Greyjoy. The Joy family were all captured, and even the lords and nobles of other islands were captured. Only some minor nobles remained on their respective islands because they were not qualified. With so many people arrested, naturally they cannot be sentenced hastily in the Iron Islands. They can only be taken back to Lannisport and dealt with slowly. Moreover, King Robert at the time was probably rushing to eradicate the weeds, so he took these people away. All the heirs of the lords and nobles were captured. As a result, due to various changes, it has become like this. All the descendants of the lords of the Iron Islands have to be scattered to other lords and nobles of the Seven Kingdoms to be used as hostages. Lind waited until Grand Maester Pycelle read Dagon Harlaw, then walked out, saluted Robert, and said, "Your Majesty, when I captured Dagon Harlaw, he personally requested serve me because he was an important prisoner of war at that time. I did not agree and said that I need to wait until your Majesty has finished your sentence before I can accept his request. Now I think it is the time and I hope your Majesty can allow him to be under my command." Effectiveness. After Linda's words came out, everyone in the Iron Islands couldn't help but look at Dagon Harlaw, with a hint of contempt in their eyes. Even his father Roderick Harlaw frowned brow. Dagon Harlaw also felt a little embarrassed to be stared at by the people of the Iron Islands. But he quickly returned to normal, stood up, walked to Lind's side, saluted Robert and said, "Your Majesty, what Lord Lind said, it's a fact that I did request to work under him that day." For Dagon, working under Lind was much better than being a squire for an unknown noble. Robert heard this, thought for a moment, and asked Grand Maester Pycelle, "How many others are there?" Grand Maester Pycelle looked at the list, then at the children standing in the crowd, and said, "Your Majesty, there are also a pair of children from the Greyjoy family and a child from the Blacktees family on Kuroshio Island. Boy, but the leader of Blacktees is dead, and he is the only heir. Even if he is the only heir, he must accept the punishment. After accepting the punishment, he can go back to inherit Kuroshio Island. I think no one should dare to snatch the territory and title that belongs to him." Robert's eyes changed from iron to iron. The lords of the islands swept over them, giving them a warning, and then said to Lind, "Since you made the request, the 2 boys from the Harlaw family and the Blacktail family will be handed over to you." Lind was stunned. He didn't expect Robert to give him 2 people at once. He had no objection to this. After responding, he was ready to leave. "Wait, Bear Hunter," Robert stopped him again and said, "I remember that the eldest Greyjoy's son seemed to have died in your hands, right?" After hearing Robert's words, Balin Greyjoy raised his head slightly and looked at Lind's back, his eyes filled with hatred. Yes, Lind could feel the eyes from behind, but he didn't care and nodded. Robert turned to look at Lord Eddard again and said, "I remember that their other son died at the hands of the Northerners, right?" "Yes, it was Meryn Greyjoy who was killed by Ser Jorah." Duke Eddard stood up and responded. Robert pointed to the 2 children standing beside Balin Greyjoy and said, "In that case, what about leaving his 2 remaining descendants to you?" Lind was stunned when he heard this. He seemed to remember that only Theon was adopted by Eddard Stark. Asha should have been following Balin Greyjoy, but now things have changed because of him. Let Theon Greyjoy be my adopted son. The environment in the north is not suitable for girls to live in. Duke Eddard quickly responded. Since Duke Eddard has chosen a boy, I will be responsible for the remaining Asha Greyjoy. Lind replied, I will accept her as a knight's squire and teach her the thoughts of a knight. Spirit and skills, I hope that she can become a true knight in 5 years. Female knight. Not only Robert looked interested, but also the other noble lords around him looked surprised, looking at Lind as if he were looking at a court jester. I remember there hasn't been a female knight in the history of Westeros, right? Robert said with a smile. It didn't happen in the past, and it may not happen now. Lind said with a very serious look. In fact, I have accepted a female attendant, she is Brienne of Tarth, and I see the light of a knight in her like never before. She will definitely become a role model for knights in the near future. As Linda's words came out, the scene was in an uproar. Everyone felt that Lind had been dazzled by the Earl title and the territory of Summer Hall, and he would actually say that a woman would become a model for knights in the future. King Robert raised his hand to stop everyone from talking, and then said to Lind very seriously, Bear Hunter, although I, like others, do not think that a woman can become a model of knighthood, I still look forward to it. I look forward to it. Under my rule, the first female knight will appear in Westeros. I don't think she will let you down. Lind said with great confidence. After saying that, he turned around and returned to the queue of the Tyrell family. Dagon, Harlaw and Baelor Blacktees followed and stood behind Lind. Asha Greyjoy looked up at her father, and then stretched out her hand to straighten her brother Theon's clothes. She raised her head slightly, holding back the tears that were about to fall, and walked behind Lind, Baelor Blacktees beside. At this time, Glory turned his head and glanced at Asha. Asha's attention was quickly attracted by Glory, temporarily forgetting the sadness in her heart. After dealing with the lords and nobles of the Iron Islands, the celebration banquet officially began. Food and wine from all over the world were served, and circuses and minstrels came from all over to perform. Perhaps King Robert felt that such a performance was not satisfying, so he asked each lord to summon his knights to compete in front of the emperor, each showing his own fighting skills to warm up for tomorrow's competition. Lind originally did not like such a noisy banquet, but he did not leave. After all, leaving like this would be too rude and would make people feel that he was too aloof and pampered. So he just asked people to bring Asha and the others back to the camp for resettlement, and at the same time brought Daisy and Rosso to attend the banquet. For them, such a banquet opportunity was rare. When the knights showed off their fighting skills to King Robert and other great lords, Lind asked his servant for a glass of water, then walked to a relatively quiet place and enjoyed the food quietly. Same as last time, I can find you as long as you are in a quiet place. Jaime Lannister, wearing gorgeous armor and a pure white cloak, put one hand on the sword at his waist and held it with the other. Holding a glass of wine, he walked towards Lind. Beside him was his brother Tyrion, who, unlike Jaime, held a magnum in each hand. Although Duke Tywin did not like to see his dwarf son, on this occasion, he had to bring his son to the banquet. After all, he was his only heir. Lord Jaime, Tyrion, Lind greeted. Bear Hunter, why do you call him Tyrion, but you call me Lord James? James said rather dissatisfied. Because we are friends. Tyrion raised his eyebrows proudly at James, then raised the wine bottle in his hand and said, It's a big deal for you to become the Earl of Summer Hall. Why don't you have a drink? I don't drink. Lind raised the pottery cup in his hand and said, Just drink water. Tyrion curled his lips and said, You shouldn't be a knight, you should be an ascetic in the church. No, being an ascetic cannot satisfy my ambition. Lind said with a smile. James chuckled lightly and said, Ambition. Doesn't becoming an earl satisfy your ambition? How big is your ambition? Lind smiled and did not answer. At this time, Garland came over from a short distance away. Seeing Lind and the Lannister brothers together, he said loudly, Lord Lind, it turns out you are here. I have been looking for you everywhere. Lord Garland. Lind bowed to Garland. Lord Jaime, Lord Tyrion. Garland said hello to the Lannister brothers. The second son of the Tyrell family, Jaime greeted Garland in a frivolous tone, and then said, I have heard about your brother. I heard that before he was crippled, he was a lance in the Reach. Master, it's a pity that I didn't get to see it. Garland smiled when he heard this and said, my brother's lance strength has been recognized by Prince Oberon of Dornay. If Lord James has the opportunity to go to Dornay, he can get confirmation from Prince Oberon." As he said that, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and said with a look of surprise, "Oh, that's right. Dornay is a restricted area of the Lannister family. If Lord James goes to Dornay, it is very likely that he will die. He was chopped into pieces before he even saw Prince Oberon. In that case, my lord, you wouldn't even have a chance to be disabled." Hearing Garland's counterattack, Lind couldn't help but laugh, and James just raised his eyebrows and said nothing more. On the contrary, Tyrion looked at Garland with interest and said, as expected of the grandson of the Queen of Thorns, "His words are all thorny." Garland smiled and said, "Lord Tyrion, I think if someone laughs at your figure, you should fight back." Tyrion nodded and said, "I apologize for Jaime's rude words just now." Garland also responded, "I also apologize for my words just now." James turned his head to the side, as if pretending not to hear anything. Garland looked at Lind, his eyes fell on the sword of the lost knight on Linda's waist, and asked, "Master Lind, I heard from Master Photimo that the two swords on your body are tiles, made of Rylian steel, can I see it?" As soon as Garland finished speaking, both James and Tyrion looked at the sword on Lind's waist, their eyes wide open, full of surprise. Valyrian steel has a special attraction for the Lannister family. In the past, the Lannister family also had a Valyrian steel sword named Lighthowl. When Tommen II was exploring Valyria, which was destroyed by the Doomsday catastrophe, he disappeared with Tommen II and the Golden Fleet. There have always been two theories about the whereabouts of Lighthowl. One is that it was stolen when Tommen II's Golden Fleet docked in Volantis for supplies, and the second is that it has traveled with Tommen II, falling into Valyria with the Golden Fleet. For a long time, the heads of the Lannister family have been searching for the whereabouts of Lighthowl along these two clues. Even now, Jaime and Tyrion's uncle Gillian Lannister are preparing for a voyage to Val. Lilia searches for the whereabouts of the ancestral Guangshao. Their father, Duke Tywin, even wanted to spend a lot of money to buy Valyrian steel swords from some nobles who owned Valyrian steel, or to forge Valyrian steel into a new Lighthowl, but no one was willing sell. Now that Garland knew that the two swords on Lind's waist were Valyrian steel swords, how could they not be surprised? "Bear Hunter, where is our Bear Hunter?" Just when the two of them were about to ask Lind to take a look, King Robert's voice came from the field not far away. Chapter 125 Storm God. Hearing King Robert's shout, several people looked at each other helplessly, and then walked towards the middle of the field together. "Huh, it's really interesting today. The lion is actually with the rose." After seeing a few people walking over, someone in the crowd murmured a few words. James glanced coldly at the place where the sound came from, with a look of disdain in his eyes. Several people quickly arrived at the center of the field, where a space was vacated because of the Knights' Royal competition just now. King Robert couldn't help but be stunned when he saw a few people, and said, "How come you guys got together?" Lind replied naturally, "Reporting to your majesty, everyone was looking for a quiet place to stay just now, and ended up finding the same place." "Ha ha. I knew it, I knew it. These competitions are so boring that they can't even attract children and dwarfs." King Robert mocked without any scruples. The knights who had just competed in front of the emperor couldn't help showing expressions of shame and anger when they heard King Robert's words. After all, they fought hard in front of the king and the various great lords, and the result was just a boring evaluation. I still remember the group competition in the tournament more than a year ago. That's called a competition, that's called a battle. King Robert took a big sip of the wine in his glass, looked at Lind with slight dissatisfaction, and said, "Who could have imagined at that time that you would put down your weapon and kick me in the air? Don't blame me for such a strange move. Even the knights of the Seven Kingdoms may not be able to catch it," he said, rubbing his eyebrows again. He opened a wound on his corner and said, "Damn it. Every time I think of my eyebrow corner it hurts. Your fist is really strong." Lind said very calmly, "Your Majesty, your strength is very strong. With my ability at that time, I needed to use all my strength to completely suppress your Majesty. However, if I used all my strength, I would not be able to control the two swords in my hands. The final result may be to kill you. Your Majesty, I will also be killed by the Kingsguard, so I thought of using fists to solve the problem." When Lind finished speaking, everyone around him looked at Lind in surprise. They did not expect that Lind would speak to the king in such a tone. However, what surprised them even more was that instead of being angry, King Robert laughed loudly and said, "I knew you deliberately held back your hand at that time, you cunning bear hunter." As he said, he stood up. He came to Linda and said, "I have heard a lot of your legends over the past year, about how to fight 1 against 100, to kill 1,000 enemies, etc. I feel that you are already on par with the gods of ancient legends. For those it's hard for me to believe the rumors. I want to try it myself. Come on, let me see your true strength." When everyone heard this, they were in an uproar. "Are you crazy? You are a king, not a warrior." Queen Cersei on the side couldn't help but stopped her. "No, I am just a warrior, and the king is just what you imposed on me." King Robert seemed a little drunk, and his speech became unobstructed. "Your Majesty, it is not your duty to fight now, it is to govern the country well." Duke Tywin stood up and said seriously, "And no one can give the Iron Throne to you. You can only fight for it with your own strength." King Robert seemed to be in awe of Lord Tywin and did not refute his words, but he did not change his mind and asked Barristan to take his hammer. The movement here attracted everyone's attention. The lords and nobles around the venue and their families all looked over. In the venue, in addition to King Robert, the upstart Lind of the kingdom who stood in the middle of the venue also attracted much attention. They all whispered to the people next to them what happened. Soon the warhammer was brought to King Robert by Barristan. This warhammer that required Barristan's 2 hands to pick up was easily held by King Robert with 1 hand. Cersei on the side wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lord Tywin. On the contrary, Ed Stark couldn't stand it and stood up and said, "Your Majesty, neither of you are wearing armor. It is too dangerous to fight like this." King Robert didn't take it seriously and said, "It doesn't matter. I have confidence in my warhammer. I think Lord Lind should also have confidence in his swords." Lind did not refuse to fight King Robert, but said calmly, "Your Majesty, please rest assured that I can control my sword now and will not hurt His Majesty the King." "Arrogant boy, I hope you can keep your word later," King Robert said and walked to the center of the field. Everyone around them also stopped talking and watched the competition in the center of the field quietly. Lind took off the obstructive shoulder shawl, moved his body, and then pulled out the broad-bladed half-sword from his back. Seeing that Lind was actually using a broadened half-sword instead of the knight's sword he wore on his waist, King Robert showed an unhappy look and said, "Bear Hunter, are you looking down on me? Why do you use it's the 2 little ones on your back, not the big ones hanging on your waist? Are those 2 big ones just for decoration?" Lind replied seriously, "Your Majesty, I will never use these knight swords in a single fight. Because it would be too unfair to my opponent." "Why?" King Robert asked puzzled. Jaime Lannister on the side couldn't help but said, "Is it because the pair of knight's swords? Or a pair of Valyrian steel swords?" Because everyone in the banquet venue fell silent, Jaime Lannister's voice, although not loud, was enough for everyone in the venue to hear. Everyone looked at Lind in surprise and at the 2 knight swords on Lind's waist. Their eyes were staring at the 2 swords with extremely hot eyes. Their eyes were full of various emotions, especially Duke Tywin's. The eyes are the brightest. There are only a handful of people in the entire 7 kingdoms who own Valyrian steel swords, and all of them regard them as family inheritance. Even the Tyrell family of Linda's lord does not have a Valyrian steel sword. However, Lind had 2 knightly swords forged from Valyrian steel at the same time, which made all the lords present feel embarrassed. Even the Duke of Metz felt a little strange. Although King Robert was also surprised that Lind could possess a pair of Valyrian steel swords, he did not have special emotions towards Valyrian steel like others. Instead, he looked disapproving and said, it's just a Valyrian steel sword. It's just lighter and stronger than ordinary steel. The material used for my war hammer won't be much worse than Valyrian steel. You don't have to worry about weapons at all." At this time, Lind, who was the center of attention, shook his head and said, "Your Majesty. The reason why I don't use these knight swords is not only because these swords are made of Valyrian steel, but also because they are made of Valyrian steel. A pair of magic swords containing powerful magic." After Linda's words fell, the surroundings fell silent for an instant, and then he heard all kinds of laughter spreading one after another in the banquet venue. Everyone regarded what Lind said as a joke, and only a few understood Lind. The man did not laugh, but looked at Lind in surprise and the pair of knight swords. Although King Robert only met Lind a few times and only exchanged a few words each time, he was also one of the people who knew Lind. He did not smile, but looked at Lind, and raised his hand to stop everyone laughing, followed by a serious question, "Bear Hunter, are you not telling a joke, are you serious?" Lind did not answer King Robert's words, but took off a knight's sword, held it with the scabbard in his hand, and said, "Only I can use these two knights' swords, let alone others. Even if you touch it, you will also get the backlash from the magic power in the sword. If Your Majesty doesn't believe it, you can touch the hilt of the sword to know if I'm joking." The smiles on the faces of everyone around him have not completely subsided, and expressions of surprise have already spread. Lind was so confident that King Robert tried it, which was undoubtedly indicating that what he just said was not a lie. Otherwise, it would be impossible to propose this. A test that can be easily broken. At this time, they couldn't help but think of the scene that happened not long ago when they were dealing with prisoners of war in the Iron Islands. Only then did they remember that Lind was a person who had mastered some mysterious power. King Robert looked at Lind, who looked calm, and then at the Valyrian steel sword in Lind's hand. He couldn't help but curiously took 2 steps forward, wanting to reach out and touch it, but was stopped by Sir Barristan. "Your Majesty, let me try it first." Barristan put forward his suggestion responsibly. But Robert shook his head, then reached out and grabbed the keel hilt of the knight's sword. When Robert just touched the hilt of the knight's sword, his palm bounced away as if hit by an invisible force. A trace of surprise flashed across Lind's face at the same time, because he discovered that the moment King Robert touched the hilt of the knight's great sword, the third dragon rune representing the storm in the homeless knight's great sword was also activated. Yes, the force that bounced off King Robert's hand was the power of the storm. In the eyes of others, there was nothing special about what they saw. In their eyes, King Robert just touched the hilt of the knight's sword and released it. They did not see any magical sight related to magic at all. However, King Robert, who was involved, knew exactly what he felt. After being stunned for a moment, he reached out curiously and grabbed the hilt of the sword again. This time, in order to prevent his palm from being bounced away, he used his whole body, the power of. Just when his palm was about to touch the hilt of the sword, still separated by a layer of air, his hand could no longer hold it any longer. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't really touch the hilt. At the same time, a whirlwind began to appear out of thin air around King Robert's body. This whirlwind was not very big, but it was very obvious. It enveloped King Robert in it, blowing up his clothes and hair, but only with the Barristan, who was only 1 step away from King Robert, and Lind, who was standing next to him, were not abnormal at all. Magic. Really magical. Seeing such a magical scene, countless exclamations rang out all around. The doubtful look in everyone's eyes disappeared. Everyone opened their mouths and looked at the scene that was happening now with surprise in their eyes. Although he had already felt the magic contained in the knight's sword and its rejection, King Robert did not let go. Instead, he continued to exert force extremely stubbornly, trying to truly hold the sword. This also caused the magic power of the knight's sword to be released faster. The whirlwind surrounding King Robert had turned into a tornado. Not only did it deform the flesh on King Robert's face, it even rolled up the people on the ground. Dust and some soft debris formed a tornado that shot straight into the sky. Seeing this scene, Barristan immediately stepped forward and tried to pull King Robert out. However, even though his hand passed through the whirlwind, it was still bounced away. When it touched King Robert, Lind felt that the display was enough, so before Barristan, who was eager to protect his master, drew the sword to him, he reached out and pried King Robert's hand away from the hilt of the sword. The moment King Robert's hand left the hilt of the sword, all the wind stopped. It stopped so suddenly. If it hadn't been for the dust and debris that had just been blown into the air by the wind, they would have even stopped. I wonder if it was just an illusion. 7 gods above, this is a miracle, this is a miracle. The bishop of the 7 gods church seized the opportunity and shouted. Many lords and nobles who believe in the 7 gods also agree with the bishop's words. After all, Lind is recognized as the chosen one by the 7 gods. The magical power produced by the knight's sword he owns is naturally a miracle of the 7 gods. Otherwise, why would this power be a miracle? It will exclude other people, except Lind. So they also believe that these knight swords are artifacts given to the chosen ones by the 7 gods. As for the others, they were also completely stunned by the scene in front of them. All they could think of were the ancient myths and stories told by their wet nurses when they were children. They used to think that those myths and stories were all false, but now Lind showed this scene definitely told them that it was true. Damn White Walkers. Just now I felt like I had returned to the ancient times that were filled with various myths for thousands of years. King Robert also recovered from the tornado hurricane just now, and looked towards him with lingering fear. The sword of the lost knight in Lind's hand. Lind hung the sword of the homeless knight on his waist again and said, "Your Majesty, I think you should believe what I say now, right?" "Yes, I believe it." King Robert nodded, looked at Lind with a complex expression, and said, "They all said that you were the chosen one of the 7 gods. I thought it was just a mess made by those monks. No, I thought it was true." As he spoke, he asked curiously, "What kind of power can you show if you use these knight swords?" Lind was stunned, not expecting King Robert to make such a request. Others around him also looked at Lind expectantly after hearing King Robert's words. Lind thought for a while and felt that this would not be harmful to him, but would actually increase his power. He nodded, and then motioned to King Robert and Sir Barristan to stay away. After hearing what Lind said, the others around him couldn't help but take a few steps back, even though they didn't know what it would be like when Lind used those magic swords. After the venue was vacated, Lind took out the 2 lost knight swords in his hands. Only then did everyone see the complete form of the lost knight swords, and they couldn't help but admire their exquisiteness. Then everyone fell silent, waiting for a magical scene to happen. After just waiting for a while, nothing happened. Some people couldn't help but wonder if something went wrong. Suddenly, some subtle silver blue light appeared on Linda's body, and then more and more of these lights appeared. Only then did everyone realize that this was not light at all, but thunder and lightning. Soon the scattered thunder and lightning turned into streaks of thunder and lightning that wrapped around Linda's body. Some thunder and lightning even drew an arc in the air, re-injected into Linda's body, and then erupted from his eyes. At this moment he looked as if he had transformed into a god who controlled thunder. At this time, there was a maester in the crowd who knew the legend of the Ironborn and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Storm God." Chapter 126 The Source of Big Bear's Suffering. The martial arts tournament was successfully held on the 2nd day of the banquet, but it was no longer the center of the topic. There was only one person everyone was talking about, and that was Lind, the chosen one. The magical scenes at the banquet were spread among the people who attended the banquet. If only 1 or 2 people said this, no one would believe it, but now there are hundreds of people saying this, even all of them are at the top of the 7 kingdoms. No one is stupid enough to think that someone can make the king and the guardian duke of the 7 kingdoms lie for him. The bishop of the Church of the 7 in Lannisport also declared that Lind's performance last night was a miracle of the 7 gods, and once again emphasized that Lind was the chosen one by the 7 gods. Many believers of the 7 gods in Lannisport began to flock to Lind's camp on the outskirts, wanting to see the miracle maker with their own eyes. However, they all came to nothing, because Lind had already led his cavalry to leave Lannisport and returned to Tengshi town in the early morning. Although Lind left, the topics related to him did not disappear, but became more and more abundant. One of the rumors about Lind attracted the attention of many people. This rumor says that Lind was actually dead when he went into the forest to hunt bears to avenge his father. He is able to survive now because he is protected by the 7 gods, and the 7 gods gave him their respective powers to prepare for the upcoming events. 2. Prepare for the evil cold darkness. He will represent the 7 gods and fight against the White Walkers to save the world. The story about Azor Ahai and the Lightbringer is not only well known in the continent of Westeros, but also in the continent of Essos. This is the most widely spread prophecy of salvation in the world, and it is also the most widely believed prophecy. From ancient times to the present, many people in the 7 kingdoms have believed in the prophecy of the Lightbringer, and even gave up their lives and lost their country for it. However, even so, a large number of people still believe in the legend about the reincarnation of Azor Ahai. However, the Church of the 7 Gods does not have similar legends, nor does it recognize similar legends, until now.